Global Symbiotes, My Symbiote is a Slime. Chapter 201, Debunking the Conspiracy, 80 million in compensation. Even if your father is here, he still has to give me some face. You're causing trouble in my territory? Who do you think you are? Faced with Lin Yi's strict questioning, Lei Jie was immediately suppressed into submission. Although he did not know what the other party's identity was, he was not stupid. The man that the other party brought was far stronger than him. Moreover, his uncle had already lowered his head and did not dare to say a word. If he still tried to act tough, wasn't he courting death? Today's matter can be settled just like that. I'll take the person away and you guys can do whatever you want. But I'm warning you guys. If you still have any interest in Ye Feng, your group can just wait to be notified of the merger. Lin Yi's domineering attitude instantly shocked everyone present. Under Lei Jie's uncle and nephew's gnashing teeth expression, Lin Ye forcefully bailed Ye Feng out. After all, in Wuzhou City, his authority was as high as the heavens. Seeing that the two of them were about to leave, Lei Jie couldn't hold it in any longer and became furious. Since young, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Lei Jie didn't care about the other party's identity. Today, even if the Jade Emperor personally came to bail him out, he would still make way for him, young Master Lei. Since you are disobedient, then go and die. Lei Jie suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed toward Ye Feng. He wanted to completely kill Ye Feng. Ye Feng glanced at Lin Ye and saw that the other party nodded slightly. Ye Feng immediately understood and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He raised his hand and threw a punch toward Lei Jie. Ye Feng's speed was very fast. With just a casual punch, he had already hit Lei Jie's chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Lei Jie's entire body flew out and fiercely crashed into the wall. Pu! Lei Jie spat out blood, and his expression suddenly changed drastically. You guys are really shameless enough. Ye Feng snorted coldly and looked at them disdainfully. Who do you think you are? You actually dare to make a move in the police station? Kid! Are you courting death? A black-clothed man saw his master in such a miserable state and immediately walked over, preparing to punch Ye Feng. This black-clothed man's strength was around B grade, and he was also a very powerful character. Being able to be Lei Jie's bodyguard, he naturally wasn't a low-level character. But the mistake was that the black-clothed man's opponent was Ye Feng. Ye Feng coldly glanced at him. What, you want to attack me too? The black-clothed man sneered. Not only do I want to attack you, but I also want to cripple your cultivation and turn you into a trash. Trash? I don't believe it. Ye Feng stood up. You think you can easily defeat me just because you are B grade? You can try. The man in black laughed arrogantly. Let me tell you, you are now trash, and trash amongst trash. Not only can I defeat you, everyone can defeat you. After saying this, the black-clothed man rushed toward Ye Feng, wanting to grab Ye Feng's shoulder and cripple his cultivation so that he would completely lose his ability to fight. Ye Feng's lips curled into a cold smile as he raised his hand again and punched toward the black-clothed man. Boom! Under the black-clothed man's shocked expression, he was directly sent flying by Ye Feng and smashed onto the wall. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and fainted. The remaining black-clothed men looked at each other and were prepared to charge forward together. Enough! Lei Jie shouted angrily. With a furious roar, he stopped the actions of those black-clothed men who were about to charge out. Seeing that Ye Feng effortlessly killed two of their company's experts, their faces instantly turned livid with anger. Lei Jie and the others had already seen clearly just now that Ye Feng's strength was not something they could afford to provoke, nor was it something they could afford to provoke. Therefore, he was also prepared to tactfully leave this place. Wait, don't be in a hurry to leave. Ye Feng suddenly said at this time, there's still a debt that hasn't been settled yet. Lei Jie suppressed his anger and said coldly, what debt? Facing the other party's forces, Lei Jiao naturally did not dare to do anything. However, if he really had to do it, he would do it. He also had B-grade strength. Even if he could not deal with Ye Feng and the others, it was more than enough to leave this place safely. Ye Feng smiled and then turned to look at Lin Yat. He said respectfully, "Uncle, these people wanted to set a trap and wait for me to jump in. In order to set this trap, they even used that extremely precious ancient mithril coin as bait to lure me in. Unfortunately, the real fish is not me, but them." As Ye Feng spoke, he summoned a small slime and played everything that happened in the hotel. The evidence was conclusive. Everything Ye Feng did was just to protect himself. As for the loss of the ancient mithril coin, it had nothing to do with him at all. But when Lei Jiao saw that he used shadow to place the ancient mithril coin in Ye Feng's pocket, his face instantly turned white. He knew that his plan had been exposed. Ye Feng had long known that he had a plot and deliberately led him to this step. "You, what exactly do you want to do?" Lei Jiao's voice began to tremble. Lin Ye shook his head. "I should be the one asking you these words. What do you want to do?" I, Lei Jiao stammered, unable to say a complete sentence. "If you don't speak, then you can just wait to die." Ye Feng coldly glanced at Lei Jie. Ye Feng was not a bloodthirsty person, but Lei Jie wanted to kill him over and over again. This made him unable to tolerate it. After Lin Ye heard about what Ye Feng had encountered, he analyzed for a moment and said, "Since that's the case, then you guys will definitely have to compensate." His words were the most authoritative at this moment. If he was not convinced, then there was basically no way to negotiate. "That's good, 280 million and not a penny less. I'll exchange it for my recording," Ye Feng said coldly, a satisfied expression appearing on the corner of his mouth. "I sold it to you back then, but you didn't buy it. Now, there's no way to negotiate. You still have to give me 80 million for free. Otherwise, I'll make this recording public." This time, he really stirred up a hornet's nest. "Kid, you're so vicious. You even used such a method. Not only are you trash, you're also a despicable and shameless person. We won't let this matter rest. You just wait, Ye Feng. It's going to be the promotion exam soon, and at that time, we'll definitely not let you off." Lei Jie viciously said, his eyes staring fixedly at Ye Feng. Because a few of his ribs were broken, the moment he moved, he would immediately cry for his parents. The scene was not lively at all. Lei Jiao was even more furious at this moment. He did not expect that he would actually fall at the hands of a puny Ye Feng. This was simply a great humiliation. Lin Ye sneered, "Humph, who do you Lei family think you are? Humph, Ye Feng, just wait. Sooner or later, I will make you pay the corresponding price. Let's go." After saying that, Lei Jiao had the remaining black-clothed men drag Lei Jie, who was covered in blood, and the black-clothed man, who had already fainted, out. "I think we'll have the chance to meet again." Lei Jiao threw down a ruthless sentence and left in a rage. Chapter 202, Lei Jie uncle and nephew fled in panic, using the power transfer spell. They had to rush back to the Lei family and report what happened today to the family. They had to request the family to send people to clean up the mess so that he could continue staying here. This matter will not be let off just like that. I will not let these people off either. I will make them pay the price they deserve. Walking out of the door, Lei Jie threw out a ruthless sentence unwillingly. Lin Ye looked into the distance, his eyes flashing with a sharp glint. These scum are stirring up trouble everywhere. Don't worry, I will definitely protect you. I originally thought that tonight would be a wonderful night, but I did not expect it to be ruined by a group of B*stards. These B*stards really deserve to die. And that Lei Jiao and Lei Jie, they actually dared to be so arrogant. Let's see how I will deal with them when the time comes. Ye Feng patted Lin Yi's shoulder. "Uncle, don't be angry. There's no need to be angry with such people. Lin Ye nodded. He knew that Ye Feng's current strength had already surpassed him by a lot. But this was only above his strength. If he didn't have the resources, Ye Feng would still be restricted by various bottlenecks. Lin Ye also knew that Ye Feng was very low-key right now and wouldn't expose himself for a while. Although he knew that Ye Feng was much stronger than him, Lin Ye could not figure this out no matter how hard he tried. Ye Feng turned around and cupped his fists at Lin Ye. Uncle, thank you for your help. Little brother, there's no need to be so polite. I've long disliked these people's arrogant and despotic behavior. Now, I've finally chased them away. Haha. How satisfying. Lin Ye laughed loudly. Ye Feng nodded. Oh right, your performance just now was really wonderful. I really admire it. Lin Ye praised from the bottom of his heart. Ye Feng smiled faintly. He didn't say anything and only tacitly agreed. If it wasn't for his own strength being strong enough, he might have been injured or even killed by the other party. How could it be wonderful? It would only be worse. Oh right, little brother, what power did you use just now? Why do I feel a different feeling? Lin Ye said with some doubt. He also knew that Ye Feng's punch just now should not be simple. Actually, the power that Ye Feng used just now was not the ultimate water element power that Senior Walter gave him. After all, this power was too powerful. Ye Feng did not want to kill people, so he did not use it. Moreover, this power was a secret. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Ye Feng would not use it. To Ye Feng, this power was already equivalent to the strongest trump card. Just relying on this power, Ye Feng could become an invincible existence, so he was not afraid of any opponent. Especially for opponents in the same grade. Even if he did not release this ultimate power, the opponent would not be Ye Feng's opponent. The power that Ye Feng released just now was the power that Ye Feng released when he was at the bottom of the lake under the guidance of the water elemental guards and Senior Yi. Actually, this was the power in Ye Feng's body. There was no change to it. It was only displayed through another very strong display method. It was called the power transfer spell. In fact, this was just a method of regulating one's breathing. Its effects could be strong or weak. As a supportive spell, it would instantly produce a very powerful burst of energy to control the power in one's body. This was also the reason why Ye Feng was able to knock out a high-level bodyguard in an instant. In fact, Ye Feng did not release much energy, and this did not cause the people present to be shocked by the powerful energy that Ye Feng released. Ye Feng was also silent for a moment. He was a little hesitant, but in the end, he still told him. Uncle, actually this is not my energy, but a power transfer spell that a senior taught me, Ye Feng explained. Hearing this, Lin Ye was slightly stunned. So that was how it was. This Ye Feng was indeed a genius among geniuses. To be able to cultivate such power was truly rare. And this power, even if Ye Feng did not fully release it, Lin Ye could still keenly capture it. This power not only contained water elemental power, but it also contained extremely powerful spell power. The two combined into one. If it was a full-powered attack and the power of both was unleashed at the same time, most people of the same grade would probably not be able to completely withstand this attack. Even at Lin Yi's realm, it could not be said that he could completely withstand this attack. Moreover, Ye Feng was able to perfectly integrate this power, making it even purer and stronger. This was why Lin Ye was surprised. Lin Ye could not help but exclaim, "What a powerful power transfer spell! If you were to fully release it, how much can it reach? With my current strength, I can at most concentrate my current strength and release more than 10 times my strength. If I meet someone of the same level, even if I can't kill him, I can easily resist him," Ye Feng explained. In fact, the power transfer spell was not as godly as he said. The reason why Ye Feng said he could release more than 10 times his strength was purely because he himself had such tremendous strength. Just casually releasing some of it could easily reach 20 to 30 times the strength that Ye Feng released now. However, Ye Feng could not reveal his true level. Hence, he could only lie that this was all from the power transfer spell that gave him some power boost. And Lin Ye also firmly believed this. After all, the other party was his daughter's savior. If he did not have some strength, when they were in the deep sea region, they would have already died a long time ago. He would not be standing in front of him and discussing these problems with him. Such an explanation did make sense. The way Lin Ye looked at Ye Feng changed greatly again. He already respected Ye Feng very much. Not only was Ye Feng his benefactor, but he was also very satisfied with Ye Feng's performance in the freshman assessment. After what happened just now, Lin Ye now admired this young man even more, to be able to reach such a level at such an age. Lin Ye was secretly happy. If he was his daughter's boyfriend, wouldn't they be a perfect match made in heaven? Then, the Lin family would no longer be entrenched in Wuzhou City. Little brother, where is your home? Lin Ye said with a smile. My home is at the foot of a mountain in the western suburbs of Wuzhou City, Ye Feng replied with a faint smile. Actually, Ye Feng had also guessed the other party's intention. There was nothing to hide, so Ye Feng directly said it out loud. Okay, when the time comes, I'll go to your home and sit down. I still have things to do now. If you have any problems in the future, feel free to contact me. Lin Ye said with a smile. After leaving behind a contact number, he left the place. After Lin Ye left, Ye Feng also left. It had to be said that if Lin Ye did not act in time this time, he estimated that he would not be able to leave in a short while. This time, the heavy blow to Lei Jie caused them to lose 80 million yuan. It was indeed not a small sum of money. Ye Feng could also use this money to buy quite a number of cultivation items. After all, in the current special situation, he still needed to consume a large number of cultivation items in order to continuously suppress and refine the soul in his body. Chapter 203, Aura Restraint, Assisting in Cultivation. Back at home, Ye Feng's parents had been keeping watch in the hall all night. When they saw Ye Feng walk in safely, they were instantly overjoyed. Fenger, they didn't make things difficult for you, right? His mother rushed up at the first moment and touched Ye Feng's body, asking incessantly. Ye Feng smiled. It's fine. They didn't dare to do anything to me. In the end, it was Uncle Lin Ye who stepped in and I was able to escape. Lin Ye? Who is he? This name seems familiar, but I can't remember it clearly. I must pay him a visit some other day, his mother said. She turned to look at his father, wanting him to confirm this person. Lin Ye? I seem to have heard of him. The head of the Lin family is called Lin Ye. His father thought for a moment and spoke involuntarily. Impossible. How could Fenger possibly know the head of the Lin family? Could it be someone with the same name? I don't know him. Just ask Fenger and you'll know. With that, their gazes focused on Ye Feng. Actually, it's the Lin family's patriarch, Ye Feng said with a smile. Under the shocked gazes of the old couple, Ye Feng explained the entire process in detail. Heavens, Fenger, you're really amazing. To actually be able to know such an important figure. It's fortunate that you have him. Otherwise, it would really be difficult for you to escape this calamity. That's right. One day, you must treat him to a meal and personally thank him. Ye Feng nodded. Haha, that's enough. I'm fine now. Both of you should rest early. I'll go back to my room to rest for a while. The two elders nodded. Looking at their son, they were extremely gratified. After returning to his room, Ye Feng revealed a smile that he had not shown for a long time. Reading on mibosnovel.com please. It was not that he was really tired. It was that he had yet to digest the large amount of power within his body. This was an opportunity, and it was also a great improvement for Ye Feng. Because he had not completely digested the energy in the water training hall, Ye Feng still had quite a bit of spiritual energy reserves. If his cultivation went smoothly tonight, Ye Feng would be able to obtain a considerable improvement. Ye Feng sat cross-legged on the bed and began to circulate the energy in his body, slowly absorbing it. Ye Feng took a deep breath and began to adjust his state. Actually, Ye Feng had not cultivated in depth for a long time. It was also not long after he came out of the water training hall that he encountered Lei Jia's incident. He did not cultivate after that. Now, Ye Feng could be considered to have officially started cultivating. Moreover, this operation completely ignited Lei Jia's anger. In the future, when he participated in the advancement exam, Lei Jia would surely make things difficult for him. Ye Feng had to prepare for this potential risk. Although Lei Jia's threat wasn't big to Ye Feng, don't forget that Lei Jia was rich and overbearing. He could completely use small tricks to make some powerful opponents make things difficult for him. Moreover, there were many experts in the advancement test. Those he had seen before and those he hadn't seen before would all appear together in this advancement test. Therefore, this was also a great challenge to Ye Feng. As long as Ye Feng could completely refine the ultimate water elemental power that Walter had given him, then his overall strength would reach an extremely terrifying level. However, how could the ultimate water elemental power be so easily refined? Currently, every time Ye Feng used this power at the most critical moment, he would expend a huge amount of energy. Every time he released his power, he would faint. This was also a backlash reaction of the most powerful power. However, if Ye Feng completely refined it and converted it into a part of his body's power, then this power would be at his disposal. The consumption of releasing the power would still be there, but it would not be that great. This was also the reason why Ye Feng had not refined it for a long time. It was not that he did not want to, but this power was too powerful. It was not something that a power of his level could refine. Moreover, every refinement consumed a huge amount of energy. This was already several times more than the water elemental Dragon King's soul curse, or even dozens of times. Ye Feng naturally could not bear such a digestion. After all, this was the power of a human sealing's existence. Putting aside the fact that this power was extremely rare, it was also an extremely powerful elemental power. Just these 2 points alone were not something that an ordinary person could use. Therefore, it was definitely not that easy to refine it. Moreover, as Ye Feng continued to absorb this ultimate water elemental power, Ye Feng discovered that the water elemental power in his body had also been assimilated and strengthened along with it. It could be understood that all water elemental power was based on the ultimate water elemental power. The ultimate water elemental power was not only the beginning of all water elements, but also the end point. The reason why Ye Feng's water elemental power could be strengthened so much was because of this reason. At this time, when Ye Feng was refining the spiritual energy in his body, a transparent aura had unknowingly wrapped around him. As the strength increased, this aura also increased at the same time. It was like a spider, continuously releasing a spider web, wanting to wrap him up. It made Ye Feng look as if he was wrapped by a very mysterious and powerful aura. As the aura got heavier, the power released by Ye Feng's cultivation was also restricted. Normally, when others cultivated, the final benefits they obtained from cultivating their power actually had a value. For example, if they cultivated 100% of their spiritual energy, but if they added in the 40% that was used up, the final amount that was converted into their own power was only 60%. This kind of loss of power was also a difficult problem that every symbiotic cultivator had to face. This kind of loss of power was not only caused by the cultivation method, but also by various factors. But Ye Feng's cultivation was indeed able to achieve nearly 100% of the benefits. But the appearance of this layer of aura restriction still gave Ye Feng a fright. Oh? How can such a phenomenon appear? Is it my misconception? Ye Feng frowned in confusion and then shook his head. Forget it, who cares as long as there are benefits. After saying that, Yefeng took a deep breath and exhaled a large amount of turbid air. In an instant, he entered a meditative state. At this time, the advantage of starfire meditation was displayed. In almost a breath's time, the increase in magic that Yefeng received was already twice that of a normal person. As the number of cycles increased, no matter who it was impossible to compare to Yefeng's increase in speed. Moreover, Yefeng's starfire meditation was already very practiced. As long as he cultivated meditation, he could convert a large amount of energy in his body into the airflow in his body. This way, not only could he increase the speed of his cultivation, but it also had a certain auxiliary effect. Therefore, while Yefeng was cultivating, he also started to meditate. And at this time, the outside world had changed. Chapter 204, Mysterious Space, Vast Spiritual Power. At this moment, Yefeng, who was cultivating, seemed to have been pulled into a pitch-black and boundless space. This feeling had also appeared before, so Yefeng did not panic and calmed down. He opened his eyes forcefully. In this space, Yefeng's eyes seemed to be sealed and he could not see anything. But this instinct made Yefeng constantly want to open his eyes and look around. In this state, it was as if Yefeng had opened his God's view, but this God's view was pitch black and he could not see anything. Yefeng did not know if this was because he did not open his eyes, or if this view was supposed to be like this. Under the drive of a sense of curiosity, Yefeng continuously urged his power. He wanted to break free from this invisible restraint. Since conventional power is unable to break through all of this, then I'll use the ultimate water elemental power. Yefeng muttered in his heart, and his consciousness immediately burst out with a powerful and boundless power. This power was released very carefully by Yefeng. But this was the ultimate water elemental power. Even if it was just a small bit, it was as grand as destroying the world. Boom! The originally dark and lightless space suddenly emitted specks of starlight. These lights gathered and finally formed a dazzling star that flickered continuously. When he saw this scene, Yefeng was instantly stunned. What's the situation? What does this mean? This space is actually the universe. His eyes stared fixedly at that planet. He saw that something seemed to be slowly floating on that sparkling planet. Why did I enter such a space? Yefeng thought in puzzlement. For some reason, Yefeng always had an inexplicable sense of urgency. Reading on miboxnovel.com please. In a flash, the ray of light on the planet became more and more intense. As the light grew stronger, the entire space began to tremble. Yefeng's body involuntarily floated in the air and slowly floated up. What is this? Did my soul leave my body? Yefeng was somewhat puzzled. He had never heard of a person's soul floating in the air. While floating, Yefeng tried to resist with his mind. Although Yefeng appeared in outer space, Yefeng could also feel that his main body was still in his room. In other words, the universe that his consciousness entered was completely a mimicry space and could not be considered completely real. It could only represent the state of a certain moment or the result of a certain period of time. And the appearance of Yefeng's consciousness happened to be at a certain period of time. And just as his consciousness fell, all of a sudden, an incomparably vast pressure came from this incomparably huge planet. This pressure instantly filled the entire planet. This pressure was extremely terrifying. Even if Yefeng possessed the ultimate water elemental power, he still felt that his body was about to stiffen up in the face of this terrifying pressure. What's going on? Yefeng did not know what had happened. This planet gave people a feeling that it was too mysterious and terrifying. However, as soon as this thought appeared, he immediately shook his head. At the same time, the spiritual energy that burst out from the planet instantly nourished Yefeng. This nourishment was like a spiritual energy tide. It was an extremely overbearing and powerful force that could penetrate everything. The formation of the spiritual energy tide was the combination of 4 major elements, and it was also an incomparably large aggregate. The burst of spiritual energy could affect all living things. Every time Yefeng's consciousness resisted, he could obtain the corresponding spiritual power impact, causing the amount of spiritual power he obtained to instantly increase. This repeated cycle directly allowed Yefeng to obtain a huge benefit. Just as Yefeng was about to carefully observe the space, suddenly, this shining planet slowly became blurry. Following that, Yefeng actually directly disappeared from the space and returned to his own body. This time, Yefeng used a full 13 seconds before he stopped cultivating. When he opened his eyes, he found that his body was filled with power. What was the space that appeared just now? Yefeng asked in his heart. Only the system could know what this was. The huge planet that appeared in the host's consciousness just now was the combination of the ultimate water elemental energy. The host used starfire meditation to enter a state of cultivation. Due to the high concentration of spiritual energy, the power of the ultimate water elemental energy was awakened. That was how the scene just now happened. Hearing the system's explanation, Yefeng suddenly came to a realization. In other words, I was refining the power of the ultimate water elemental energy just now. Yefeng felt a little incredulous. He did not expect that by accident, he actually opened the path of cultivating the power of the ultimate water elemental energy. Originally, he thought that this power was extremely powerful and was not something he could control, so he did not have any thoughts of refining it. But now it seemed that refining this power was not impossible for Yefeng, who was at the earlier stage. However, this power was also really powerful. The amount of spiritual energy in his body was actually as large as a planet. Feeling the enormous spiritual energy in his body, Yefeng immediately revealed a gratified smile. Another breakthrough. Yefeng's face had a smile on it. This kind of cultivation speed was simply beyond his expectations. Although the reason for this breakthrough was mainly due to his previous accumulation, there was no doubt that this kind of substantial improvement in cultivation was the most important. Looks like I really have to work hard and train hard in the future. At the same time, a system notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations to host for absorbing sufficient amounts of the ultimate water elemental energy and obtaining evolution. Ding! Congratulations, host, the Devour sequence has evolved. Ding! Your Devour sequence has awakened the ability Stomach Pouch. Ding! Congratulations, host, the Analysis sequence has evolved. Ding! Your Analysis sequence has awakened the ability Decomposition. Hearing the system notification ringing in his ears, Yefeng smiled. The upgrade this time was simply too simple. It was so simple that Yefeng almost suspected that the system had made a mistake. However, the feeling that immediately appeared in his body let Yefeng know that all of this had really happened. The names of the abilities that I obtained this time are all a little strange. Yefeng spat out all the turbid air in his body and instantly felt an incomparably comfortable feeling. It had been a long time since he had such a feeling. At the start of his cultivation and advancement, there would always be a comfortable feeling that spread throughout his entire body. Moreover, this feeling could still exist for a very long time. However, when Yefeng's level became higher and higher, even every time he advanced, he would rarely be able to feel this kind of feeling. Not only was it the increase in his level, but at the same time when his body's various qualities increased crazily, it also made it difficult for him to obtain the comfortable feeling that he had at the beginning. However, it was different now. After this time's cultivation ended and he obtained a promotion, that long-lost feeling once again flowed through Yefeng's body. It was a very magical feeling. It was as if all the impurities in his body had been cleansed. There was only pure spiritual energy flowing through his entire body, and there was no feeling of fatigue in his entire body. This kind of feeling was extremely enjoyable. This was unprecedented comfort. It was as if your entire body had been cleansed, and your entire state seemed to have become much more relaxed. Is this the so-called rebirth? Yefeng himself was somewhat amazed. Although he did not understand the meaning of this word, he could clearly feel the meaning within it. Ye Feng stretched his arms and immediately felt a burst of abundant spiritual energy coming out of his body, and all the cells in his body became active. He closed his eyes to feel the situation in his body. This advancement has allowed the various aspects of my body to receive a great increase. Ye Feng opened his eyes, his face full of gratification. As expected of the ultimate strength, it can actually allow me to achieve so much improvement in a short period of time. Although my current strength is formidable, I am still far from the peak. Ye Feng thought so. He also knew his current situation, so he did not pay too much attention to other more advanced methods of advancement. Chapter 205, New Ability, Exaggerated Devouring. Alright, let's go take a look at the new ability I obtained this time, Ye Feng said to himself. Ye Feng looked around. His room was still a little small. If he made any noise, it would be very easy to wake up his parents. Therefore, Ye Feng leaped and arrived outside. The place where Ye Feng lived was in the suburbs. Not far away was a stretch of mountains, and their place was a plain. There was no one living around it. Therefore, even if Ye Feng released his power here, he would not be discovered by others. As long as he was far away from his home, he would not disturb his family. Ye Feng came to a flat land and enjoyed the gentle breeze. He muttered in his heart, the stomach pouch under the devour sequence sounds very powerful. It should be related to devouring. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng concentrated his spiritual energy and activated this ability, sensing some changes in his body. Yes, the stomach pouch can accommodate larger objects that are being devoured. At the same time, it can devour for a longer period of time. Host can completely carry out a larger capacity devouring operation. At this time, the system came out to explain. Hearing this, Ye Feng smiled happily. There was nothing around that could be devoured. If there was, he could still experience it. However, the devouring ability that was constantly growing in his body made Ye Feng somewhat surprised. If he were to face the Water Elemental Dragon King again and possess the stomach pouch ability, then his devouring speed would definitely not be so slow. Even if it was the Water Elemental Dragon King, his devouring speed would still be like devouring an ordinary sub-dragon. Unfortunately, if I had obtained this ability earlier, I would be able to devour even more creatures in the water training hall. Ye Feng laughed bitterly. Then, he focused his attention on the ability to analysis sequence. This ability to analyze any living being was extremely miraculous and was extremely suitable for Ye Feng to use in his cultivation. The Water Elemental Secret Manual from before had really been restored by Ye Feng's analysis sequence. If he did not have the analysis sequence, Ye Feng would have really missed this opportunity. Later on, when he met Walter in the water training hall, it was precisely because of this opportunity that he was able to smoothly obtain the water-type inheritance. Therefore, Ye Feng had always been very interested in the analysis sequence. Although this sequence did not have the ability to attack or defend, it was extremely useful. System, explain what the use of the decomposition ability is, Ye Feng muttered in his heart. After all, with something as useful as the system that could directly obtain results, why would he need to spend a period of time trying to figure it out? The decomposition ability can be used. It can decompose the target, destroy the enemy, and obtain the enemy's genetic organization, blood, and other information. Hearing this, Ye Feng's eyes suddenly widened, revealing a fanatical expression. If that were the case, then it would be amazing. The awakening of the decomposition ability can cause any form of existence to decompose into the most basic particle state, such as metal, water, or even air, the system replied. Hiss. Hearing the system's words, Ye Feng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He did not think that there was such a terrifying ability. No wonder it could decompose any item. This ability was too terrifying. It was simply killing the enemy without form. This also meant that the decomposition ability could decompose items that could not be devoured. The awakening of these two abilities would be of great help to him. Especially the devour sequence. This decomposition ability could allow him to devour even more creatures and quickly recover his vitality. As long as he absorbed the spiritual energy within, the benefits he obtained would reach the limit in an instant. However, it was enough for Ye Feng. As long as he grasped the opportunity, Ye Feng would be able to replenish his damaged vitality in just a few seconds. Not to mention, the decomposition ability could completely disintegrate the target and turn it into his own strength. Moreover, it could devour any energy to strengthen his own strength. This is really great. This way, I can obtain even more spiritual energy. Ye Feng was extremely excited. His face revealed an excited expression. This ability was simply like a bug. If he used it well, he did not need to worry about being injured at all. Instead, he could fight to his heart's content. Ye Feng knew that this ability could only be obtained by chance. If it was not because of the system, he reckoned that he would not be able to obtain it in his lifetime. No matter what, let's give it a try first. Ye Feng lowered his head and pondered for a long time before making up his mind. These two abilities were not easy to cast because there were no targets for it nearby. However, Ye Feng quickly locked onto a shrub in the distance. Ye Feng's figure moved and soon arrived in front of the shrub. Since there are no creatures, let's give plants a try. Although the benefits are not much, I can know how high my ability has increased. Ye Feng took a deep breath and slowly raised his arm, releasing a bunch of small slimes. Dozens of light blue slimes instantly appeared and covered the bushes. Although there weren't many bushes here, there were also a lot of them, as big as a football field. The moment the small slimes appeared, Ye Feng activated his ability. First, it was the activation of the stomach pouch, which allowed these little slimes to have an even greater amount of devouring power. Ye Feng saw the opportunity and immediately released the decomposition ability. Shua! The shrubs on a football field disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ye Feng was dumbfounded. Previously, it would take at least half an hour to devour such a large area of things. But now, it was only an instant. As expected of the decomposition ability. It's really too powerful. This level is simply heaven-defying. Even a building can probably be destroyed in an instant, Ye Feng sighed inwardly and said excitedly. Although he could only devour a few hundred jin of things now, Ye Feng believed that as he devoured more and more, he would one day be able to break through this limit. Moreover, this ability also made Ye Feng somewhat expectant. He did not know how many people would die under his decomposition ability in the future. The process of continuously decomposing this kind of plant was very boring, especially since these small slimes were transparent. If one ignored the bodies of these small slimes, it would be as if they were transparent. And, most notably, there was no cost at all to this breakdown. That was to say, as long as Ye Feng liked, he could always devour plants. Not only did it not consume anything, but it could also bring him some spiritual power. But spiritual power was limited, so it was not worth it. If Ye Feng was not testing his ability, he would usually not go and devour these kinds of ordinary plants. However, if he could devour even more precious plants, Ye Feng believed that he would definitely gain something. After exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Ye Feng opened his eyes and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He discovered that his current strength had increased by quite a bit. Not only did his energy consumption decrease by a lot, even his body was stronger than before. Ye Feng continued to decompose, devouring all the trees around him. Finally, the surrounding was bare, and Ye Feng stopped decomposing. Chapter 206, Freshman Convention Matters, Preparation for the Promotion Exam. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. After roughly understanding his abilities, Ye Feng returned to his room with satisfaction. The next day, Ye Feng received a call from the academy. Hello, this is Professor Lei. May I ask if this is student Ye Feng? An old man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Ye Feng was somewhat puzzled. Although he was familiar with this name, he had forgotten it after a period of time. I am. Why? Ye Feng replied indifferently. His first thought was that the award ceremony for the freshman assessment might be held soon. It's like this. The academy will hold a convention for the freshmen tomorrow. Before that, there is something I need to talk to you about, Professor Lei said cheerfully. What is it? It's like this. According to the progress of the previous years, after the freshman assessment, there will be a student ranking assessment, which is what you call the promotion exam. At this point, he subconsciously looked at the girl in the corner opposite him and said, our Chinese medicine faculty is also going to have a program this year. If your seniors hadn't graduated or Qiaonian's previous batch of students had basically transferred to other departments in their second year. It wasn't appropriate for Shen Yugui to say this directly in front of the new students. So, he paused for a second and continued, if you want to come up with a program, it will definitely only be produced by your batch. Do you have any ideas? If you do, you can raise them. Everyone had discussed this topic before he arrived. They even told the people who came later about how the clinical department almost snatched their private room. After Shen Yugui brought it up, Song Tian was the first to speak. We just met someone from the clinical department. They seem to be performing a dance this year. As for us, we also want to perform a dance. Reading on Mibo XNOVL. Come please. She was cheerful and straightforward. She didn't hide anything. Her baby face was quite confident. She raised her hand and looked around at the people in the private room, then said, I learned folk dance for a few years. I can do a solo dance. But there's a problem. I don't have a soundtrack. It might not be very effective if I play the CD. Who knows how to play an instrument? It's best if we can coordinate. She had already asked the rest about their specialties when she first arrived. Basically, no one wanted to go up. She had learned folk dance for a few years and was very experienced in it. It was fine for her to go up and take the lead. She would also go up to represent the class when they were required to perform in her high school in the past. She wasn't afraid of such occasions. Teacher, sorry for the wait. Ye Feng nodded and walked in. Come, sit down and have a cup of tea first. Professor Lei beckoned Ye Feng to sit down and then personally poured Ye Feng a cup of hot tea. Ye Feng did not stand on ceremony and took a sip from the teacup. The office was arranged very neatly. Other than tables, chairs, and benches, there were also some potted plants. Beside the office table sat a grey-haired old man wearing glasses. He wore a white lab coat and his hair was combed meticulously. He was holding a document in his hand and reading it carefully. Professor Lei put down the document he was reading and looked at Ye Feng with a smile. Ye Feng did not waste any time and directly handed the information in his hand to Professor Lei. Teacher, I have already finished modifying the water elemental secret manual. Can you take a look? So fast. Professor Lei was stunned. He did not expect that Ye Feng could actually use such a short time to make the water elemental secret manual so detailed. Yes, I used 2 days to finish it, Ye Feng softly replied. Please take a look, teacher. You are indeed a genius. After reading the document, Professor Lei raised his head and looked at Ye Feng with a smile, praising him. Teacher, you flatter me. Haha, this isn't a flatter, it's a fact. Professor Lei laughed loudly. Although our academy has many talented students, I see that your aptitude is definitely high grade. Not bad. Not bad. Professor Lei flipped through Ye Feng's modified water elemental secret manual, the smile on his face becoming brighter and brighter. Not bad, this edition is much more complete than the one you gave us before. Where did you find all these documents? I've actually never seen them before. Under Professor Lei's inquiry, Ye Feng also smiled. I found these online before. They might not be all right, but it's probably in this direction. Not bad. Not bad at all. Professor Lei nodded in satisfaction. After putting down the teacup, Professor Lei said to Yefeng with a smile, "Student Yefeng, although there was an accident in the freshman assessment, it doesn't prevent you from finishing the assessment as the first place." "Well, it's about the same," Yefeng said modestly. Professor Lei continued to smile and said, "In this promotion exam, 10 spots will be selected from you freshmen. The rules of this competition are very simple. It's just a round robin. However, considering that your combat ability isn't outstanding, I suggest you pretend to be stronger when the time comes so that you can suppress the other party in terms of aura. After all, after the freshman assessment, your reputation is very big in our academy. Almost everyone knows your name. But you don't have to worry. Even if your ranking isn't high, you've participated in the promotion exam, and it still represents a supreme honor. Moreover, you have an advantage, so the competition should be relatively small. Perhaps you can get some results." Hearing this, Yefeng nodded slightly. "So that's how it is." Then Yefeng asked again, "Then how exactly does the academy organize this freshman convention?" Chapter 207, Spent a lot of money to buy a large number of cultivation items. "Well, you'll know tomorrow." Not long after, Professor Lei raised his head and looked at Yefeng. "Student Yefeng, I hope you get good results in this promotion exam. I won't hide this from you. After all, whether you can get first place or not will affect whether you can continue to come to the academy in the future." "Teacher, don't worry. I will definitely get first place." Yefeng looked full of confidence. "Hehe, you really have confidence. Since that's the case, you should go back and rest first. I will inform you at 8:30 p.m. Professor Lei smiled. "Okay." Then, Yefeng left Professor Lei's office. After leaving, Yefeng did not immediately return to his bedroom. Instead, he walked to the lawn on the field. During this period of time, Yefeng had already gotten used to the environment here. Yefeng sat on the lawn and quietly enjoyed the stars in the night sky, enjoying the rare peace. Yefeng's mood seemed to be slowly calming down. Although there was not much of a ripple, this kind of state could indeed calm people's mood down, and even make people somewhat intoxicated. At this moment, a ding-dong sound pulled Yefeng's thoughts back to reality. Yefeng opened the bracelet and took a look. "This is 80 million, Yefeng was a little stunned. He didn't expect Lei Jie to act so quickly and send this 80 million over. But when he thought of Lin Yi's help in the dark, Yefeng wasn't surprised by this speed. This also meant that Yefeng now had a huge amount of money to buy cultivation items. Reading on MiboXNOVL. Com please. Although the freshman conference would start tomorrow, it was uncertain when the promotion exam would start. There was still time for cultivation. Yefeng did not go to the academy's flea market. He immediately returned to his dormitory and opened the Zushan Mall to start shopping. After all, 80 million was not a small amount. Basically, if Yefeng saw something that was not too outrageous, he could almost enter blindly. F***ck, with so many resources, it looks like I can go on a shopping spree here. Yefeng saw the dazzling array of goods on Zushan Mall and was immediately dazzled. Very quickly, Yefeng bought 100 pills to increase the purity of his magic. All these magic pills added together were worth more than 5 million. Normally, Yefeng would never buy such pills, but now that he had money, he could buy as many as he wanted. Although Yefeng had money, it was limited. He did not plan to spend all 80 million. Yefeng bought a lot of cultivation items. Yefeng exchanged all the cultivation items he needed and spent a huge sum of 40 million. He finally had it all. The items that Yefeng exchanged in the system store had many cultivation items, many of which could be used. Among these items, there were some that could increase one's cultivation and some that could increase one's lifespan. Yefeng also bought a lot of medicine and cultivation techniques manuals. These things were essential to him, so he did not waste money. The remaining money that Ye Feng had not spent yet, all of it had been deposited into Ye Feng's account in Zushan Mall. Moreover, Ye Feng had also exchanged for quite a number of high-quality spirit fruits from Zushan Mall. These were all things that could greatly assist in increasing the efficiency of cultivation. There was one item that had been snared just now that made Ye Feng somewhat surprised. This was an extremely exquisite jade bottle. The jade bottle contained spirit liquid. Spirit liquid was the liquid form of spiritual energy. Its purity was not something spiritual energy could compare to. If one had to distinguish the purity according to the ratio of the two was about 1:10,000. But from the ratio, one could tell that spirit liquid was very rare and its purity was extremely high. It was especially suitable for leveling up or refining some high-level pills or medicines. System: how exactly is this spirit liquid produced? Ye Feng asked curiously. Host: based on the characteristics of this spirit liquid, we can infer that this spirit liquid was collected and not artificially produced. Moreover, the requirements for spiritual energy are extremely high. Looking at this quality, only high-purity spirit springs can collect this kind of spirit liquid. However, spirit springs are basically extinct in this world. Therefore, the value of this spirit liquid is extremely high. I see. Hearing the system's explanation, Ye Feng came to a realization. Since that's the case, then I'll buy a few bottles to try. Ye Feng did not think much and directly bought 10 bottles of spirit liquid, spending 10 million. No matter what, let's try it first. Ye Feng said. Spirit liquid could be directly ingested. Not only could it greatly improve one's physical fitness, but it could also bring a different increase to oneself. In any case, this spirit liquid was used to increase one's strength. So even if it failed, Ye Feng wouldn't care too much because Ye Feng's body had already far surpassed that of an ordinary person. And basically, it was impossible for Ye Feng to fail. Let's see if there's anything else that needs to be purchased among these cultivation items. Ye Feng looked at the pile of cultivation items and suddenly felt a little excited. Such a huge pile of things. He was really looking forward to getting even greater improvements. Very soon, Ye Feng took a fancy to a blue crystal. The surface of this crystal emitted a faint blue light. It was very beautiful, just like a diamond. When Ye Feng saw this crystal, he had a familiar feeling. He seemed to have seen it before. System: what are the attributes of this crystal? Ye Feng asked. The system has detected that this crystal is a water elemental crystal. It has a very obvious effect on the improvement of the water element. It has the effect of consolidating the source and speeding up the progress. The water element was a form of water. Moreover, due to special reasons, it could produce a large amount of water elements. Therefore, this crystal could greatly improve the purity of the water element and could provide the replenishment of the water element. At the same time, it could also be used for healing. This crystal is not bad. Ye Feng smiled. He did not expect to encounter a piece of water elemental crystal when buying cultivation items this time. This was a rare treasure. Ye Feng decided to keep this water elemental crystal first. Ye Feng spent 10 million to buy it with one click. At this moment, Ye Feng suddenly felt that there was an additional piece of information in his mind. This crystal could actually resonate with him. Ye Feng was slightly shocked in his heart. He could resonate just by getting close to it. If he refined it, how much of an improvement would he gain? I want to see how much of an improvement can I get from so many cultivation items. Ye Feng smiled. His mood immediately became great. He was simply overjoyed now. He looked at his inventory and the things he had just bought. In a short period of time, Ye Feng basically had no shortage of cultivation consumables. Suppressing the water elemental Dragon King's soul curse was a piece of cake. I didn't expect that I had already spent so much. Ye Feng looked at the balance in his account and suddenly felt a little cold. The balance that was originally over 80 million was now only 10 million. Although there were only 10 million left in the end, to others, 10 million was also a huge sum of money. Ye Feng saved it for later to buy some cultivation consumables. Looks like I have to break through as soon as possible. Ye Feng bought a bunch of things, but he did not have time to cultivate. He still had a freshman conference to attend tomorrow. So today, Ye Feng had to rest well no matter what. Otherwise, when the time came for the promotion exam, he would enter a new round of a battle of attrition. Chapter 208, held the freshman conference, promotion exam. Ye Feng picked up his phone to check. As expected, he found his own freshman assessment post on the forum. But after Ye Feng looked carefully, he found that the topic of everyone's discussion had already shifted to the promotion exam that was about to start this year, especially in terms of the participation specifications and rewards. This year's promotion exam had yet to begin, but he had already heard that there were already quite a number of people who wanted to participate. Moreover, there were also quite a number of people who had met and fulfilled the requirements to participate in the promotion exam. Therefore, this also meant that although there were many spots this year, with a total of 10, it would also be an extremely intense competition. After all, the promotion exam could be considered an annual competition within Cloud Mist Academy. This examination not only faced the freshmen, but also faced the older students. Within Cloud Mist Academy, this promotion exam was a rare test. This was because entering the final stage, one would obtain a spot to advance to the academy. Although Ye Feng did not know what this was, he knew that it was extremely valuable. It was something that countless Cloud Mist Academy students yearned for. Ye Feng's current level was B+. Facing this so-called promotion exam, Ye Feng did not panic in the slightest. His level was already the most dazzling existence among this batch of freshmen. And the publicly acknowledged strongest freshman was only a B-grade existence. Ye Feng had already won first place by too much. However, due to his crazy advancement, his origin was still somewhat unstable. In addition, there was also the water elemental Dragon King's soul curse. The current Ye Feng also urgently needed to raise his level. This night, Ye Feng slept very comfortably and woke up early the next morning. After washing up and eating, Ye Feng went straight to the venue of the freshman conference. This address had already been sent to his phone by the academy yesterday. Therefore, Ye Feng followed this address and quickly found this place. Looking at this open-air auditorium that was like a football field, Ye Feng was somewhat amazed. He did not expect that any random place in Cloud Mist Academy would have such a high level of configuration. Even if it was a football field, it was still a rare auditorium. Ye Feng walked into the football field and was attracted by the lively scene in front of him. The entire football field could accommodate more than 30,000 people. This was only a conceptual value. In reality, it could accommodate a total of 30,000 people. In the football field, there were a few huge computers and countless screens. In the middle of the football field, there was a huge arena. It was more like a mysterious enchantment that divided the space. In the vicinity of the arena, there were countless cameras in all directions. This meant that there was going to be a live broadcast of a big match. The audience seats in the distance were filled with people. Most of them were students. The freshman conference and the opening ceremony of the promotion exam were held at the same time. The scene was also extremely shocking. This was a completely closed arena. Unless someone opened the door from the outside, it was impossible to enter. Unless this arena was open and allowed people to enter to watch the game. At this time, the football field was already filled with people. This was a group of young people, both men and women. I searched online last night. The venue of the freshman convention is also the venue for the promotion exam. Will the promotion exam also be held in the next few days? Ye Feng thought to himself and walked in. As his field of vision widened, Ye Feng finally made up his mind. For ordinary people, this was definitely an opportunity for a carp to leap over the dragon gate. In fact, Ye Feng did not notice that the moment he entered the auditorium, everyone's eyes in the auditorium were all focused on him. Moreover, Ye Feng felt that there were pairs of eyes looking at him, and they were even scanning over his body. Among these people's gazes, there were those that were curious, suspicious, jealous, envious, and even a trace of killing intent. Ye Feng was not afraid of these people's gazes. On the contrary, he felt that these people's gazes were very piercing. He felt as if he was being stared at by a group of poisonous snakes. However, all of this did not matter to him. It was true that he was popular, but of course, Ye Feng also had the ability to deal with all of this. If he were to play the fool, then the outcome would not be so good. Ye Feng found a seat in the hall far away from the edge of the ring and sat down. Firstly, he did not want to attract too much attention. Secondly, he wanted to be a bit further away. There were fewer people, so it was easier for him to observe the strength of his opponent. Very soon, the freshman conference was held. As this conference also announced some matters regarding the promotion exam, there were not only freshmen present, but also many older students. Did you know? This year, our academy's main campus actually wants to recruit 10 students. Moreover, the shortlisted students will each be rewarded with 1 million purchase funds. These are 10 exam-free spots. Everyone wants to register. I remember that in the past promotion exams, there were only 2 or 3 spots that were shortlisted. This year, there are actually 10 spots all at once. I reckon that this year's promotion exam will definitely be very lively. You don't know, there's a senior in the 2nd grade whose name is Li Feng. According to rumors, he's also going to participate in the promotion exam. Li Feng? That Li Feng who goes by the nickname Humanoid Combat Machine. Is that the senior who made a name for himself previously? That's right, it's him. Ye Feng listened to their conversation on the side, but when it came to Li Feng, their voices were suppressed so much that Ye Feng couldn't hear the content of the conversation clearly. However, this 2nd grade senior indeed made Ye Feng somewhat curious. Judging from their tone, this Li Feng was probably a troublesome fellow as well. He had to understand it in advance. Subsequently, Ye Feng heard the content of the conversation on the other side. The current Ye Feng could hear it very clearly even if he did not activate his spiritual energy. Didn't they say that freshmen can only participate in the assessment after the assessment period expires? You don't understand this, right? The rules of the freshman assessment are that once the recruitment of freshmen is over, the promotion exam will begin. Moreover, there is no restriction on the grade of the students, only their strength. As long as they reached C grade, they can participate in the promotion exam. Moreover, there are also many outstanding genius students who were exempted from the restrictions and directly registered. Ye Feng sounds very reasonable. The promotion exam rewards were so rich. There would be a lot of people fighting over it. Chapter 209, Symbiote Continent, Cloud Mist Academy's main campus. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Moreover, the promotion exam wasn't just for freshmen. This meant that many people would come and register. Ye Feng looked at the bustling crowd and basically completed his registration. Only then did the conference officially begin. Now, please ask our host to explain the specific rules of the promotion exam. When it came to the segment that Ye Feng wanted to know the most, his ears immediately perked up. If there are many people in the promotion exam, then I have to pay more attention to my own strength, Ye Feng thought. At the same time, his gaze was also very firm. I heard that this test will be very grand, even more important than the freshman assessment. The opportunities obtained will also be unprecedented. After all, with so many experts, it would be easier to expose his own strength. Ye Feng had to think of a foolproof way to deal with such a situation. Ye Feng listened carefully. After listening to the content of the speech, Ye Feng finally understood what kind of promotion exam this was. This assessment was actually a comprehensive score. The ranking was determined by the victory or defeat of this competition. The promotion exam this time will be conducted in the form of a round-robin tournament. The results of each match will be determined by drawing lots. As long as both sides have reached an agreement, they can choose to announce or not announce the results. The location of the assessment will be within this football field. The middle area will become an arena. On the day of the assessment, a powerful defense will be set up around the arena. Therefore, no matter how much strength is released, it will not affect the surroundings. On the contrary, students with stronger strength will also have an advantage. This round's assessment mainly tested one's actual combat ability and skills. The promotion exam was actually no different from leveling up. It only increased one's actual combat ability, and there were also rewards. These would be announced after the assessment. This time's assessment was held on a huge arena. Overall, it looked even more grand and huge than all the arenas Ye Feng had seen before. The final 10 winners will be given the opportunity to enter the Symbiote continent's main campus to study. At the same time, they will be given a big gift pack and a reward of 1 million yuan. Hearing this, Ye Feng was a little confused. The amount of information is a little big, but it's not too different from what those people said just now. So the district that I'm currently in is just a branch school district. Ye Feng was a little shocked. At the same time, he did not understand what the geographical location of the Symbiote continent was. Ye Feng thought of what those seniors had said before. The Symbiote continent was very vast, but it had many different spaces and many powerful places. He didn't know if it was really so. But now Ye Feng didn't have time to think about this. He could only try his best to improve his strength and try to stand firm in the highly competitive Symbiote continent. However, what he needed to do now was to win the promotion exam and win the promotion to the main campus. Ye Feng thought about it in his mind for a long time, but he still could not figure out where the Symbiote continent was. However, he knew that this was definitely a mysterious world, and it was a very powerful world. The Symbiote continent was a very mysterious and powerful new world. The appearance of this new continent was also due to a legend from a long, long time ago. At that time, the Symbiote organization had discovered the entrance to the Symbiote continent in Qinbei Mountain in China. This was the 7th continent on Earth, and it was also an extremely mysterious continent. Since ancient times, there had been countless living creatures that had recovered their spiritual essence. Not only the living creatures, but also the plants, were all extremely huge. Not only was the spiritual energy extremely dense, but more importantly, the elemental energy here had greatly increased. As a result, with the deduction of time, countless humans had entered and explored this place. Until now, the Symbiote continent had already arrived at the modern era. Although Ye Feng had heard of it before, he had never had the chance to understand it. Therefore, when he heard that the main campus of Cloud Mist Academy was established on the Symbiote continent, he was still dumbfounded. If I can enter the main campus with the most abundant resources to study, wouldn't that be a supreme honor in itself? Ye Feng was a little excited in his heart. Moreover, he had never been involved in this continent before. Moreover, Ye Feng had also heard that the main campus of Cloud Mist Academy was several times better than the branch campus that they were currently in. Because the flow of elements on the Symbiote continent was completely different from the current world, all the living genes on the Symbiote continent were also much stronger. Other than the freshmen, the students participating in the promotion exam today are all experts with extremely powerful auras. Even the lowest ranked ones already possess the strength of C grade, and most of them have reached C and grade and above. Such a lineup can be considered as a top-notch fighting machine in any academy. Ye Feng thought to himself. There are no special judges in the arena. Before the start of the competition, a life and death agreement has to be signed. Any accidents or even deaths during the examination have nothing to do with the academy. Furthermore, everyone will be given a piece of paper with their name, personal information, and battle prowess written on it. In this examination, everyone will have to defeat their opponent and obtain first place, second place, third place, fourth place, and fifth place until the top 10 names appear. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked over with a solemn expression and a dignified appearance. He looked at everyone and said, "Everyone now knows the rules of the promotion exam. I now announce that this promotion exam has officially begun. The first match will begin in 10 minutes. The heck? It was starting now. 10 minutes? That's quite a lot of time." Ye Feng smiled before walking toward the direction of the arena. Although he thought that it would only be held a few days later, he did not expect that the academy would use today's conference to directly announce the start of the promotion exam. This promotion exam will last for a total of 30 days, which is also a month. I hope that everyone can take it seriously. After saying this, the host of the rostrum took out a black box. On the box were written a few words of different colors, "Lottery box." It's exactly as I thought. We'll take turns fighting and then decide the order of appearance by drawing lots. Ye Feng muttered in his heart. Even so, it wouldn't be difficult for him. Of course, if he could appear later, he would be able to grasp more information on the field. Many of the freshmen present were eager to try. They all wanted to participate in this promotion exam very much. All right, everyone get ready. The competition will begin immediately, the host said. Hearing the host's words, Ye Feng's eyes narrowed. Because when Ye Feng was observing, he discovered that these 100+ participants all had different auras. Chapter 210, Formidable Opponent, Sword Spirit Zhang Menu. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. They were strong and weak, but no matter how weak they were not something that ordinary students could compare to. Moreover, they were all extremely calm. Although there were many familiar faces of the freshmen, there were even more faces that Ye Feng had never seen before. Looks like these are the seniors of the upper grades, right? Whether it is in terms of honor or in terms of rewards, the promotion exam is an exam that is extremely worth participating in. Therefore, the students who are qualified to participate will not easily let go of this opportunity. Of course, the high rewards also represent a high risk. If they kill their opponents, that will not be good. Ye Feng said in his heart. These opinions were some of the content he saw on the forum last night. In the past, there would be people summarizing all kinds of information about the winners. In comparison, Ye Feng felt that the winners of each year were extremely powerful existences. Therefore, this time, Ye Feng also had to raise his full spirit to face this examination. In these 10 minutes, Ye Feng had already observed many opponents. The strength of these opponents was not bad, and some of them were even stronger than him. However, in Ye Feng's opinion, these people were only ordinary C and grade strength. However, Ye Feng could also confirm one thing. These people were not strong, but they had all sorts of weapons. Once they fought, he would definitely suffer a loss. Therefore, Ye Feng did not dare to rashly attack. He did not want to be injured. Those who are willing and meet the conditions to participate in the promotion exam, please stay on the spot. Those who do not participate, please leave quickly. Following the words of the host, there were only about 100 people left in the venue, which originally had thousands of people. Among them, the vast majority of the freshmen stayed. After all, they had just passed the freshman assessment. Now was the perfect opportunity to follow up on their victory and participate in the promotion exam. Moreover, the promotion exam was only held once a year. Moreover, there were only a few spots that could be shortlisted once. With 10 spots this year, there were more opportunities. At the same time, it also meant that the competition had become more intense. Other than the freshmen, there were also many older students who participated. There were 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grades. Among them, the 2nd grade had the most people. Ye Feng did not care about these. He especially noticed a few opponents that he would need to compete against. The first one that attracted Ye Feng's attention was a very charming girl. Not only did she have a very pretty little face, but she also wore a white gauze dress and had a pair of charming long legs. However, Ye Feng could sense that the opponent's powerful attack power was that of a sword spirit. The second opponent was a young man. He was very thin and was about 1.7 meters tall. He was very handsome and wore a black suit. He had a tall and sturdy figure, long legs, and a tall and straight body. His temperament was sunny. Such a person was undoubtedly the type of man that women dreamed of as their lover. I didn't expect his symbiotic body to be a Xian turtle. Ye Feng muttered in his heart. He was indeed somewhat surprised. After all, his body just happened to have the defensive ability of a Xian turtle, and he could even summon a turtle shell to protect his body. Now that he had indeed met an opponent who specialized in playing with turtles, it was still uncertain who would win in a round of defense. But at the very least, Ye Feng's chances of winning would be lower than this man's. As for the third opponent, it was a woman. She had a sweet appearance, a slim figure, and snow-white skin. She wore a blue dress, and her figure was very XY. Every move of hers revealed a sense of temptation. It was love at first sight. I can feel that there is a very turbulent power of speed in her body. Explosive power and speed will definitely be the main battle strength. Under the situation where Ye Feng released his perception, basically, some basic information about the contestants could not escape his eyes. This girl is different from others. Her symbiotic body is actually lightning. When Ye Feng sensed the other party's symbiotic body, he was still quite surprised. Lightning was also an elemental power, and generally speaking, elemental power was extremely rare. Its rarity was no less than a divine-level symbiotic body. This girl's strength cannot be underestimated. After Ye Feng confirmed it, he made plans for the next step. If he faced her, he would definitely first focus on defense and find out her true level before he chose to attack. Otherwise, if he let her succeed once, the violent power generated would be enough to make Ye Feng suffer. Next, Ye Feng turned his gaze to another man. This man looked a little strange, but his figure seemed to be gentle and weak. He had the appearance of a modest gentleman, and he had a very delicate face. As Ye Feng's perception went deeper, he discovered that he was a special symbiotic entity. It was a mass of black fog, and his strength should be above B grade. However, looking at his strength, he had only just broken through to B grade. Not bad. In this exam, the strength of these opponents wasn't too trashy. It was much stronger than the freshman assessment. Ye Feng thought to himself. In the end, Ye Feng's gaze fell on a man. Ye Feng could be considered to be very familiar with this man. It was Lei Jie, who had framed him a while ago. I didn't expect that he would also participate in this exam. Ye Feng's gaze was very calm, looking at the other party without the slightest ripple in his heart. Lei Jie's body was very thin, looking extremely frail. He was like a woman, with a head of messy hair. He had a carefree appearance and his eyes kept rolling around. From time to time, a wretched smile would appear on the corner of his mouth. Even the aura he exuded was like that of a playboy. Even if he was standing here, he could still attract the gazes of many beautiful women. However, these were only the surface. Ye Feng could see through him directly. Under his frail appearance, Lei Jie's body actually contained an extremely powerful aura. His entire body is filled with a powerful beast's aura. Ye Feng instantly frowned. Logically speaking, it was impossible for an ordinary person to possess such powerful strength in such a short amount of time. Moreover, Ye Feng was clearly aware of Lei Jie's level. Moreover, from the killing aura that faintly spread out from his surroundings, it could be seen that he was a bloodthirsty and violent fellow. As expected of a prestigious family, they always have ways to play tricks. This kind of person is the most dangerous. I must be careful. Ye Feng thought to himself. As for the others, it was not a problem for him. Ye Feng directly sat on his seat and closed his eyes to rest, appearing very relaxed and at ease. "Excuse me, are you Ye Feng?" A gentle voice came from nearby. Ye Feng raised his head and looked over. This was the white gauze dresses sword spirit sister from earlier. Oh right, I'm Ye Feng. You are? Ye Feng smiled and stood up to answer. He did not expect the other party to take the initiative to greet him. To be honest, in the scene, other than Lei Jie, he did not see anyone he knew. Chapter 211, A Powerful Girl. The atmosphere was tense. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. However, Ye Feng couldn't be bothered with a good-for-nothing like Lei Jie. Ye Feng didn't know what was going on with the strange power in his body, but there must be something fishy about it. Hello, my name is Zhang Menyu. I'm good at using swords. I've heard a lot about God Ye Feng, Zhang Menyu said with a smile. Her tone very polite. Oh, it's Miss Zhang. Nice to meet you. I'm not very good. I'm just lucky. Ye Feng said politely. Hehe, that's not true. I heard about God Feng's deeds on the forum, so I specially came here to participate in the exam. The purpose is to spar with you. Zhang Menyu said with a smile. She looked at Ye Feng with a strange light flickering in her eyes. Ye Feng said with a smile, What are you talking about, Miss Zhang? You are my senior. To participate in the promotion exam, we naturally have to spar with each other. When the time comes, remember to let your junior know. Zhang Menyu immediately covered her mouth and smiled. I dare not accept it. Then I'll look forward to the exam later. I hope that great God Ye won't kill me. Miss Zhang, what are you saying? I'll see you on the field. Ye Feng smiled slightly. Seeing her like this, he immediately felt a cold sword aura. The sudden appearance of the cold air made Ye Feng shudder. It was hard to imagine that such a cute girl could actually release such a powerful aura. This was indeed beyond Ye Feng's imagination. Zhang Menyu smiled and nodded. As if she knew something, she covered her mouth and smiled, then took her leave. Her strength should be between B to B grade. She's another troublesome opponent. Ye Feng felt a headache coming on. He also knew that the other party had released an aura just now and wanted to test him. After all, it was usually like this when symbiotes tried to test each other. However, it could be seen that Zhang Menyu was still too inexperienced for an old fox like Ye Feng. This level of probing was equivalent to a thief openly stealing from the head of the household. Instead, Ye Feng knew the strength of the other party. Ye Feng smiled and felt that the other party was somewhat cute. However, when he thought of that cold aura, he immediately dispelled this thought. After all, the draw competition was about to begin. The period of rest and preparation before the competition was an especially important period of time for some experienced people. It could even directly affect the performance of the next match. The few people who were probed by Ye Feng just now saw someone walking over to greet Ye Feng, and they also walked over one after another. Hey, you're Ye Feng, right? I heard that you killed a flood dragon by yourself during the freshman assessment. It's really amazing, one of the men said, his tone filled with admiration, and his gaze toward Ye Feng was filled with a fiery light. This man was called Luonyo, and his symbiotic body was the Xian turtle. Ye Feng only knew that the other party was so strong and sturdy after taking a closer look. He was indeed worthy of being a Xian turtle symbiotic. His physical defense had already been maxed out. The other few people also began to compliment Ye Feng. They were the lightning symbiotic body, Su Liasi, who was wearing a blue one-piece dress, and the weak scholar, Su Yuan, who possessed a special symbiotic body. These were all contestants who had been recognized as relatively strong by Ye Feng. Now that all of them had come over to greet him, it was likely that his reputation had gradually exploded within Cloud Mist Academy. Not only did they know Ye Feng's name among the freshmen, even the seniors knew of Ye Feng's deeds. He was indeed an extremely strong existence. In Cloud Mist Academy, the stronger the person, the easier it was for him to be respected. KK, everyone is flattering me. Ye Feng smiled slightly and did not take the words of these few people to heart. After all, he himself also knew that he was able to obtain the final victory because of all sorts of opportunities. Ye Feng knew a few of the people present in the arena. They were all people who had interacted with each other on the battle arena and had a certain degree of friendship. Let's not talk too much nonsense. We also need to make some preparations before entering the competition. I'll take my leave first. See you on the fighting ring later. Luonyo glanced at Ye Feng, cupped his fists, and left. Although they were competitors, they also had some sympathy. After all, they all came from the same place and were a group of people with similar cultivation talent. Therefore, when they conversed together, they had many common topics and could also improve their own strength. Among the people present, a few of them were ordinary people. They were all talents nurtured by the big families and big forces. At such an occasion, when they saw Ye Feng, they would definitely feel fear in their hearts and could not help but say a few words of praise. In this world, strength represented everything. The stronger one was, the smoother the cultivation path in the future would be. The enemies they met would also become stronger and stronger, even surpassing their own limits. Basically, the people gathered here are all extremely powerful experts, be it the freshmen or the older students, they are all existences with extraordinary strength. Ye Feng sighed in his heart. During the freshman assessment, in the water training hall, he indeed had the strength to easily defeat everyone. But it was different now. Ye Feng had to be careful. Haha, what a coincidence. God Ye is actually here to consider. Looks like this exam, we will definitely have a fierce battle. Yet, is there a place for us in this exam? These people all had evil smiles on their faces. It looked like their goal was very obvious. They were here for Ye Feng. Haha, I'm also looking forward to who will be the victor. Ye Feng also looked at the other party with a smile. He did not shrink back in the slightest. Instead, there was a kind of excitement that was eager to give it a try. KK, if we win against you this time around, you better not go back on your word. One of the people laughed mischievously with a wretched expression on his face. The remaining people, without exception, greeted Ye Feng very politely and respectfully. After all, Ye Feng was currently a star-like existence. Many people had heard of his deeds. Those who were able to enter Cloud Mist Academy to study were far superior to ordinary people in all aspects. They also possessed a humble heart at all times. Everyone knew that although Ye Feng was not focused on the path of a warrior, his combat strength was not the most advantageous aspect for him. But even so, Ye Feng's combat strength had still reached an extremely terrifying realm. They had also paid quite a bit of attention to the trending searches and forum posts. They all knew of Ye Feng's terrifying strength, so they were all respectful, even though they were all experts from the various large classes. Yo, isn't this our class's new genius, student Ye Feng? What an honor! I didn't think that student Ye Feng would actually have the time to participate in this promotion exam. It really makes me admire you. Chapter 212, Wheel of Fortune. The competition officially began. Yes, student Ye Feng, you are the pride of our class. We all admire you very much. I hope you can progress with great success. Our class has many of your fans. I hope we can witness your glorious journey. Ye Feng, you must do your best to win first place. Don't let us down. In the distance, Lei Jie spoke in a weird tone. The disdainful expression on his face couldn't wait to jump out and show off to Ye Feng. Ye Feng saw Lei Jie leading the group and ridiculing him in a weird tone. He immediately felt a little nauseous. As expected, this level could be seen at once. The few people who greeted him politely just now were all existences that were even more awesome than him. But they knew how to be polite and respectful, and the difference between their qualities was immediately revealed. Ye Feng shook his head and wanted to leave, but Lei Jie stopped Ye Feng and continued to mock, don't go. We haven't finished chatting yet. Ye Feng frowned and said somewhat helplessly, Student Lei Jie, is there anything else? Don't be in a hurry to leave. Aren't we preparing to start the draw competition? You're the person of the moment in our class, so of course you can't just leave. Isn't this, everyone is waiting? Lei Jie said with a smile, his face full of pride. Ye Feng had long seen through Lei Jie's character and knew that this guy wanted to find trouble. No matter what Ye Feng said, it wouldn't do. Therefore, Ye Feng no longer paid attention to him. After all, because of that incident previously, Lei Jie would definitely hold a grudge. Now, all of his actions could be seen that they were all aimed at him. Previously in the police station, before Lei Jie fled in a sorry state, he had even left behind a ruthless statement, telling Ye Feng to wait and see for the promotion exam. Now was the promotion exam. He would definitely have all sorts of underhanded methods to deal with him. However, Ye Feng didn't think much of it. No matter how powerful Lei Jie's internal strength was, Ye Feng would always have a way to subdue him. After all, his body could contain the ultimate water elemental power. This was one of the four major elements, the water element's origin inheritance. Not to mention these people, as long as Ye Feng wanted to, he defeat the entire competition at any time. Visit miboxnovel.com to read PLS. However, Ye Feng would not do that either. Keeping a low profile was the fundamental principle of his development. Let's start drawing lots now. On an arena next to the rostrum, a group of people had already stood up. There were more than 40 students randomly counting. The promotion stage would start with a round-robin battle. Each person had to draw lots to match their opponent. Now it was the first round, with a total of 109 students participating. Soon, the number of participants started to be announced. The big screens around the arena started to flash with rows and rows of battle numbers. First round, number 1, second grade, Luonyo. First round, number 2, third grade, Zhang Menyu. First round, number 3, second grade, Chen Daxia. First round, number 4. First round, number 5. First round, number 6. A series of registration numbers soon reached the numbers at the back. These students were all selected from more than 400 people. The weakest among them was at least C and grade. Some of them were even at A grade. Their strength was several times stronger than ordinary students. These students were all elite students from all the major classes in the entire grade. They were all qualified to participate in the promotion exam. They only came to participate in the promotion exam with the belief that they would definitely win. The number that Ye Feng drew in the first round just happened to be empty. In other words, Ye Feng could directly advance to the second round of the competition. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could not be defeated by others, or he would be eliminated. This Ye guy's luck is really too heaven-defying. He actually got an empty round from the start and advanced directly. This luck is too good. After Lei Jie saw that Ye Feng got an empty round on the big screen, he immediately gnashed his teeth. The depths of his eyes were filled with dense fury, as if he wanted to eat Ye Feng alive. Liang Gang, who was beside Lei Jie, saw that Ye Feng got an empty round in the first round, and his heart immediately felt an indescribable depression. He originally thought that he would be able to eliminate Ye Feng in the first round, but he did not expect that Ye Feng would be directly promoted to the second round. This made their plans in the first round, as well as their plan to end the battle quickly, all come to naught. If it was a battle of attrition, even if Lei Jie and the others had powerful combat strength, they probably would not be able to hold on for that long. After all, their plan was to draw lots and make some adjustments so that they could match up to Ye Feng in the end. They would take down Ye Feng. This way, they would be able to eliminate him. After that, whatever rewards and quotas wouldn't be related to him anymore. If they could eliminate Ye Feng, this could also be considered as letting Lei Jie avenge his previous humiliation. After all, the quota for him to be promoted to the main campus was extremely limited. The rarity wasn't any less than the opportunity to obtain the wind elemental inheritance. Obtaining the opportunity to obtain the inheritance didn't mean that one would definitely be able to obtain the wind elemental inheritance. It was just that there was an opportunity. However, obtaining the spot to be promoted to Cloud Mist Academy meant that his batch of people would definitely become the cream of the crop in Cloud Mist Academy. After graduating, they would definitely become existences at the level of a mighty figure. Humph. It doesn't matter if he isn't in the first round. I don't believe that he will still be able to take an empty turn in the second round. At that time, he will definitely fall at our feet. Liang Gang laughed coldly, showing extreme disdain toward Ye Feng. Lei Jie nodded and agreed, yes, not bad. This guy's luck is indeed very good. However, he should also be glad that he didn't meet us in this round. Otherwise, he would have died. Big brother, you can rest assured. We haven't been able to find a chance to mess with him in the water training hall. Now that it's a round-robin battle, he will definitely have to fight. As long as we enter the top 10, he will definitely be able to match us. The corner of Liang Gang's mouth was itchy. He wanted nothing more than to immediately tear Ye Feng apart. Lei Jie said with a cold smile, humph, this time I will definitely give him a good beating. However, I really want to see just how powerful he is. Not far away, Ye Feng had a calm expression and did not pay any attention to the conversation between Lei Jie and Liang Gang. Ye Feng's mood was very relaxed because he knew that he would not be eliminated. He believed that in the future, he would have countless opportunities to torture this group of trash. Ye Feng also believed that among them, there would definitely be someone who would meet him. However, this did not matter, because Ye Feng was not afraid of anyone. Just like the white-clothed youth he faced last time, no matter how strong he was, Ye Feng still had a trump card to fight with. The host looked at all the students and then announced loudly, now, the competition officially begins. First round of the competition, Group A versus Group B, both sides, please get ready. Ye Feng looked at the center of the ring. There were 4 small round arenas filled with students. All of them were staring at him as if they were waiting for a good show. Because there were many people at the beginning, the first round of the competition began in groups. Each side had 2 teammates. Chapter 213, the first round, the Sword of Infinity appeared. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. As long as he could defeat all of his opponents, he would be considered to have won. Moreover, since they had signed a life and death contract before the start of the match, it meant that regardless of the severity of their attacks, as long as they could defeat their opponents, they would be considered to have won. Ye Feng then turned his gaze to the big screen. In Group A, there were number 1 and 2, while in Group B, there were number 3 and 4. Number 1, Luonyo, was a second-year student, and his symbiotic body was a black tortoise. His overall strength was very strong, and his defense was full. Number 2, Zhang Menyu, was a sword spirit symbiotic body, and a swordsman with full combat attributes. After knowing that it was the 2 students who had greeted him just now, Ye Feng also put his attention on them. After all, their overall strength was pretty good. They were the few players that Ye Feng thought were okay. Compared to Luonyo, Ye Feng paid more attention to Zhang Menyu's existence. I have to say, Luonyo and Zhang Menyu's overall strength are very strong. One is good at explosive attacks, while the other is good at extreme defense. The combination of the 2 is simply an impeccable combination. Ye Feng's insight was very sharp. Needless to say, this combination was bound to become the most sensational combination in the first round of the competition. And the opponents in Group B, contestant number 3 and contestant number 4, were also very strong opponents. As time passed, after a gunshot, the host shouted, both sides take their positions. There is no time limit. Until 2 members of one side fall, the competition will be over. The rules are very simple. The match will begin now. The moment his voice fell, the entire arena rumbled and countless lights gathered. Due to the special nature of the promotion exam, only offline spectators were allowed to watch the match. There was no live webcast. Furthermore, there were limitations to watching the match offline. After all, the so-called arena was actually protected by a formation on the outside. Firstly, it protected the internal fights from being discovered. Secondly, it had a blocking effect, preventing the power from pouring out. After all, this was a grand event. Only by watching the match could everyone satisfy their curiosity. Although they didn't watch much, sometimes people liked to join in on the fun. Moreover, the big screen would update everyone's points and the outcome of the match in real time. Of course, due to the rules of the competition, the results of each match had to be discussed and announced by both sides. In other words, the audience could only know the process of each match, and the results could only be announced after the contestants' consent. After all, it was a promotion exam, and the results directly affected many people. The school also considered this to protect the contestants' privacy. This also added a lot of mystery to the promotion exam. On the stage, Luonyo and Zhang Menyu had very calm expressions as they looked at Xena's two opponents. Opposite them was Group B, number 3 and number 4. They were a man in a long black robe and a youth with a gloomy face and a tender face. They stood in the middle of the stage, their eyes cold and filled with killing and anger. The 4 players on the stage were all high-level experts. Among them, they were basically evenly matched. "My name is Luonyo." Luonyo was the first to speak. His calm expression instantly suppressed the entire audience. "My name is Zhang Menyu. Please give me some pointers." Zhang Menyu also spoke. As a yellow-colored flowing glass sword appeared, the entire audience instantly erupted into deafening shouts. This scene caused countless spectators to watch with interest. And Ye Feng also saw very clearly that Zhang Menyu's sword was the legendary divine sword, the Sword of Infinity. This sword was extremely legendary. It was said that when the sword attacked, the opponent could not even see the shape of the sword and their head would have already fallen to the ground. Moreover, this sword also contained an extremely powerful sword aura. When the sword aura was swung out, it was as light as pulling mountains and rivers, and as heavy as splitting the heavens and earth. Moreover, in front of the godly Sword of Infinity, any defensive techniques were useless. All resistance was illusory. Hehe, this competition is getting more and more interesting. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. Ye Feng smiled and shook his head. Luonyo's strength had already reached the early stage of B grade. Although Zhang Menyu was at the peak of B grade, she did not use all of her strength. This was because her swordsmanship was a sword technique. However, her swordsmanship was a skill, and her skills were also divided into levels. Although Luonyo was only at the initial stage of B grade, his strength was already at the middle stage of B grade. The difference between the two was very obvious. However, the key to this battle was not the difference in strength, but the tacit understanding between the two. Although Zhang Menyu's defensive block was powerful, in front of Luonyo's Shen Turtle's absolute defense, it was very weak. After all, Zhang Menyu was not good at defense. Ye Feng was not very interested in swordsmanship, but he was also surprised by Zhang Menyu's sword. A divine sword of this level was no longer a simple competition. This was related to one's reputation, identity, and even status for a long period of time in the future. It also had a huge impact on cultivation resources. Therefore, the competition for the promotion exam meant that no one would deliberately hide their strength. Only victory was the only way out of this exam. The promotion quota for the promotion exam was much more important than exposing one's identity. This risk was also worth taking. In Ye Feng's view, Zhang Menyu was definitely a genius. However, the value of this sword was definitely rare because there were many divine swords, but the Sword of Infinity was the only one in the world. Although Ye Feng did not understand the background of this sword, he knew that the person who possessed this sword would definitely not be simple. When the other party saw the divine sword, the Sword of Infinity, he was instantly scared silly. The youth glanced at the long-robed man. At this moment, the middle-aged man was already stunned and his entire body could not stop trembling. Quickly run! This is the sword of infinity. Quickly run! This is not an existence that you and I can afford to offend, the long-robed man hurriedly said. What? The sword of infinity? The youth was also shocked after hearing this. He wasn't the only one. All the contestants and the audience were stunned. The sword of infinity. Almost everyone in this stadium knew about the sword of infinity. It was a divine weapon, a legendary existence. No matter who it was, once they obtained the sword of infinity, they would become the favored child of heaven. Humph, a broken sword, so flashy. I don't care who you are, the winner on the field will only be us. The youth's voice was very hoarse, and he pretended to be calm. His voice gave people a very unpleasant feeling. His tone was very overbearing, and there was a kind of condescending aura, which made people feel very depressed. Oh? Then you will have a good time next. Zhang Menyu snorted lightly, and her aura instantly exploded. Immediately after, 2 waves of energy erupted, and both sides began to strike first. After all, without knowing the opponent's strength, striking first was the best way to break through. Because at the beginning, the player who struck first had the lead in the battle. If they knew that they couldn't win, they could still change positions in time to stop their losses. But if you didn't strike first and were struck first by someone else, unless you were evenly matched or stronger than the other party, you would only fall into a very passive situation. No matter which way you looked at it, the one who made the first move would never be at a disadvantage when the situation was unclear. The 4 of them also knew this, so from the beginning, both sides made the first move. Chapter 214, Strength Suppression, Forced to Surrender. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The method of probing was also very simple and crude. It was fine to directly release strength to bombard the other party. After all, only by being so crude could one test the other party's reaction and ability to respond. This was the most basic battle method. Before the start of the competition, their strength was actually to understand each other. Only by understanding each other would they be able to achieve the best cooperation and obtain victory in the end. This move was also very practical, because only practical techniques could unleash its power. After all, the opponents in Group B were all extremely powerful existences. There was a special feature of the promotion exam, which was that before the drawing of lots, there was a registration of the contestants' information. This included all sorts of basic information. This was in order to better match the corresponding opponent. In other words, those who could match up with each other were usually evenly matched. This was also to prevent the difference in strength between the 2 sides from being too great so that there would still be interesting points in the examination. Therefore, the strength of Zhang Menyu's side was actually the same as the strength of the opponent, the old and the young. It was just that their performance wasn't too obvious. Moreover, the competition this time was relatively simple. There wasn't a need for overly complicated moves. Because they both won with speed, as long as they reached a certain level of speed, they would be able to instantly kill their opponents. At the start of the competition, both sides rushed toward each other. An intense battle began between Group A and Group B. In the 4-person team competition, other than Luonyo, the other 3 people all carried weapons. Moreover, their weapons were all long weapons. Zhang Menyu was a long sword, the opponent's youth was holding a mace, and the black-robed man was holding a long staff. Both sides were very fast. They drew waves of sharp whistles in the air, causing everyone to be indescribably shocked. Their strength was very strong, especially that youth. His strength even surpassed the black-robed man's. He was exceptionally powerful. These contestants are indeed extraordinary. Looking at the situation on Group B's side, Ye Feng secretly analyzed in his heart. After all, by watching the battle, one could also achieve some of the objectives of analysis and roughly know the opponent's level. Ye Feng did not want to miss this opportunity. These contestants were indeed extraordinary. The fighting styles of the four people were very simple and crude. Moreover, they were very sharp. Each of their attacks was thunderous and extremely terrifying. The speed of these fists was extremely fast, and their strength was extremely great. When they punched out, the entire space seemed to be trembling, and even the floor was cracked. Bang! 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 Under Zhang Menyu's violent sword intent, Luonyo also began to attack. His body suddenly disappeared from the spot. Next, an incomparably huge fist appeared on the faces of the two opponents. The collision of these fists produced a series of muffled sounds. The momentum was great and the power was great. Ah! Under the violent impact of these fists, the long-robed man let out a miserable howl. He felt as if his bones were broken, and his body was sent flying. The young man was also suppressed by the sword intent and couldn't move at all. In an instant, Group B fell into a disadvantageous position. Under the preemptive action, Zhang Menyu and Luonyo already knew the opponent's strength. They heaved a sigh of relief, returned to their original positions, and looked at each other with a smile. In the distance, the long-robed man could no longer endure Luonyo's punches. He directly fell to the ground and fainted, no one knowing whether he was dead or alive. The youth by the side was obviously stronger. Under the punches, he still looked very relaxed. However, after seeing the long-robed man fall, his expression changed greatly. After all, without a teammate, his chances of winning would be reduced by half. The youth immediately went into hiding. Due to the large size of the arena and the fact that it was very spacious, the youth's hiding area had also become much larger. When Zhang Menyu saw the other party disappear, she did not panic. This was because she already knew what skill the other party was going to use. Humph! No matter how you try to escape, the final result will be my victory. Zhang Menyu snorted coldly and immediately launched an attack. At the same time, she released her weapon. It was a yellow long sword that appeared slightly ancient. If one looked carefully, there was an azure dragon circling on the long sword. It gave people a vague feeling of a surging power. The ancient sword tip gave off a sharp sword intent. Zhang Menyu waved the long sword in her hand. Immediately, countless sharp sword intents appeared on the sword tip and swept toward the direction where the young man had disappeared like a rainstorm. Boom! A sword intent that was like a violent storm exploded wildly in that direction. At the same time, it contained an extremely powerful aura that instantly covered the entire scene. This sword intent made Ye Feng, who was watching the battle from afar, instantly feel a chill on his back. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He didn't expect this young girl's sword technique to be so tyrannical. He also knew that Zhang Menyu's sword of infinity was definitely a very powerful sword. Moreover, the sword aura on this sword had already condensed into a material form. This could already be considered an extremely powerful weapon. Ye Feng's gaze was fixed on Zhang Menyu's sword tip, and his eyes revealed a trace of fiery passion. Although Ye Feng's path was that of a magic conductor, he was very sensitive to swords. Therefore, he could also tell that Zhang Menyu's sword was definitely not an ordinary one. The power of this sword intent had already reached the level of A grade. Although it was only one move, it was the power of a peak A grade sword technique. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of sharp sword intent flashed in the air and formed a dense net-like sword aura net that enveloped the young man. Is this your ultimate skill? The young man revealed a mocking smile. He waved the mace in his hand and suddenly thrust it out like a huge spear. A series of crisp clanging sounds rang out continuously, and streams of sharp spiritual energy shot out. Ye Feng also sighed, this sword is really powerful. As expected of a divine weapon longsword. Bang! 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 The young man also used his own skill. His figure flashed and appeared, and under the attack of the sword intent, he continuously flickered. His movement technique was very strange. Not only did he dodge the sword intent, but he could also attack Zhang Mengyu while dodging the sword intent. However, under the barrage of sword intent attacks, the young man also began to be unable to withstand it. That was close. If my reaction was a little slower just now, I'm afraid that I would have been injured too. The young man looked at the bleeding marks on his body and spoke with some relief. At this moment, Luonyo suddenly threw out a punch. Puchi! The young man was sent flying in the next moment. His eyes went black and he fainted instantly. At this moment, the audience only saw the process of the young man being sent flying and then falling to the ground. However, in the eyes of Zhang Mengyu and Luonyo, these few minutes were a very good opportunity for them to launch hundreds of attacks. However, they were not like this. After all, the strength of the other party was not on the same level as theirs. This could be considered as them showing mercy. *mn it, I will definitely. Forget it, surrender. The youth struggled to get up. He glanced at Zhang Mengyu and the others on the stage and then left the stage dejectedly. Zhang Mengyu curled her lips in disdain and said, "Humph. At least you know what's good for you." Chapter 215, the second round of drawing lots, was once again empty. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Although her strength was tyrannical, she was not an unreasonable person. Although the other party was not strong, in terms of speed and combat techniques, she still had the advantage. Therefore, Zhang Mengyu did not take the youth to heart. Below the stage, Ye Feng looked at the youth's appearance and shook his head slightly. Such a person was simply too weak in this world where the strong preyed on the weak, and could not withstand a single blow. Following the victory of Group A, the other groups' matches also began. Due to the two groups forming a pair, the release of strength was too great, so the matches ended in an instant. Very quickly, the second round of drawing lots began. Due to the competition's mechanism, other than the first round being the great selection, the matches were held in the form of a team. However, from the second round onwards, it changed back to a one-on-one format. This type of competition wasn't too difficult for Ye Feng. Moreover, it was fairer. At the same time, it also let everyone know who was more powerful. Through the grand audition mode of the first round, the system has once again evaluated the strength of each contestant. In the following one-on-one situation, everyone's strength won't differ too much, said the host on the stage. Then, the drawing of lots was once again activated. This type of pattern was also a very good training method for groups with similar strengths. At the same time, they could help each other, making their overall strength stronger and also increasing their experience in fighting the enemy. And in this world, there was a saying, "It takes two to tango." Some teams were superior in strength, while some teams could only be considered above average. The competition between the two would only occur when the difference in strength between the two sides was relatively small. And under such circumstances, the strength of both sides could not exceed too much. Otherwise, it would be unfair. Moreover, the strength of both teams would also undergo a great change. In the second round, Ye Feng drew lots and was once again empty-handed. "Wow, my luck is really too good," Ye Feng said with great surprise. He was empty-handed in both rounds, which meant that he did not need to participate in the competition and was directly promoted to the third round. It was like a pie falling from the sky, and it even hit him twice. There was no one else with such a probability. Ye Feng was happy, but when he saw the envious gazes of others, he suddenly felt a little bitter and did not know whether to laugh or cry. "I have no choice. It's not that I don't want to, but my luck is really good." Ye Feng shrugged his shoulders and spread out his hands. Although Ye Feng expressed that he was powerless to do such a thing, he secretly rejoiced in his heart. This way, he could easily advance. In this way, he could hide his strength for another round. As long as his strength was revealed a little later, he had a higher chance of winning. This idea had always been carried out, and it was indeed a very safe way to survive. However, the moment Ye Feng left, he noticed that outside the crowd, there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at him. F***ck. How did it meet this guy again? Is there any justice in this world? Lei Jia saw Ye Feng draw another empty round and couldn't help but curse in his heart. Wasn't this luck too good? He was also the first to draw lots here. He originally thought that his luck would be slightly better, but he didn't expect that Ye Feng would actually give him the chance to draw the empty round. Ye Feng's luck made him very depressed. I say, your luck is a little too good, right? Why can anything be drawn by you? Lei Jia couldn't help but ask. It's just luck. I have no choice. Ye Feng waved his hand, and at the same time, he looked like he didn't care about anyone, which made Lei Jia even more furious. D***mn. He gnashed his teeth and said, I don't believe that you, kid, will draw such good luck in the third round. He was extremely furious and wished he could immediately rush to the arena to duel with Ye Feng. Humph! You'd better pray that you don't match me, or else I definitely won't let you off. Lei Jia once again threw down ruthless words, glared at Ye Feng, and then walked away. Ye Feng did not put the other party in his eyes at all. After sneering, he returned to his seat. Very soon, the second round of the competition began. The second round of the competition, begin. This round, the first to go up was Su Liasi, the cute girl with the lightning symbiosis body. And her opponent was the Xian turtle, Luonyo. A flash of lightning that was a perfect combination of berserk and speed. On the other side was the Xian turtle that had full defense attributes. This round of the competition was indeed very interesting. Under everyone's gaze, Luonyo and Su Liasi stood on the competition stage. Moreover, looking at Luonyo's eyes that were filled with malicious intent, one could tell that his goal was very clear. He wanted to defeat this cute beauty. I won't let you down. No matter who it is, they won't be able to stop me from entering the main campus. Lightning, be careful. I will try my best to control my attack power, but if I don't show mercy, you have to be careful too. Luonyo looked at Su Liasi and said in a deep voice. After all, they were all on the same level. Although they were on good terms, they had to be very focused in the competition. Although he didn't show any signs of panic, he was very worried in his heart. If he couldn't guarantee his own safety, he might not be able to complete his plan. Therefore, when he said these words, he was also secretly on guard against Su Liasi. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. After all, his impression of Su Liasi was actually very good. After all, she was beautiful and sweet. Who wouldn't like such a girl? Humph! I said I would show mercy. Su Liasi snorted coldly. After saying that, Su Liasi's body emitted a cold light. It looked as if the lightning god had descended into the world. People didn't dare to underestimate her. Humph! I want to see just how tough your Xian Turtle clan's body is. Su Liasi coldly snorted once again. Her body flickered with silver electric currents, and countless snake-like objects appeared on her body. She quickly attacked Luonyo. Luonyo also snorted coldly. Then, he waved his hand, and his body emitted an intense light aura. This is the fleeing armor. Ye Feng muttered as he carefully observed the situation on the field. He was too familiar with this ability because he himself had a similar ability called Turtle Shell Shield. In essence, the principle was almost the same. It was to put a layer of shield on the body to form a protective effect. Moreover, whether the effect was strong or not was directly related to his spiritual power. Luonyo was a Xian Turtle symbiotic body. To summon such an ability was simply a subconscious skill. Su Liasi looked at her opponent who was enveloped by a ray of light, and her face turned solemn. Although she wasn't sure what was going on, she didn't retreat. The lightning power in her hands continued to grow stronger. An intense explosion sounded in the arena. Su Liasi's attack collided with Luonyo's attack in the arena, resulting in a huge explosion. Under the impact of this distance, the two people on the stage retreated. I didn't expect you to be so strong. However, my strength is stronger than you can imagine. You should admit defeat. I'm not willing to hurt you. Luonyo stopped retreating. He coldly glanced at Lightning and spoke indifferently. Ha ha ha, I've heard these words many times. However, I still won't admit defeat. Just based on you, you're not worthy to fight with me. Su Liasi also unceremoniously replied back, not giving Luonyo any face at all. Chapter 216, Lightning and the Xian Turtle, The Aesthetics of Violent Power. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Countless bolts of lightning instantly bombarded down. Such violent lightning covered the area and even caused the elemental currents around the arena to flow. In an instant, dark clouds covered the area, and bolts of lightning that were as large as pythons continuously spread out. The entire arena instantly became extremely gloomy and oppressive. Even the surrounding air contained a huge amount of electricity. This caused the scalps of the audience to go numb. This feeling was not only a visual shock, but they also felt that they had been slightly electrocuted. This feeling was a 100% physical reaction. It was as if everyone present was in a powerful electric field and could be killed by this electric current at any time. This unusual movement also attracted the attention of the invigilators. A few teachers also came to the scene to inspect. What's going on? My body is going numb. Everyone looked toward the direction of the lightning in the sky. There was a dark cloud that blocked everyone's vision. What a terrifying electric current! When countless people saw countless thick bolts of lightning striking down from the sky, only then did they realize how terrifying this beautiful girl was. At this moment, many people felt a strong shock in their hearts. This scene was like a ghost in the dark world. Countless bolts of lightning streaked across her body. This scene was simply terrifying and horrifying. At this moment, countless people realized the seriousness of the problem. This was because they could clearly feel that the bolts of lightning seemed to be unrestricted. This meant that there was a limit to this kind of attack. If they could still ensure their own safety under such circumstances, then they didn't need to be afraid of this. D*MN, isn't this too exciting? Mom, I'll die if this goes on. No, I can't die, I still have a wife. The discussions in the audience grew louder and louder, and many people left the scene. This kind of power wasn't something they could withstand. Although the arena was covered by a formation and the impact of the power in the arena could not cause any harm to the outside world, many people were afraid of death and left directly. Hey, don't say that I won't give you a chance. Do you want to surrender? Su Liasi bent down in the air, as if the god of lightning had appeared, and faced Luonyo with an extremely powerful force. Luonyo burst out laughing and shook his head with a laugh. Haha, if you want to fight, then come down and fight. The people behind are still waiting to go up to the stage to fight. You. B*****. Su Liasi was infuriated by Luonyo's words, and a lightning power poured down. Rumble. Bang. Bang. Woohoo, this girl is too fierce. This lightning attack is too terrifying. If this kind of attack falls on my head, I guess I won't have a good ending. I will definitely die without a burial place. She is going to destroy my whole family. Yeah, as expected of the lightning symbiote. Such an attack method is really too frightening. Is this the so-called genius? I really want to see who is the true genius. The audience discussed animatedly. At the same time, there was still lingering fear in their hearts. They didn't expect that the cute girl would actually be so powerful. Do you guys think that Turtle can withstand it? The girl's lightning attack is so sharp, and it's even at the peak of C+. In the arena, the ground that had been struck by the lightning was already charred. Many curious gazes were focused on the battle in the middle of the arena. The audience was looking forward to Luonyo's result. I admit that you are indeed very strong. If you were an ordinary person, you would have died a long time ago. A brilliant smile appeared on the corner of Luonyo's mouth. After the explosion, the smoke and dust dissipated. Luonyo was still neat and tidy, forming a completely different contrast with the pitch-black ground around him. F***ck. F***ck, is that tortoise really okay? How did he do it? Seeing the scene in front of them, countless audience members couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This scene was really too F***ing shocking. It was too F***ing unbelievable. A person could actually smile under such a powerful attack. Ye Feng's face also revealed a rare and interested expression. He muttered, "Is this the Academy's top combat strength? It's actually so terrifying." No matter how powerful Su Liaoxi's attack was, it was still slightly inferior in front of the Black Turtle's absolute defense. Although the huge attack covered the area, Luonyo's Xian Turtle's defense was also very powerful. Not to mention the power of lightning, even if it was some more powerful attacks, his Xian Turtle's defense was more than enough. Therefore, those lightning attacks just now were like a pedicure to him. "It's my turn to give you a chance. Do you want to surrender?" Luonyo smiled and looked at Su Liaoxi, who was so angry that her face was red. "Humph, don't even think about making me surrender." Su Liaoxi pouted and the aura from her body burst out again. "Good. Then I can only take you down first, and then let you see how I beat you." Luonyo grinned and said, his hands continuously waved, and golden rays of light burst out from his palms, shooting toward Su Liaoxi. This girl was too disobedient, actually daring to provoke him. Seeing Luonyo's expression, Su Liaoxi's heart thumped, and she felt that something was wrong. Ye Feng's brows were tightly knitted, and he muttered in his heart, "It's very strange. Not only is Luonyo's defense amazing, his physical fitness is also ridiculously strong." Looking at the sturdy body that flew out, Ye Feng was somewhat surprised. Just relying on the strength of his physical body is also an existence that cannot be underestimated. This momentum is not something that an ordinary person can withstand. In the distance, Su Liaoxi snorted coldly and the lightning spear in her hand directly met the attack. Boom! With an explosive sound, the lightning spear collided with Luonyo's fist and instantly exploded with a dazzling white light. Ah! With a scream, Su Liaoxi was sent flying backward, and she spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. "Wow, F***ck, am I seeing things? Su Liaoxi was killed in one move? How is this possible? Isn't she very strong? Oh my god, this turtle is so strong. D***mn, this Xian turtle is so vicious. He doesn't know how to take care of women." In the audience, there were many different opinions. Before Su Liaoxi landed on the ground, Luonyo also rushed forward and caught her tightly. Otherwise, with this momentum, if she landed on the ground freely, she would suffer another injury. Chapter 217, The Story of the Spear and the Shield. The battle was about to begin. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. In this match, it was clear that Luonyo had won. Although she had suffered a blow, Su Liaoxi was not weak. She immediately recovered from this blow. "All right, your name is Luonyo, right? I remember you. Humph, the next time you meet me, you won't be so lucky." Su Liaoxi glared at Luonyo, stomped her feet fiercely, and left in a huff. "This chick is really overbearing." Luonyo looked at Su Liaoxi, who was far away, and sighed in his heart. Luonyo laughed and cried as he shook his head, but he didn't say anything. Because he didn't do anything wrong in the first place. He was just a little straightforward. He fought for himself in the promotion exam, so there was no such thing as letting the other party win. Ye Feng's eyes flickered as he looked at the big screen on the left side of the stage. This large screen was specially designed to record the points for each contestant. According to the competition rules, each contestant would defeat a contestant and accumulate 10 points. And in the first round of the team competition, the winning group would accumulate 20 points. Conversely, it was also calculated like this. In the individual competition, losing a match would deduct 10 points. Once the points returned to 0 points, they would be eliminated. In the end, the final 10 candidates would be selected based on the points. As for Ye Feng, he had accumulated a total of 20 points because he had passed 2 rounds. Currently, there were a total of 3 people with the highest points. All of them had won 1 team competition and 2 individual competitions, obtaining 40 points. They were Li Feng, Zhang Menyu, and Luoyao. Ye Feng barely managed to be in the top 10 with 20 points. In the distance, Su Liasi walked toward Zhang Menyu and grumbled, "Humph, Sister Menyu, only you can take care of that B*****. If Sister Menyu draws him, you must help me take revenge." Zhang Menyu smiled and patted her head. "All right, Sister Menyu will help you vent your anger. I know what to do. N. Sister Menyu is the best." Su Liasi smiled sweetly and ran to draw the lots happily. Luoyao watched the two of them leave, a helpless smile appearing on his lips. These two girls were too strange. Zhang Menyu was his teammate previously. He naturally knew what kind of strength she had. She was an extremely powerful existence. Regarding Zhang Menyu, the academy had a nickname. She was called the strongest sword in the academy. However, Luoyao also had another nickname, the strongest shield in the academy. If the two of them had a chance to fight, it would definitely be the most interesting match. Sigh, am I not being punished? I provoked both of them. If the heavens want to punish me, then let the storm come even more fiercely. Luoyao said with a bitter smile. Since Luoyao had won, there was a chance to draw lots, so he randomly picked a number. He took a look and saw that it was number 44. 44. This number doesn't seem very auspicious. Luoyao raised his head to look at the big screen, looking for his opponent. 44 versus 90. This number is Zhang Menyu. Seeing that his opponent was Zhang Menyu, Luoyao instantly felt a chill down his spine. He wasn't afraid of fighting, nor was he afraid of provocation. He didn't even care about life and death, but he just didn't want to meet Zhang Menyu. This woman's strength was extremely terrifying. She was ranked very high in the academy, and she was also a famous student in the academy. Ye Feng also vaguely felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. After all, he was still watching the show and eating melons. There wasn't anything about him in the arena yet, so from the beginning, he kept a very long distance. First, it was to better observe the situation on the scene, but it was to maintain the distance between them, so as not to discover him too early. This method was very effective. Ye Feng immediately noticed that if the two of them were to fight, it would be a very interesting match. Very quickly, as Zhang Menyu walked onto the stage, the match officially began. The cheers from the audience were extremely loud. Many people had been shouting Zhang Menyu's name and cheering for her. The Academy's strongest swordswoman has started to fight against the strongest defense. If it wasn't for the promotion exam, we wouldn't have been able to witness this scene. That's right, it's super exciting. How long will it take for the strongest sword to break through the strongest shield? It might not necessarily be the sword that wins. I think that shield isn't weak either. The two of them are already evenly matched. However, we'll be able to see their battle soon. Zhang Menyu was wearing a tight-fitting black outfit that perfectly outlined her figure. Her skin was fair and tender, and her facial features were exquisite and charming. She gave off a very comfortable feeling. However, Luoyao knew that this seemingly charming girl was actually a very dangerous person. Luoyao looked at Zhang Menyu and asked softly, "Are you ready?" "Yes, I'm ready." Zhang Menyu nodded. "I'm also ready." Luoyao also nodded. The two of them looked at each other. Then, let the battle begin. After Zhang Menyu said that, her figure suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, she suddenly appeared behind Luonyo. The long sword in Zhang Menyu's hand brought with it the sound of the wind, and it was heading straight for Luonyo's back. Her speed was extremely fast, just like a ghost. So fast! Luonyo thought to himself. He was extremely vigilant, and his body quickly moved to the side to avoid Zhang Menyu's attack. However, Zhang Menyu's attack did not stop. She continued to chase after him. The sword of infinity that Zhang Menyu used was not only able to strike extremely quickly, but it also had an electric attribute. Not only could it release the power of lightning to paralyze the opponent, but it could also release an extremely terrifying power. In an instant, the sword of infinity became a killing weapon. The long sword made a whistling sound as it slashed toward Luonyo's neck. D****m it. Luonyo cursed in his heart. Luonyo knew that he could not dodge this way, so he could only block with all his strength. He wanted to block this sword and then counterattack. In this way, Zhang Menyu did not dare to continue stabbing at him. However, he did not expect that Zhang Menyu's attack did not stop because of his resistance. Instead, it became even sharper. Luonyo had no choice but to give up on defense and turn to attack. He punched Zhang Menyu in the chest, wanting to force her back and then attack. However, something that Luonyo did not expect happened. Zhang Menyu actually did not have any defensive measures and allowed Luonyo's punch to hit her chest. With a bang, Luonyo's fist hit Zhang Menyu's chest. Zhang Menyu did not show any signs of pain. She only smiled faintly and her body shook. Buzz! Immediately after, Luonyo felt a huge electric current passing from his hand to his body. His entire arm seemed to be disobedient. Chapter 218, Ultimate Defense, Unbreakable. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Ah! Luonyo cried out in pain. His face had turned a little pale, and his entire body was emitting green smoke. Haha, this punch of yours can't hurt me at all. Zhang Menyu smiled and waved her hand again. Luonyo hurriedly leaped back and jumped into the distance. At this moment, Zhang Menyu's entire body was filled with incomparably terrifying sword intent. It was as if a casual attack would kill him on the spot. However, just as he stabilized his body, he felt his entire body go weak. It was as if all the strength in his body had been used up. His entire body felt weak and powerless. What terrifying strength! Luonyo was indescribably shocked. Just a moment ago, he had still vowed to exchange blows with Zhang Menyu. But now, it seemed that all of this was just wishful thinking. Zhang Menyu's strength was too strong. Moreover, he also felt that although Zhang Menyu's strength was very strong, she was very gentle. She did not want to cut him in half with a single slash. Otherwise, he would not be able to stand on the stage safe and sound. Hehe, you can't do it anymore. Zhang Menyu sneered. This time, you will definitely lose. Obediently surrender. I can also promise you that I will not announce the result to the public and leave you some face. Zhang Menyu's figure flashed, and she arrived in front of Luonyo again. Her body was like a ghost, fast and anxious, making Luonyo unable to react at all. Bang! Zhang Menyu once again sent a heavy punch at Luonyo's shoulder, causing him to fly backward uncontrollably. Pu. Visit myb0xnovel.com to read, PLS. Luonyo spat out fresh blood, and his entire body crashed onto the stage. His body sank into the soil, and he looked abnormally wretched. Humph! Zhang Menyu snorted coldly. Her figure flashed and appeared in front of Luonyo. She reached out and grabbed his neck. Luonyo's eyes were wide open as if he had been forced into a desperate situation. If this continued, Zhang Menyu would be able to severely injure him and forcefully eliminate him without him surrendering. However, Ye Feng, who was far away, was frowning at this moment. This Luonyo is actually not using his spiritual energy to defend himself at this time. What is he thinking? Ye Feng muttered in his heart. Others might not be able to see through it, but he could see through it at a glance. At this moment, Luonyo was only forcefully suppressing his own strength. From the beginning until now, he had only used his physical strength to defend himself and did not make the slightest mistake in using his spiritual energy. This was also an extremely terrifying aspect. Even just his physical strength was already so terrifying. If he had used his spiritual power and released his skills, the defensive attributes of the Shen turtle would have been completely activated, needless to say. His entire body was like the hardest steel. No matter how violent and terrifying he was outside, he would not be able to break through at all. It was useless even if he was awesome. That was because a strong defense was the true strength. Su Liasi, who was watching the battle from afar, could not help but cheer when she saw how sharp Zhang Menyu's attacks were. She thought that she had finally vented her anger. However, at this moment, Zhang Menyu looked at Luonyo, who was continuously resisting. At this moment, she seemed to know that the other party did not release any spiritual power. As expected of the Shen turtle. Its defense is really terrifying. Zhang Menyu opened her red lips and spat out a few words. Then, she released an even more powerful force and erected the Sword of Infinity in front of her. She seemed to be muttering something. In the next moment, the Sword of Infinity suddenly released an extremely huge sword intent. That sword intent was like the might of the heavens. This sword intent soared into the sky and gathered in the air to form a huge Sword of Infinity. It gave off an incomparable might as it slashed fiercely at Luonyo. When Luonyo saw this scene, he hurriedly raised the long spear in his hand and fiercely attacked the Sword of Infinity. Under this sword intent, the entire arena trembled slightly. Zhang Menyu's body also shone with an incomparable golden light. Her body also seemed to gradually turn into a golden giant. Ha! Then, Zhang Menyu shouted angrily. With a roar, the buildings around the ring were instantly shattered. Boom! Then, those buildings turned into a pile of dust and scattered in the air. At this moment, Luonyo also felt that his strength was rapidly weakening, as if he had been absorbed by something. What's going on? Could this be the terrifying aspect of the Sword of Infinity? A hint of terror appeared in Luonyo's eyes, and he immediately understood. The attack just now was already so terrifying, so the attack now would definitely be even more terrifying. Luonyo secretly groaned in his heart. If this continued, he would definitely lose. Bang! A muffled sound of a collision rang out. Luonyo only felt an unrivaled power coming from the Sword of Infinity. Following that, the sword intent landed on his shoulder. Puchi! Luonyo hurriedly activated all the spiritual power in his body, preparing to use his spiritual power to resist. Boom! Zhang Menyu's sword stabbed into Luonyo's chest, sending him flying fiercely. Luonyo's figure directly crashed into the surrounding wall, and then crashed heavily onto the ground. Just when everyone thought that Luonyo was defeated, a flash of light flashed out from the billowing dust. This was an extremely bright light. Those who knew it would know that this was the healing light of the Shen turtle. As the dust dispersed, a figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. To be honest, your combat strength is indeed astonishing. I was even forced to use the Shen turtle armor. Hee. Luonyo wiped the blood from his nose and raised his head to look at Zhang Menyu, who was holding a sharp sword in the distance. Her slender figure was indeed easy to imagine. The blood at the side of Luonyo's nose was also very easy to associate with the nosebleed that came from looking at her hot figure. But no matter what, to be able to forcefully receive such a terrifying attack from Zhang Menyu, one's defensive strength was already extremely terrifying. And Luonyo looked as if he had not received any damage at all. How is this possible? This is impossible. You actually blocked it. Zhang Menyu said in surprise, her eyes flashing with astonishment. She had indeed used 70 to 80% of her strength to hit Luonyo. If it was an ordinary person, a symbiotic cultivator below A grade would have died long ago. But the other party was actually able to block it. Zhang Menyu widened her eyes in shock. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Her infinite sword was the third move of the infinite holy Bible that she had inherited. It was also the highest level of swordsmanship. However, it was still unable to do anything to the man in front of her. How was this possible? What kind of freak is this kid? Is he really that extraordinary? Zhang Menyu's eyes were filled with a trace of fear. She did not dare to get any closer. I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out that you're just so-so. Luonyo grinned, then slowly stood up and walked toward Zhang Menyu. I said, you will lose this battle, Luonyo said coldly. Zhang Menyu had released too much spiritual power, and she was already exhausted. She could not support herself to release her power again, but the other party was actually completely fine. If he continued to defend, it meant that the amount of spiritual energy consumed was very little. Thus, Luonyo could be said to be conserving 80 to 90% of his strength. If he attacked now, no matter how low his combat power was, he could still easily defeat Zhang Menyu. Seeing this, Zhang Menyu could only surrender in order to preserve her strength for the next match. Even if this continued, she would lose the dominance of the arena. If she continued to fight, she would have no chance of winning. It was better to preserve her strength and fight again in the next match. If she lost a match, only 10 points would be deducted. Zhang Menyu still had 30 points left. This amount of points surpassed many people. Ye Feng did not do anything and only had 20 points. When the audience saw Zhang Menyu surrender, they also felt that it was a pity. They exclaimed, the Xian turtle's defense is truly unbreakable. Chapter 219, Against Xian Turtle Senior, Preliminary Test. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Following the end of the competition, the third round of the competition began. I don't believe that this time, Ye Feng, that brat, will be able to take another empty round. Lei Jie laughed fiercely, staring at Ye Feng who had gone up to the stage to draw lots not far away. Ye Feng also immediately drew a number. After taking a look, he smiled slightly. I'm actually going against that Xian turtle big brother. Haha, this is going to be tricky. Ye Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry. He turned around and looked at Luonyo, who had been waiting for a long time. Luonyo, who had his hands on his hips, saw this and walked over. He patted Ye Feng's shoulder and said with a smile, Brother Feng, why don't we not go on stage? Hearing what Luonyo said, Ye Feng immediately understood what he meant. It could be seen that the other party did not have any malicious intentions. However, in view of the previous few matches, everyone could clearly see what kind of strength he had. His overall strength could also be considered to be in the top few of Cloud Mist Academy. Moreover, in terms of defense level alone, if he said that he was number 1, no one would dare to say that he was number 2. The other party wanted him to give up on the match in advance. After all, Ye Feng had always been quite famous. Not only was there a shadow of Ye Feng being discussed on the various large forums. Moreover, the popularity continued to grow, especially after the freshman assessment. Ye Feng's fame was like a powder keg, instantly rising to the top 3 of the hot searches list. In order not to embarrass himself so much, Luonyo also suggested that Ye Feng might as well do more with less. However, the other party seemed to be giving him a way out, but in fact, they had already placed the pressure on Ye Feng's side. Let's go. Why wouldn't I continue? If I don't get on, won't it make them think that I'm an empty shell? Especially if I lose in front of a girl, I'll be very embarrassed. Ye Feng shrugged with a slightly distressed expression, and then said, and I also want to seek advice from Senior. Seeing that his dissuasion was ineffective, Luonyo could only smile bitterly, and then shook his head and walked to the arena. Visit myb0xnovel.com to read, PLS. Oh my god, everyone, look, it's actually a battle between the Xian turtle. Ha ha ha, slime. What? Why is there someone with a symbiotic body that's a slime? Why would someone of this level participate in the promotion exam? Everyone, stop laughing for now. This person is Yefeng. Previously, he was the winner of the freshman assessment and got the first place. We can't underestimate him. This Yefeng does have some ability. Unfortunately, there aren't many. Ah ha ha ha. When everyone saw the personal information of Yefeng and Luonyo displayed on the big screen, they almost laughed out loud. Due to the fairness of the competition system, some information about both parties would be announced before the start of the competition. Luonyo had already gone on stage a few times. Everyone could see what attributes he had at a glance. On the contrary, it was Yefeng. The symbiotic form displayed a slime. This almost caused the audience to be dumbfounded. Although Yefeng's name was very well known in Cloud Mist Academy, both male and female students knew that this slime was too weak in the natural world. It was as weak as the grass that could be seen everywhere. However, no one knew what the attributes of a slime were. Now that everyone had seen the fight between the slime and the Xian turtle, they could not believe their eyes. This was a promotion exam competition. How could there be such a weak symbiotic entity that dared to participate in the exam? Unless it was just to have some fun. It was not easy to participate in the promotion exam. All the requirements were met, but the slime was still a slime. No matter how strong it was, it could never escape the fate of being grass. So when the audience saw the battle between the slime and the Xian turtle, there was an uproar. Slime? Ha ha ha, someone actually used a slime to take the exam. It's so funny. If I were Yefeng, I would have found a hole to hide in long ago. Slime? Isn't that thing very weak? Weak? Of course it's weak. If it's not weak, it's not like there hasn't been a slime-like symbiote in the history of the rankings. Haha, I wonder if Yefeng will win? It would be awkward if he loses. It's his first time participating in a competition. Seeing the reactions of the audience, Leijia also had a sinister look on his face. From the perspective of the symbiote alone, he was already far ahead of Yefeng. Moreover, he was from a prestigious family and had the best resources to cultivate at any time. On the other hand, Yefeng was a commoner and his symbiote was still so weak. It was also impossible to obtain a better cultivation path. Hehe, Yefeng, don't be defeated so quickly. I'm waiting for a round of battle with you. If you die so quickly, how would I have the chance to beat you up on the field? Hehehehe. Leijia laughed maniacally as he glared at Yefeng on the field. He was already on the verge of insanity. Haha, then I'll have to experience Brother Feng's methods. Please show mercy. Luonyo stood on the stage and looked at Yefeng respectfully as he spoke. Thank you. Yefeng smiled slightly and did not comment. Then I'll announce the start of the match now, the referee announced loudly. Rumble. In an instant, a huge energy fluctuation erupted from Luonyo's body. Luonyo leaped and instantly arrived in front of Yefeng. Bang! The two people's fists and feet collided, instantly creating a strong shock wave that spread in all directions. Bang! With a muffled sound, Yefeng was sent flying and heavily fell to the ground. Luonyo, who was opposite him, landed steadily on the ground without the slightest sway. It was clear how powerful this attack was. When Luonyo saw Yefeng being sent flying far away, a smile immediately appeared on his lips. It seemed that he was certain of victory in this match. Haha, this weak Yefeng is not bad. He actually did not die from the impact. Haha, let's see what kind of arrogance he still has. Just wait, I will torture him 100 times later. This Yefeng is indeed weak. If I were Luonyo, I would have knocked him out with a single move. What's the point of being so polite? That's right. I have never seen a slime defeat the Xian turtle in a melee. After Yefeng was knocked back by Luonyo's punch, the surrounding audience began to discuss. Brother Yefeng, I'm sorry. I made a mistake just now, Luonyo said with an embarrassed look. He did not expect his strength to be so great. However, it was also true. This was a competition for the promotion exam. If he did not use his full strength, he could not do it. It doesn't matter. I hope that in the next battle, you don't have to be so humble. Ye Feng smiled and waved his hand. One had to know that this bit of damage to him was not painful at all. Brother Ye Feng, you should be more careful. The Xian turtle is not an ordinary divine beast. Luonyo frowned. It doesn't matter. Don't worry. If you have any skills, just bring it on. Ye Feng calmly nodded and said with a smile. Then, his aura burst out. Chapter 220, The Turtle Breath Technique, launched an attack. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Upon coming into contact with this aura, Luonyo immediately frowned. He seemed to have 1,000 thoughts in his heart. Looking at the man in front of him, he could not remain calm. This power was too powerful. Unlike Zhang Menyu, the spiritual energy that Ye Feng emitted could not sense any killing intent. However, it suppressed his power with an extremely terrifying aura. This made Luonyo feel as if he was being targeted by a ferocious tiger. His hair stood on end. Luonyo could not help but feel a little nervous. Ye Feng, if that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony. Taking a deep breath, Luonyo resisted the panic in his heart. He waved his fist and attacked Ye Feng again. Ye Feng smiled slightly and also went up to meet him. The two fists collided again, and a strong spiritual energy fluctuation spread in all directions. When the surrounding audience saw this scene again, they immediately shouted excitedly, as if they were watching a good show. And Ye Feng and Luonyo's expressions changed at this time. As expected of the promotion exam, the opponent I met was not what I could compare with before. Ye Feng was secretly surprised. This was the first time he had encountered this kind of feeling. And Luonyo was also extremely shocked. Although he was not weak, he had also reached the peak of B grade, and his strength was much stronger than the B grade experts of the same level. But now, he was actually suppressed by Ye Feng's symbiotic body. Could it be that Ye Feng's strength had already surpassed his? Luonyo did not dare to continue to imagine, because this kind of imagination was very terrifying. After all, this kind of thing was very inconceivable. Looks like I can't be so careless. I have to be serious. Luonyo stared at Ye Feng in front of him, his gaze becoming very complicated. Regarding Ye Feng's previous battle achievements, he roughly knew why. This young man in front of him was not only incomparably calm, but also very low-key. Even that attack just now, he blocked it in a very low-key manner. However, it did not hinder his superb strength in the slightest. If it was not for the extremely powerful aura that the other party deliberately released just now, he would have thought that Ye Feng was just putting on a show. He did not expect to meet a tough bone today. I must be careful. Luonyo thought to himself. A wave of aura quickly spread out from his body. And his body also underwent a huge change. His breathing became extremely slow. His entire body's spiritual energy and the circulation of his aura seemed to have entered a state of sleep. But the strange thing was that Luonyo's physical fitness did not decrease but instead increased. His entire body's muscles swelled up, and the veins on his body were exposed like earthworms. His eyes were wide open, and the veins on his forehead were protruding. Turtle breath! Luonyo shouted in a deep voice, and only then did the transformation of his body end. This is the turtle breath technique. Ye Feng was a little confused. The turtle breath technique was a secret technique. He did not expect to encounter it today. He had never heard of it, but looking at Luonyo's posture, it seemed like he was accumulating power. This Luonyo, looks like he is not that simple. I have heard of the turtle breath technique before, but it is a breathing technique that conceals itself. But he can actually launch an attack. Ye Feng muttered to himself, and then he put on a posture that was ready to attack. He planned to deal with Luonyo first. Luonyo's turtle breath technique was different from others. It wasn't simply breathing with his mouth, but using the spiritual energy in his body to flow through every inch of his flesh and blood, thus achieving a temporary state of hibernation. However, this hibernation wasn't quite the same as what was commonly understood. This hibernation only reduced the consumption of his aura, thus allowing him to release power for a longer period of time. Boom! In an instant, Luonyo's aura once again reached its peak. Even the air faintly trembled. A gust of wind blew out of thin air and blew on his skin, leaving red marks. Admit defeat. At this moment, Luonyo roared and suddenly jumped up, instantly pouncing toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng did not show any signs of weakness. With a step on the floor, his entire body suddenly darted out. Bang! 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 What a powerful aura! Many of the surrounding students were shocked beyond words. This was especially so for the few female students. When they saw Luonyo's posture, their faces were filled with excitement. This kind of aura was comparable to an ordinary B-grade expert, and even surpassed them. How could this person be so powerful? The two figures swiftly intersected and collided. The two people's movements were fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of moves. This kind of high-intensity close combat dazzled almost everyone watching. And during the battle between the two people, Ye Feng also felt an inexplicable pressure. There was no other reason. No matter what, Luonyo could be considered a B-grade expert. After this battle, he felt that the other party's strength seemed to have increased a lot. Who exactly was this guy? Questions flashed through Ye Feng's mind, but Ye Feng could only continue to tangle with him. Bang! Finally, Luonyo's palm ruthlessly hacked onto Ye Feng's chest. Crack! The sound of bones cracking rang out. Ye Feng grunted and his body flew out, falling to the ground. Admit it. Luonyo heaved a sigh of relief. The battle just now was very difficult, and he almost couldn't hold on. But he still won. Even though he paid the price, he still won. And just as he was about to leave, he suddenly realized that Ye Feng actually stood up again. This kid, how did he recover so quickly? Luonyo was shocked and hurriedly took a few steps back. But at this time, Ye Feng grinned. I have to say, that palm of yours was really painful. Ye Feng said with a smile. The wounds that appeared on his body just now also disappeared. He stretched out his arm, and a blue liquid solid object appeared. With a gentle swing, a sharp broadsword appeared. This was the skill that Ye Feng had obtained from devouring the giant saber mantis. Sharp blade. He held the broadsword tightly in his right hand and swung his left hand. Whoosh! A gust of wind tore through the air and pierced toward Luonyo with a cold glint. D*****. Luonyo cursed angrily. He had never thought that Ye Feng would have such a method. Whoosh! Luonyo dodged very quickly, but his shoulder was still hit by the light of the broadsword. A long wound appeared, and fresh blood seeped out, dyeing his clothes red. This! Luonyo's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. But Ye Feng did not stop his action. He sneered and swung his right hand again. This blade was extremely fast, almost instantly appearing beside Luonyo. Ding! Luonyo raised his hand to block. His body took a few steps back again. What's going on? How can this Ye Feng be so powerful that even I can't block one of his moves? Just who is this fellow? At this moment, Luonyo was completely shocked. This fellow was definitely not an ordinary person. Even after using all of his abilities, he was still unable to do anything to him. If this continued, there was definitely no hope at all. However, he had already reached this step and could not allow himself to give up halfway. Thus, he gritted his teeth and charged toward Ye Feng once again. Chapter 221, was pure luck. The match had just begun. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. This time, he unleashed all of his potential. Bang! 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 The two continued to collide. Their speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to see them clearly. One could only see the two of them madly fighting on the stage. Ye Feng had always been in a passive situation of taking a beating. However, although Ye Feng's strength was not good, his reaction speed and speed far exceeded Luonyo's expectations. Every time, he would narrowly dodge. D***mn. Who the H***ll is this guy? Luonyo could not help but curse. This guy's reaction speed was really too fast, 3 times faster than him. This made him very depressed, but there was nothing he could do. He could only continue to fight with Ye Feng. Unknowingly, Ye Feng actually fought with Luonyo for more than 10 minutes. The surrounding audience was all dumbfounded. One by one, they were flabbergasted. Their mouths were wide open as they looked at the arena. This Ye Feng is too awesome. He can actually hold on for such a long time, and he doesn't show any signs of retreating at all. What's going on? Isn't this Ye Feng a freshman from the academy? How can he have such formidable strength? Yeah, this is too exaggerated. Luonyo is a peak B-grade powerhouse, yet he can't beat him. The surrounding students discussed animatedly. Each and every one of them looked at Ye Feng with shock and awe. They knew that Ye Feng was powerful. After all, during the freshman assessment, a portion of them had also watched the live broadcast. There were also many people who had heard of Ye Feng's deeds. But they did not expect that Ye Feng was actually so powerful. He could actually contend against Luonyo. This kid is quite interesting. Zhang Menya was also stunned. Her eyes were full of brilliance. She did not expect Ye Feng to hide such powerful strength. Ye Feng, go for it. At this time, Su Liasi was so excited that she slammed the table and shouted, "Kill this B*****! Kill him! Kill him!" Lei Jie, who was far away, had a livid expression. Seeing Ye Feng display such strength, he felt as if he had eaten sh**t. No one at the scene had expected Ye Feng to have such a strong resistance. Of course, this was only a counterattack. Ye Feng had not taken the initiative to attack, so everyone was watching the match with bated breath. "Brother Feng, you are indeed strong, but don't forget that your attacks have no effect on me. I am the Xian Turtle Symbiote, and my defense coefficient is infinitely high." Sure enough, after Luonyo finished speaking, all the wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although Ye Feng was mentally prepared for this scene, when he saw Luonyo's healing speed, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. "Too amazing!" Ye Feng could not help but exclaim in admiration inwardly, "If I devour him, I should be able to obtain such a crazy healing ability." This thought popped out from Ye Feng's heart and gave him a fright. This couldn't be done. This was a promotion exam, not actual combat. Moreover, the other party was his senior, so how could he possibly do such a thing? If this were to be spread out, it would probably cause others to spit on him. After all, this was an act that violated morals, ethics, and the law. "Kid, just who are you? Why are you so powerful?" Luonyo thought of the aura that Ye Feng released just now and immediately felt a chill on his back. A panicked expression appeared on his face. His forehead was sweating as he looked at Ye Feng, somewhat afraid. "Senior is flattering me. Being able to dodge your attack so quickly is purely due to luck," Ye Feng calmly replied. "Good fellow. Since that's the case, then let's continue to spar." As soon as Luonyo finished speaking, his figure charged over once again. Ye Feng faintly smiled and his body continuously circulated his spiritual energy. The surroundings instantly distorted, and following that, a stream of water that suddenly appeared formed a whirlpool. It trapped Luonyo within, and around the whirlpool, many tentacles formed from the stream of water extended out and fiercely locked him in place, completely severing his thoughts of struggling. Water binding. Yefeng's spiritual power erupted in an instant. Luonyo's face instantly turned pale. He felt that all the power in his body had been restrained. He could not move at all and could only be restrained by the water currents, allowing Yefeng to slaughter him. This B*****, how can he use such a powerful move? Didn't they say that his symbiotic body is only a slime? Luonyo's heart trembled, and his face was full of unsightly expressions. What? Luonyo's expression changed greatly. This water current restraining him was the water binding skill that Yefeng had used previously. He did not expect Yefeng to also use it now. What exactly was going on? Yefeng did not pay attention to him. With a shake of his hand, a water sword that was solidified from a slime appeared in his hand and directly slashed toward Luonyo. This water binding not only restricted the movements of the enemy, but it also hindered his movements. Therefore, Luonyo could only take it head-on. But he did not dare to meet it head-on. Bang! Bang! The two of them exchanged over 100 rounds, and in the end, Yefeng still had the advantage. At this time, Yefeng suddenly withdrew and retreated. With a backflip, he landed steadily on the ground. At the same time, he also withdrew the water binding ability because he had also consumed a large amount of spiritual energy. If he used it again, it might really take longer. Plop! At this time, Luonyo fell heavily to the ground, his face full of pain. This guy actually lost so quickly and was beaten by Yefeng to the point that he had no ability to fight back. This shocked everyone. Not bad, this guy can actually fight to a draw with Luonyo. This is too unbelievable. Below the stage, Su Liasi was already somewhat interested in Yefeng. Not only was Yefeng too calm, but his performance on the stage was really too unexpected. Facing the Xian turtle with such high defense, he was also able to deal with it with ease. This point could be seen that Yefeng was definitely not an ordinary person. At the very least, he was also a very troublesome existence. If it was Yefeng's turn to take turns later, then he would have an extra trick up his sleeve. After all, one could not judge a person by their appearance. In the beginning, everyone did not think highly of Yefeng, but in reality, Yefeng was the biggest attraction tonight, and he was also a well-deserved dark horse level figure. Which class is he from? Why is his strength so terrifying? Everyone could see that Yefeng did not use his true abilities. Otherwise, Luonyo's situation would not be like this. It was just that he did not use his full strength and was able to put Luonyo at a disadvantage. This made them feel extremely shocked. Luonyo stood up with great difficulty. His expression was extremely ugly. He did not expect Yefeng's strength to be so powerful. With such battle skills and experience, even those teachers probably could not achieve it. This was a monstrous existence. This was an opponent that he had never met before. He even suspected that there were other different cultivation methods. Otherwise, how could he be so strong? Tell me, how did your slime do it to be so abnormal? Luonyo stared at Yefeng with a serious expression and asked. His eyes were fixed on Yefeng, as if he wanted to find a flaw in Yefeng's eyes. Abnormal? I don't know about that. I only know that our battle has just begun. Yefeng shrugged and answered casually. Just begun? Haha. At this time, after hearing Yefeng's answer, Luonyo almost fainted from anger. Yefeng said what was in his heart, and it was the truth. How could Luonyo accept this? Chapter 222, Slime Storm, the ultimate cooperation of spiderwebs. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Then I'll let you see what a pervert is. Luonyo snorted coldly and charged toward Yefeng once again. This time, he was going all out. Because Yefeng's current restraint had already completely bound him and he was unable to move at all, such an ending made him feel helpless and aggrieved. This was not a big deal. After all, the Xian turtle's defensive power was also unquestionable. Not to mention that the current restraint was only a binding skill, even a damaging skill like Sharp Blade could not do anything to Luonyo. After all, the opponent's defensive power was not to be underestimated. If anything unexpected happened, it could only be considered Ye Feng's offensive power. It was already powerful enough to break through the Xian turtle's defense. That was an extremely terrifying realm. If he was exposed, countless people would definitely view him as the center of attention. At that time, it would not be as simple as winning or losing a match. Once it involved all the major forces and backgrounds, there would definitely be no such thing as a simple ending. But he had to recognize the reality. As long as he struggled out, Ye Feng would always have a chance to restrain him. It seems that I can only launch an all-out attack. When the time comes, don't blame me if I beat you down. Luonyo let out a loud bang and exploded with the aura of an ancient Xian turtle. Such an aura was rare, and as the aura continued to deepen, Ye Feng suddenly realized that the current binding that he had released had completely lost its effect. Could this be a kind of concealment function in the Xian turtle's aura? It can completely turn oneself into a blank, and even the skills that are released are unable to hit, Ye Feng said with a frown as he looked forward while muttering to himself. If that was the case, then he could not continue to use this kind of light skill, and would use a more powerful skill instead. Ye Feng looked at Luonyo in front of him, and his eyes flickered as he thought about how to use this kind of skill and use it perfectly. Once this kind of skill was used well, it would definitely be able to display an extraordinary effect. Even an existence like the Xian turtle with extreme defensive power might not be Ye Feng's match. Let me see just how strong you are. Luonyo roared angrily, his entire body exuding the aura of the Xian turtle. In an instant, his entire body seemed to have transformed into the Xian turtle. His huge body was fully displayed in front of Ye Feng. The strange thing was that the Xian turtle was originally a cumbersome creature. However, under Luonyo's control, its speed was not slow at all. On the contrary, it was abnormally fast. Its speed was very fast, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Ye Feng. Ye Feng's face darkened slightly. He looked at Luonyo, who was right in front of him, and thought to himself, looks like I can't dodge in this state. Let's try other skills. In this state, Ye Feng's spiderweb punishment skill was the best counterattack, but this arena was very big, so he could not use it to set up and release spiderwebs. Without conditions, conditions could be created. Slime Storm. With a thought, Ye Feng instantly summoned countless slimes. These slimes fell from the sky and fluttered in the air. Because they were slime-like objects, they fluttered down like rain. Looking at the dense group of slimes, Luonyo showed a shocked expression. Is this your skill? Slime. Luonyo looked at the sky full of slimes and felt his scalp go numb. However, Luonyo was wrong. These slimes did not deal any damage at all. If one had to say it, the slime's mucus could restrict the opponent's speed to a certain extent. However, it was obvious that it could not be used at all under these two levels. Moreover, the slime mucus was not omnipotent. When the slime fell, the Xian turtle's aura that Luonyo released could melt it directly. Although Luonyo's Xian turtle aura melted it, it could only remove the slime, but it could not completely remove it. Therefore, in the next moment, Luonyo's body moved again and charged directly at the slimes. He wanted to kill these slimes to solve this huge problem, but at this time, a huge dangerous aura suddenly came from him. He immediately looked up and found that Ye Feng was already standing behind him, slapping him fiercely. Bang! Luonyo's huge body was instantly thrown out and fell to the ground, creating a big pit, and the entire arena shook. What a good diversion! After he hurriedly got up, he glanced at the white spider webs around him that had appeared out of nowhere. His face was somewhat pale, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. What is this thing again? Why would spider webs appear in the competition grounds? Ye Feng did not use too much strength for this attack. Instead, he summoned a normal spider web attack. However, Luonyo felt an extremely powerful force attacking him. Pfft! Luonyo was thoroughly enraged. He had never suffered such humiliation before. Moreover, Ye Feng was still a freshman. No matter how much he understood Ye Feng in the beginning and how modest he was before the start of the competition, at this moment, everything was no longer so important. The promotion exam was originally set up to win with competition as the goal. He couldn't care less about the audience and the big shots who were watching the battle. Win. He had to win. This was the only reason he came to participate in the promotion exam. D*MN it was you who ambushed me. These injuries were nothing to him. What he wanted was his face, but at this moment, he had lost all his face. Luonyo shouted angrily and turned around. His huge body made him full of violent fighting ability. He turned around and kicked Ye Feng. However, Ye Feng did not dodge at all. Instead, he clenched his fists tightly and punched at Luonyo's chest. Luonyo's strength was much higher than Ye Feng's, but he did not dare to take Ye Feng's fist head-on. After all, Ye Feng's strength was too tyrannical. His physical strength could even be compared to an early-stage A-grade powerhouse. This kind of attack was not something he could withstand. Bang! Ye Feng's fist ruthlessly struck Luonyo's chest, producing a muffled sound. Luonyo retreated a few steps. His flushed face was currently glaring angrily at Ye Feng. This fist is a lesson for you. Don't be so reckless next time. Ye Feng said with a faint smile. You, Luonyo angrily roared. He wanted to say something, but he could not find any reason. He could only grit his teeth and glare angrily at Ye Feng, feeling indignant. But in his heart, he was more and more fearful of Ye Feng. He discovered that the power of that punch just now could actually shake the body of the Xian turtle. Moreover, this was only an appetizer. Ye Feng's attack power far exceeded his imagination. You are still not my match. If you still have any moves, just bring them out. Don't waste time. Hearing Ye Feng's words, Luonyo was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Chapter 223, Demonizing Luonyo, Soul Attack. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Ye Feng's expression was extremely calm, as if he did not use too much strength at all. Seeing this kind of expression, Luonyo was even more furious. This guy, isn't he too ridiculously powerful? Since you want to die, then I'll grant you your wish. Luonyo growled in a low voice. His huge body walked toward Ye Feng step by step, and the aura surrounding his body became denser and denser. Luonyo's body gradually turned black. Even his originally ferocious face slowly turned dark green at this moment. A sinister and terrifying aura was emitted from Luonyo's body, causing people to be terrified. This scene caused many of the audience to be dumbstruck. Could it be a demon? Some of the girls were shocked by Luonyo's appearance. However, Ye Feng remained calm. Luonyo, are you finally going to use all of your strength? Not bad, your attack this time is indeed very strong. I don't want to talk too much nonsense with you, just use all of your strength. I want to see if your Xian turtle's aura is stronger or if my spider webs are sharper. Ye Feng snorted coldly and directly went to meet Luonyo. The two once again collided with each other, producing an explosive sound that shook the entire arena. Luonyo's fist collided with Ye Feng's spider webs, producing crackling sounds of electricity as it streaked across the sky. As the two collided, cracks appeared on the ground of the arena. Even the entire arena began to shake as if it was about to collapse. This time, I won't hold back anymore. A ferocious expression appeared on Luonyo's face. His eyes revealed a vicious glint, and he was like a wild beast that had gone mad. The muscles on his arms bulged, and blue veins bulged out. A layer of black mist appeared on the skin of his body. Luonyo is going all out. His physical body has already evolved to its limit. He is preparing to enter the second stage of training. The surrounding audience started to discuss. In the eyes of the audience, Luonyo was really going all out this time. His physical body had already reached its limit, and he was already on the verge of transforming. This battle was going to break this layer of membrane. Luonyo's aura grew higher and higher. The tiny scales on his body stood up one by one, as if they were covered with thorns. He looked exceptionally ugly and ferocious. Luonyo, I know that your strength is stronger than mine, but it won't be so easy for you to get close to me. Moreover, I won't give you the chance to get close to me. Ye Feng smiled faintly, showing no signs of fear. Ye Feng's strength was also soaring crazily, but he had yet to activate the power of the dragon seed, as well as the ultimate water elemental power that Walter had given him. Now, he could easily deal with Luonyo just by relying on his own strength. And in this era, a B-end grade symbiote could already be called an overlord of a region. Whether it was in terms of level or in terms of other aspects, Ye Feng could completely insta-kill the other party. It was just a matter of time. This was a kind of increase in cultivation level. Whether it was the strength of the physical body or the inner strength, they were all constantly rising. Your speed is very fast, but my physical strength is a level higher. My physical body is the strongest in the world. No matter what kind of strange movement technique you have, it can't change this matter. Luonyo sneered and slapped out a claw. Endless black chi surged out of his body, condensing into a huge devil claw that clawed at Ye Feng. The strength contained in that devil claw was enough to easily tear Ye Feng into pieces. However, this kind of attack was simply like scratching an itch for Ye Feng. He curled his lips in disdain. Do you think that you can defeat me with just a little bit of strength? After saying that, Ye Feng activated his strength as well. Countless spider webs covered the sky and the earth as they swept out. They brought with them a powerful aura as they charged toward the huge devil claw. Boom! When Luonyo's huge palm touched the spider web, an earth-shattering explosion instantly erupted. Ye Feng felt an incomparable pain in the depths of his soul, but he still did not move an inch. As for Luonyo, his body trembled and he was sent flying 3 meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and many of the scales on his body fell off. Could it have been affected the water elemental Dragon King's soul curse? Although Ye Feng felt some pain, it was not a big deal. He would be able to endure it very soon. However, Ye Feng did not expect that spiderweb punishment released could also affect the depths of his soul. There should be a big connection between the two. After all, the spiderweb was formed from slime's mucus. The slime was also his symbiotic body and belonged to the power of origin. It was not impossible for there to be some soul connection. However, Ye Feng was worried that the water elemental Dragon King's soul curse would wait for an opportunity to do something. If that were the case, he would not be able to focus on Luonyo's side. Moreover, if he exposed his ability, he would be in a very passive situation. What he did not know was that the water elemental Dragon King's soul curse had already been activated. It had already set its eyes on Ye Feng, waiting for an opportunity to devour him. In an instant, Ye Feng seemed to have entered a new space. This was a space created by the water elemental Dragon King's soul curse. Ye Feng's consciousness had just been pulled into this place when he instantly felt that something bad was about to happen. He was not worried that Luonyo would take the opportunity to do something to him. After all, the flow of time in this space was different from the outside world. There was almost no concept of time in this space. This meant that no matter how long Ye Feng entered this space, when he left, he would still return to the time when he first entered. In this space, Ye Feng was somewhat troubled. His gaze swept around, looking for traces of the water elemental Dragon King's soul. If he could annihilate it here, it could be considered a good thing. However, he did not find anything. The latest _AP_SOTIS are on _the dot website. He did not even see the shadow of the water elemental Dragon King. It was as if everything was just an illusion and had never existed. What on earth is going on? Ye Feng frowned. He could clearly feel that his soul was trembling non-stop. This was a sign that his soul was being eroded. This feeling was very weak, but it actually happened. In the depths of his soul, something seemed to be slowly melting. It was a very wonderful feeling. Ye Feng felt that his soul was gradually leaving his body and was spreading outwards. Not good. This guy wants to take this opportunity to steal my soul. Ye Feng immediately reacted. He knew that his soul had already been devoured by the water elemental Dragon King. This was a very terrifying method. Chapter 224, Soul Strike, Devouring Ability Activated. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The water elemental Dragon King was not only able to devour powerful souls. Moreover, Ye Feng's body contained such a huge amount of power. Once it was devoured, the water elemental Dragon King's physical body would be reconstructed and once again break through the shackles and enter human world. Then, everything would be reduced to ashes. This world would also be reshaped. The water elemental Dragon King was able to occupy Ye Feng's soul. That was equivalent to Ye Feng's other half of his soul continuously fusing together. Break for me! Ye Feng roared in anger. His body suddenly expanded and turned into a giant. Behind him, a huge tail appeared. The tail swung wildly and shattered the surrounding space. Boom! The huge collision sound caused the air to tremble violently. The surrounding air formed a substantial fluctuation. Bang! 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 Fine cracks appeared in the air, like a spider web, covering the entire space. Ye Feng's move was so powerful that it could be said to be unprecedented. Crack! A few cracks appeared in the air. But under Ye Feng's attack, it did not completely collapse, but was slowly recovering. This space was already under Ye Feng's control. And as his cultivation increased, the space's endurance also became stronger. Under this situation, the water elemental Dragon King was simply unable to destroy the space, and could only be trapped inside. The water elemental Dragon King's soul curse was also continuously devouring the soul fire in Ye Feng's body. Ye Feng's soul fire had already begun to dim, and it felt like it would be extinguished at any moment. Moreover, he also discovered one more thing: the water elemental Dragon King's soul curse did not harm him in any way. On the contrary, it could help him in his cultivation. Seeing that the water elemental Dragon King's soul was once again bound, Ye Feng finally heaved a long sigh of relief. With a thought, Ye Feng returned to reality, and his field of vision was lit up again. Seeing Luonyo standing in front of him in a daze, Ye Feng was a little puzzled. What kind of shock is this? Ye Feng did not say a word. His figure moved, and a palm covered the sky and earth as it slapped toward Luonyo. Boom! Luonyo's body was instantly sent flying. From a sluggish look, he returned to a look of shock. Why do you have such a massive amount of energy within your body? Luonyo stood up and asked in a low voice, completely unharmed. Ye Feng seemed to have understood something when he heard this. As this was an arena, the surroundings were protected by a formation. Thus, regardless of whether it was sound or energy fluctuations, they were unable to break through this shackle and reach the outer ring. Therefore, no one could hear their conversation. I don't know what you're talking about, Ye Feng replied indifferently. There was still a faint pain in his body. This was because the water elemental Dragon King's soul had come out just now and caused some effects on his body. However, it was not a big problem. With Ye Feng's super strong recovery ability, he could almost complete the recovery in an instant. Therefore, he did not take it to heart. Don't joke around. I am very sensitive to the spiritual energy fluctuations in the outside world. Just now, in that instant, I was able to capture the power released from your body. It was only for an instant, but the power contained in it was very powerful. It was so powerful that it did not belong to you. Luonyo also had some doubts. Did he feel that there was something wrong? Normally speaking, how could the aura of a dragon appear in a person's body? Did I hit you so hard that you lost your mind? I advise you to surrender quickly, Ye Feng said with a smile. Then, he controlled the spider webs and launched another round of attacks. He could not continue this topic. Being able to detect the aura of the water elemental Dragon King from the subtle changes in his body meant that Luonyo was not an ordinary person. This talent was also extremely strong. No wonder he was a powerful existence in the academy. But fortunately, Ye Feng did not sense anything wrong, which made Ye Feng let out a long sigh of relief. And that huge devil claw also disappeared in an instant. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. Luonyo was a B-grade powerhouse, but he was actually forced back by Ye Feng. This Ye Feng was too strong. A trickle of blood flowed out from the corner of Luonyo's mouth, but the fierce light in his eyes became more and more intense. What a powerful defense! No wonder he dared to provoke me like this. Luonyo's eyes flickered with a light of shock. That palm strike just now was already his strongest attack. He did not expect that it actually did not do anything to Ye Feng at all. How is this possible? When Luonyo saw that Ye Feng's strength actually surpassed his, he was instantly shocked beyond words. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He never thought that Ye Feng's strength was so powerful that he could actually block his attack. Luonyo, admit defeat. Ye Feng said with a smile. In your dreams. I will never admit defeat. I, Luonyo, will never admit defeat. Luonyo roared and continued to charge toward Ye Feng. The aura on his body soared crazily, and his figure was like lightning, catching up to Ye Feng in the blink of an eye. He kept swinging his fists. Each of his punches carried the whistling sound of the wind, tearing the void into black cracks. This was an extremely powerful fist technique. Its power was extremely great, and it was not weaker than an ordinary powerful A-grade fist technique. Although Ye Feng did not deliberately learn defense, with the super strong defense ability that Ye Feng obtained through the slime, his body had long surpassed the quality of an ordinary B-grade symbiote. Moreover, his physical body was also many times stronger than a B-grade quality, so Luonyo's fist technique was completely ineffective against him. He kept dodging, his figure like lightning, dodging Luonyo's fist technique attack. This fist technique did not have any effect on Ye Feng. Seeing Ye Feng keep dodging, Luonyo's expression became even more unsightly, and he also had a bad premonition in his heart. Ye Feng was too strange. His body seemed to be made of steel and was incomparably hard. His own attacks actually couldn't injure him in the slightest. The latest _AP_SOTIs are on _ the dot. Website. This scene made Luonyo feel extremely incredulous. He couldn't understand why Ye Feng's body was so strong. He was simply like a freak. After Ye Feng dodged Luonyo's attack, a golden gale gushed out from his body. Since you like to chase me and fight, I'll let you chase me until you're satisfied. Ye Feng shouted in a deep voice, his body continuously flashing with rays of light. Devour. As Ye Feng's voice fell, Luonyo seemed to have instantly fallen into a very strange space. This reaction happened almost instantaneously, without any time to react. Luonyo felt his consciousness suddenly fall into a daze. There was nothing around him. He could not see anything or see clearly. He wanted to escape, but there was no way for him to escape. This fog seemed to cover this space. Haha, your strength is indeed very strong, but you are still too young. So what if you are strong? Your strength is not my match at all. As long as I am willing, I can make you kneel and surrender. At this time, Ye Feng's voice came from all directions, making Luonyo's hair stand on end. Chapter 225, The Power of Slime, Awakening the Ability of Acid. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. At this moment, Luonyo also realized that he was currently in the body of a giant slime. Logically speaking, a slime was the weakest creature in nature. Even if it devoured him, he could easily escape with just a slight struggle. However, no matter what he did, it was as if he had lost his effect. There was nothing he could do. At this moment, when the audience saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Luonyo is actually trapped in the body of a slime. What kind of strength is this to be able to possess such terrifying strength? Everyone's hearts were about to jump out of their throats. This Ye Feng was too terrifying. He was actually able to trap Luonyo. One had to know that Luonyo was the strongest symbiote in the second grade of Cloud Mist Academy. His cultivation level had also reached a terrifying B grade. In the entire Cloud Mist Academy, he could be considered as one of the top experts. However, he was currently trapped within the body of a slime. This was truly a little frightening. However, everyone speculated that even if he were to devour Luonyo, it would be impossible for him to be trapped within the body for a long time. After all, the Xian turtle was not something that could be faked. By activating the strength within the body, it could also raise the strength of the host by more than 10 times. It was more than enough to break through the soft body of the slime. Currently, Luonyo was unable to break through. Ye Feng had only activated his spiritual energy and formed some form of confusion. Once this confusion was over, Luonyo would definitely be able to charge out. With Luonyo's powerful defensive ability, Ye Feng's wave definitely would not cause him any harm. The match might very well end in a draw. Luonyo, this can't go on. You have to use all your strength. Otherwise, it will be very easy for you to suffer a loss. Don't forget, my current strength has also reached B grade, not much different from yours. This is a waste of effort. You will only be wasting your own strength. Ye Feng spoke indifferently, his eyes filled with mockery. I've said it before. You forced me to use all of my strength. Luonyo's face was extremely gloomy. His body emitted a dense demonic qi. His eyes were red, and his clothes all swelled up. The skin on his body swelled to the limit, as if it would explode at any moment. Ye Feng was secretly surprised when he saw Luonyo use all of his strength. This guy is really willing to risk his life. But this is also good. The higher my strength is, the greater the hope for me to win, Ye Feng thought to himself. Rumble. A terrifying sense of oppression was felt. Ha! Luonyo shouted in a low voice and slammed his palms onto the ground. His palms slammed down fiercely, and the earth trembled. Under the ground, pieces of soil flew up. These pieces of soil carried a huge gust of wind and were extremely fast. They were like cannonballs, as if they wanted to shatter the slime that was devouring him from the inside out. Seeing this scene, many people below the stage began to discuss animatedly. Luonyo is finally going to use his full strength. Looks like Ye Feng's slime isn't able to completely devour and restrain him. Slime wants to devour the Xian turtle? How is that possible? He's going to spit Luonyo out soon. That's right. A slime doesn't have the defense of a Xian turtle to begin with, and its interior is even weaker. Once he finds a breakthrough point, not only can Luonyo come out immediately, but he can also take the opportunity to heavily injure Ye Feng. The audience discussed animatedly. On the stage, Ye Feng was still calmly dealing with it. You want to escape? But I have to tell you some bad news. Before you surrender, I'm afraid you'll have to stay in the belly of a slime. Ye Feng looked at Luonyo, who was constantly resisting, and spoke indifferently. It was as if he wanted to crush him mentally. A small slime, isn't it just a little tougher than an ordinary slime? Later, I'll smash your slime all over the ground. Don't feel sorry for me. After saying that, Luonyo released all his strength once again. Waves after waves of violent brute force had indeed increased his strength significantly. One punch. Ye Feng felt a faint pain in his abdomen. Looking at the man in front of him, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Looks like I still have to add some spice to you. Thinking so, Ye Feng activated the spiritual energy in his body. For a moment, the mucus in the giant slime's abdomen instantly became extremely sticky. The effect of the poison, the stickiness, the sharpness, and so on. These were all the special attributes of the slime. For a moment, all of them were attached to the body of the giant slime. Luonyo instantly felt his entire body go numb, and the pain was unbearable. It was as if he had drunk a bottle of poison specially brewed by the king eye snake in the depths of a tropical rainforest. Almost in an instant, Luonyo's entire spiritual energy was greatly weakened. Although his entire body had a strong defensive ability, he had already isolated more than 90% of the poison, but even the slightest trace of the poison seeping into his body was still unbearable. Luonyo's body started to struggle violently. Furthermore, Luonyo's strength was also affected by this intense pain. It continued to decrease. In the end, Luonyo couldn't even use half of his strength. This is impossible. How is this possible? With my Xian turtle body, even if I meet a B-end grade powerhouse, I wouldn't be afraid. But why do I feel so much pain now? Luonyo looked at his body that had become ethereal. His face turned pale and he found it hard to believe. He had always felt that he was very strong. There were very few opponents of the same rank. But now, he felt that his strength had been greatly reduced. Moreover, he couldn't even move now. What was even more terrifying was that Ye Feng had finally activated the decomposition and stomach pouch abilities. When the two skills were mixed together, not only could they greatly increase the devouring ability, but more importantly, they could also contain larger objects that were being devoured and devour them for a longer period of time. They could also decompose objects that could not be devoured. This also meant that it was not completely impossible to completely devour Luonyo. The latest _AP_SOTIs are on _the dot. Website. Ding. Host is currently devouring the Xian turtle. Acid skill has been awakened. Acid skill. Acid, able to corrode metal. Based on the properties of acid, Ye Feng naturally knew that this skill was quite powerful. Not to mention the Xian turtle, even if it was a divine-level creature, if it was devoured by him and released the acid skill, it was likely that it would be completely devoured. Hearing the system notification sound in his mind, Ye Feng's face revealed a smile. At the same time, Ye Feng immediately felt a huge force surging into his body. That force was extremely violent, as if lava was surging out of his body. Ye Feng felt as if his body was being torn apart in pain, and all the cells in his body seemed to be screaming in pain. At this moment, within the body of the giant slime, Luonyo, who was constantly being devoured, also felt a surge of intense pain, and his body suddenly stiffened. D***mn, how could my body be destroyed so easily? Luonyo was somewhat shocked. As Ye Feng released his acid ability, a flash of shock appeared in Luonyo's eyes, and then he saw viscous liquid appear on his feet, and the viscous liquid was rapidly spreading to his skin. Chapter 226, ended, and Luonyo admitted defeat. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Ah! Luonyo's scream came out from his throat. He had lost control of his body and could only struggle. But this struggle was already futile for him. Because Ye Feng's acid was used together with decomposition and stomach pouch to continuously invade Luonyo's body. Luonyo's skin began to fester and blood flowed out of his skin. All of this was a form of torture for Luonyo. Luonyo's heart was filled with fear at this moment. His body could no longer bear it. He felt as if his body was being eaten by tens of thousands of ants, bit by bit. The corrosion bit by bit. The pain was even more painful than death. Big brother Ye Feng, I admit defeat. Don't kill me. I beg you. Luonyo wailed. Right now, he really felt as if he was being gnawed by tens of thousands of ants. Moreover, this kind of pain was getting deeper and more intense. It even made Luonyo's body feel incomparably numb. This kind of pain was simply a torture that was worse than death. Ye Feng did not speak and only looked at Luonyo indifferently. He knew that if Luonyo did not give in, then Luonyo's pain would continue to intensify. Luonyo felt as if he was about to suffer permanent torture. This feeling was too terrifying. He wanted to stop, but he could not stop at all. This pain made him almost go crazy. At this moment, Luonyo finally felt death. He couldn't bear it anymore. He knew that if he didn't surrender quickly, what awaited him would be even more terrifying. So, at the last moment, Luonyo decided to give up resistance. Ye Feng was slightly stunned when he heard this. What? You actually admitted defeat? Ye Feng looked at the other party in surprise. Wasn't this guy very arrogant? Why did he suddenly admit defeat now? This scene also attracted the attention of many audience members below the stage. Not only Ye Feng, the others were also very shocked. What was going on? These audience members were all very confused. Big brother Ye Feng, I was wrong. Please spare me, please spare me. Luonyo's voice had a sobbing tone, but Ye Feng did not intend to let him off so easily. Luonyo, such an arrogant guy, actually admitted defeat. This scene also attracted the attention of many people. Many people even took out their phones to film. Luonyo's expression was a little ugly at this moment. He could already feel waves of pain coming from his body. This kind of pain was simply worse than death. If he did not admit defeat, then what would happen next, Luonyo did not dare to imagine. I admit defeat. Luonyo roared. He had no choice but to admit defeat. This kind of torture was already driving him crazy. He would rather choose to die right now. Ye Feng smiled slightly when he heard Luonyo's words. Could it be that Ye Feng's attack just now made him feel fear? However, no matter what reason Luonyo chose to admit defeat, he had won Ye Feng's respect. After all, being able to persist in his hands for so long was enough to prove that he was not weak. Because they did not expect Luonyo to actually choose to surrender. Although the victory of this battle belonged to Ye Feng, Luonyo did not have to do this. He should have continued to persevere and then defeated Ye Feng to obtain the final victory. But now, he actually chose to surrender. Such a method was not in line with his temperament. Luonyo actually admitted defeat. Could it be that Luonyo is afraid? It's not to the extent of being afraid. He probably wants to preserve some of his strength by admitting defeat. After all, the reward for being the champion this time is definitely not low. No matter what the reason is, he definitely admitted defeat. The audience discussed animatedly and were all very surprised. On the stage, Luonyo's condition was very bad at the moment. His entire body was completely deformed. The acid had not only corroded his Shen turtle aura. It had already broken all of his defenses. If he continued down without any movement, Luonyo would be completely devoured and digested by Ye Feng. After that, Ye Feng withdrew the slime. The effect on Luonyo's body was instantly eliminated. Just now in the slime's body, the air was very oppressive. Now that Luonyo had come outside and breathed in the fresh air, he could not help but gasp for breath. He suddenly felt that he was saved. Are you all right? Ye Feng smiled faintly and walked over to help him up. At the same time, he handed him a life potion. This bottle of life potion was only at the intermediate level. It was a bottle of potion that Ye Feng had conveniently bought when he was buying cultivation items. He had originally thought of taking it when he was weak, but now it seemed that this trembling man in front of him needed to take this bottle of potion more than he did. I'm fine. Thank you for showing mercy, Brother Feng, Luonyo said gratefully. The current him felt as if he had climbed up from the gates of H*LL. He did not know why, but when he faced Ye Feng, he always felt extremely afraid. Ye Feng shook his head and smiled again. Luonyo trembled as he reached out to receive the life potion. His face was pale, his lips were purple, and his body was swaying. He almost could not stand. Seeing Luonyo's situation, Ye Feng was also a little worried. Was he too heavy-handed? But then he remembered that the other party's symbiotic body was the Xian turtle. Even if it did not have the ability to awaken, it was still one of the top existences in defense. It should not be too affected by the acid. Moreover, Luonyo's willpower was indeed very strong. Under such circumstances, he could still maintain his consciousness. Ye Feng knew that Luonyo was definitely scared out of his wits. After all, in the face of life-threatening danger, no one could remain calm. After Luonyo drank the medicine, his entire person seemed to have recovered quite a bit. Moreover, the gaze he looked at Ye Feng with became even more respectful. Luonyo had never been a coward, and he would not admit defeat in this kind of situation. But now, he did admit defeat, and he thought that it was Ye Feng who had shown mercy and saved his life. According to the rules of the competition, Ye Feng could indeed kill him, and he did not have to bear any crime, because from the beginning of the competition a life and death agreement had been signed. If it was not for Ye Feng, he would have died long ago. Moreover, he had been gnawed by the slime until not even a bone was left. At this moment, Luonyo's heart was filled with gratitude. This round, Ye Feng had won. Even so, Ye Feng and Luonyo's points had also reached 30 points. Currently, they were ranked second on the scoreboard together with another contestant, Zhang Menyu. Being able to obtain such a number of points also indirectly indicated that the strength of each contestant had already far exceeded the standard of an ordinary person. After all, they were all top experts of Cloud Mist Academy. Now that they had come to participate in the promotion exam, they only had this kind of score. However, in that match just now, there were also many people who were unconvinced, especially Luonyo's Fang girls, who were still denouncing him below the stage at this moment. Chapter 227, triggered the one-on-one combat mechanism, and weapons were chosen at the beginning. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. It must be Ye Feng's symbiotic body, which is perfect to counter the Xian turtle. After all, a symbiotic body like the slime can only devour a little thing. Yet, the battle just now was totally crushing. Ye Feng, that trash, can actually win. I think so too. If Ye Feng didn't cheat, how could Luonyo end up like this? Not only did the people below the stage denounce Ye Feng, they also felt that Ye Feng was cheating. The sword spirit Zhang Menyu who was watching the battle from afar and Lightning Su Lu Si were all quite interested in Ye Feng. Their attention was all focused on Ye Feng. Because on Ye Feng's body, they could faintly see a familiar feeling from Ye Feng's body. The more powerful Ye Feng was, the more surprised and even excited they were. It seems that Ye Feng is really not simple. Lightning Su Lu Si said with a smile. Zhang Menyu also said, he is indeed not simple. At this level, even if I meet him, I will have a headache for a while. Zhang Menyu's eyes flashed with a strange look. She felt that Ye Feng was not simple. After all, in their eyes, although Ye Feng was strong, it was not easy to defeat the Xian turtle. Moreover, Ye Feng had more than one enemy, and each of them was very difficult to deal with. Zhang Menyu asked, Sisi, what do you think of Ye Feng's strength? Su Lu shook her head and said, I think it's hard to judge. Although his strength is strong, it's not an easy thing to defeat the Xian turtle. Zhang Menyu nodded when she heard Su Lu's words. She agreed with Su Lu's words. After all, the people present were all top-notch geniuses in the academy. They were all people who enjoyed a certain reputation in the academy. Naturally, they were very familiar with the Xian turtle's strength. But this Ye Feng's strength is indeed not weak. Based on the ability he just released, I can deduce that his cultivation level has already reached B+. For a slime symbiotic body to be able to cultivate him to such a high level, it can be said that this Ye Feng is not simple. Moreover, he has a secret hidden within him. I have a premonition that he will become a well-deserved dark horse in the promotion exam. Zhang Menyu evaluated Ye Feng very carefully. She could even deduce Ye Feng's usual fighting style and various behaviors through some details. Really? This Ye Feng is actually so powerful. Su Liasi was a little surprised. After all, in her impression, Ye Feng was very low-key and had never done anything sensational. Of course, the actual freshman assessment was an exception. And it looks like that's the case. This guy really impressed me. He's not simple. Zhang Menyu also praised him. Seeing Zhang Menyu praising Ye Feng, Su Liasi was also very pleased. After all, Ye Feng had helped Su Liasi take revenge previously and beat up Luonyo fiercely. In her subconscious mind, Su Liasi had already treated Ye Feng as someone on her side. Hehe, I knew Ye Feng would definitely win. See, as expected. Su Liasi raised her head proudly with a proud expression. Sister, can we also apply to fight with Ye Feng? I really want to ask him about his ability now. Su Liasi suddenly asked, blinking her cute big eyes and looking at Zhang Menyu. Zhang Menyu pondered for a moment and then said, it seems to be possible. There is a rule in the competition that allows the winner to initiate a one-on-one duel. One-on-one duels, as the name implied, were meant to be initiated by the other party. According to the rules, such a request was allowed to be accepted. Moreover, only the winning side could initiate a one-on-one duel. The winning side could not refuse. In other words, Ye Feng had to accept their request for a one-on-one duel. Then let's apply. I think Ye Feng is very strong. He should be qualified to spar with us. Hearing the word one-on-one, Su Liasi could not help but become excited. After all, Su Liasi's heart was very eager to spar with some super experts. Su Liasi nodded and smiled happily. Hehe, the symbiotic body is a slime. It will definitely be fun. This guy will definitely be tortured by me. Su Liasi clapped her hands and cheered excitedly. Her eyes flickered with a strange light as if she was looking forward to the battle with Ye Feng. I'm ready. Sister Yu, are you ready? Hearing Su Liasi's question, Zhang Menyu nodded lightly. That's great. Let's go find Ye Feng now. Su Liasi jumped up in excitement. But let me remind you first. Ye Feng's cultivation is much higher than yours. Although your cultivation is C+, you have to remember that you are a girl and not suitable to fight head-on with Ye Feng. So if you see something wrong, just admit defeat immediately. Zhang Menyu reminded Su Liasi. I understand, but my speed can restrain the other party. Su Liasi smiled confidently. Alright then, let's go find Ye Feng now. After saying that, the two of them walked forward. You two, ran here again. They had just walked a few steps when they saw Ye Feng standing there, smiling as he stared at the two of them. As it was the time for rest, the competition had not started yet. Because it was a wheel race, if they continued to win, they would have to continue on the wheel. Therefore, the halftime break was also a safeguard for the contestants' bodies. We want to spar with you and challenge you one-on-one. Su Liasi smiled as she looked at the other party, but her aura was very strong, as proud as a little princess. Ye Feng also looked at her with a smile. This kind of thing did not matter to Ye Feng. After all, he was not afraid of anyone. Well, then it's decided. However, this is not an ordinary battle, but a one-on-one fight, so we need to prepare. Su Liasi said with a smile. Ye Feng smiled and then replied, I also have the same idea. At this moment, he was also guessing what this one-on-one fight was. This kind of one-on-one fight should not be something fun. Moreover, Su Liasi and Zhang Menyu were very strong. He was worried that he would lose to the other party. Attention, Zhang Menyu is launching a one-on-one fight against Ye Feng. Attention, Zhang Menyu is launching a one-on-one fight against Ye Feng. Attention, Zhang Menyu is launching a one-on-one fight against Ye Feng. Once a duel is initiated, it cannot be cancelled until one side fails. There is no point record in the process of a duel. However, each contestant can only initiate a duel once. After the introduction of the rules, the duel will begin. In that case, I'll go first. Zhang Menyu smiled and said, the rules of this competition are very simple. Both sides only need to use the most common weapons to spar. Okay, then I'll prepare a weapon too. Ye Feng also replied when he saw this. Chapter 228, The Battle of Offensive Superiority, The Cloud Mist Little Sword Fairy. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Just take out your best weapon. I want to see just how strong you are, Zhang Menyu said with a smile. In terms of weapons, she had never seen a weapon that was strong enough to contend against her Sword of Infinity. After saying this, Ye Feng took out his sea stone trident. Seeing Ye Feng take out his trident, the expressions of Zhang Menyu and Su Liasi changed, because the trident was a very powerful weapon. But whether it was the strongest sea stone trident, they did not know. After all, they had only seen it on the internet. Such a mysterious weapon, they had no chance to see it in reality. Not only them, but the other contestants also showed shocked expressions because they had never seen anyone take out such a weapon. This trident looked very sharp and emitted a powerful aura. Are you ready? Ye Feng asked with a smile. Zhang Menyu nodded. Ye Feng also nodded and said, all right, then let's begin. Senior, remember to show mercy. After saying that, Ye Feng took the lead and rushed toward the other party. Zhang Menyu immediately followed and stabbed the sword in her hand toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng waved the trident in his hand. Immediately, a huge wave shot out from the tip of the trident, forming a tornado that attacked Zhang Menyu. Seeing Ye Feng's sudden attack, Zhang Menyu hurriedly retreated. However, Ye Feng did not stop. Instead, he directly chased after his opponent. The trident in his hand also quickly waved out, continuously releasing tornado after tornado, attacking his opponent. Zhang Menyu dodged the tornado that Ye Feng released while using her Sword of Infinity to block Ye Feng's attack. However, she was forced to retreat by Ye Feng's powerful aura. Looking at Ye Feng's momentum, Zhang Menyu smiled faintly, as if this was all part of her plan. As expected, in the next moment, Zhang Menyu's long sword was like a swimming dragon, continuously testing the trident's attack, from shallow to deep, from far to near. Ye Feng also realized that something was wrong. Under the guidance of Zhang Menyu's Sword of Infinity, it was as if the opponent was a black hole, continuously devouring his own power. Ye Feng also quickly dodged and swept the trident in his hand horizontally, deflecting the blade. Zhang Menyu hurriedly withdrew her sword and tilted her body slightly to avoid being attacked. Senior sister, your reaction is really slow. Ye Feng said with a smile. His speed was very fast, and in an instant, he had already rushed over. I am indeed very slow, but you forced me to do this. Take this. After saying this, Zhang Menyu waved the sword in her hand again and attacked Ye Feng. Ye Feng also dodged quickly and used his trident to block. Bang! 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 The trident and the sword collided with each other, producing a clear sound. The battle between the two became more and more intense. The sword and the trident continued to collide. Ye Feng had a faint smile on his face. Meanwhile, Zhang Menyu's expression was a little ugly. She had never thought that her opponent's speed would be so fast. Moreover, the difference in their attacking methods was too great. This was completely not the speed that she was familiar with. According to Zhang Menyu's knowledge, the speed of a sword was undoubtedly the fastest type of weapon. Of course, this was the case for cold weapons. Moreover, she had been practicing the sword since she was young. Even if she wasn't proficient in sword control, she had at least been in the rudiments for a very long time. However, the Ye Feng she met today seemed to know her weakness. He was clearly able to knock her down with a single strike, but he would stop every time. It was as if he was toying with her, continuously launching roundabout attacks. Zhang Menyu was a little anxious. No matter what, she was a famous person in Cloud Mist Academy and was known as Cloud Mist Little Sword Fairy. However, this was the first time she had encountered such speed. If she was unable to finish off Ye Feng in a short period of time, then the situation that followed would be extremely dangerous. Thinking of this, she hardened her heart. She doubled her speed and an attack that was even faster than before attacked toward Ye Feng. Rumble! 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 Zhang Menyu's sword momentum was extremely sharp, like a huge dragon pouncing toward Ye Feng. When Ye Feng saw this, he hurriedly increased his strength and straightened his trident to block Zhang Menyu's attack. Boom! The sword momentum collided with the trident, emitting a violent explosion. It was as if the air was about to be torn apart. This sound also frightened the onlookers, because this kind of sound was very terrifying. They had never heard of such a terrifying sound. Ye Feng's trident blocked this sword momentum, but the trident was forced back by Zhang Menyu's sword. Zhang Menyu saw the situation. She immediately continued to pursue. The sword momentum in her hand kept changing. Sword after sword, like a storm, attacked Ye Feng. Ye Feng had a smile on his face. As he blocked Zhang Menyu's attack, he kept retreating. Zhang Menyu's face was a little pale, and her forehead was covered in cold sweat. But she did not give up. She continued to attack with all her might, as if she would not give up until Ye Feng was defeated. Ye Feng saw that his opponent's attack was so fierce, so he did not dare to be negligent. He quickly used his movement technique and continuously dodged. Whoosh! Zhang Menyu suddenly disappeared from her original spot and appeared at Ye Feng's back. She stabbed her sword fiercely at Ye Feng's shoulder. If Ye Feng had not dodged in time, this sword would have pierced through Ye Feng's body. Hoo! Zhang Menyu heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next second, her heart tensed up again. This was because she felt an intense sense of threat coming from behind her. If she did not escape quickly, she would definitely be hit. Ye Feng's strength was extremely terrifying. Even just the aura emitted by the trident was already powerful enough. Zhang Menyu did not know what kind of divine weapon this trident was, or if it was some kind of powerful weapon. Her sword of infinity actually did not have any effect on it. On the contrary, this seemingly ordinary trident actually suppressed her at all times. Every time they clashed, it was as if there was an ancient power constantly examining her. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable, causing her to feel a sense of fear in her heart. However, Zhang Menyu's reaction was also considered fast. She immediately executed her movement technique and quickly left this area. Seeing this, a smile hung on the corner of Ye Feng's mouth. Zhang Menyu's strength was extremely strong. Even though he had the upper hand, to defeat her, he would probably need a lot of time. Senior sister, it looks like the difference in strength between the two of us is not big. If we continue like this, I'm afraid that the one who will suffer in the end will be me. Ye Feng said with a smile. Chapter 229, Ancestral Level Artifact, Sword Spirit Possession. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Hearing this, Zhang Menyu also frowned. Since you have the confidence to defeat me, why are you still stalling for time? Zhang Menyu said. You don't understand this, right? Stalling for time will give you more opportunities. This is the wisdom of battle. Ye Feng said with a smile. Ye Feng's current intention was very obvious. He wanted to stall for time so that Zhang Menyu would completely lose the ability to counterattack. In fact, after just a few moves, it could already be seen that if Ye Feng was unarmed, he would definitely not be able to fight Zhang Menyu a few more times. But Ye Feng was now using the Sea Stone Trident. This was the Sea God King's divine weapon. One of the ancient divine weapons. It was on a completely different level from the Sword of Infinity. If the Sword of Infinity was called a noble in the sword, then the Sea Stone Trident could be called the Sea God's most powerful weapon, the ancestor of the Trident. Not only was it within the range of the Trident, but it was also the ancestor of cold weapons. Therefore, Ye Feng could easily kill Zhang Menyu. However, Ye Feng wanted to test Zhang Menyu from many aspects. After all, the 1v1 rules did not count as an official competition, and there was no rule for points. Therefore, Ye Feng completely regarded the 1v1 as a sparring competition. In any case, he did not have any losses. After hearing Ye Feng's words, Zhang Menyu gritted her teeth and glared at Ye Feng. "Junior, it seems that I can only bring out a little of my true strength," Zhang Menyu said. Her eyes revealed a trace of a cold light. Following that, Zhang Menyu raised her hands over her head and pressed her palms together. A circle of light immediately appeared. The circle of light contained an extremely majestic power. Moreover, there were traces of ripples in the surroundings. It was extremely beautiful. When Ye Feng saw this scene, he was stunned for a moment. What was going on? "Junior, please enlighten me." Zhang Menyu let out a delicate shout, and the long sword in her hand suddenly slashed down. Rumble! This sword strike was like a bolt of lightning, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. An enormous pressure covered the sky and earth as it shot toward Ye Feng, causing the entire space to tremble. So powerful! Seeing Zhang Menyu use this move, Ye Feng was also a little excited. He suddenly took half a step forward. Boom! 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 A majestic power instantly erupted. This was the second time Ye Feng used this ability. Ye Feng had long reached a realm where practice makes perfect. Now that he used it again, he was naturally familiar with it. "See Stone Trident, sweep across 1,000 armies." Ye Feng roared loudly, and the trident in his hand instantly left his hand. As Ye Feng swung it, the trident was like an arrow that left the bowstring. It cut through the air and flew toward Zhang Menyu. The sound of the trident cutting through the air was extremely sharp. It was accompanied by waves of hissing sounds, just like the angry roar of a wild beast. When Zhang Menyu saw Ye Feng suddenly unleash such a ferocious attack, she could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The power of Ye Feng's attack had exceeded her expectations. Swoosh! In the next moment, the two met, and a destructive wave of air swept through the surroundings. This wave of air formed a huge shock wave that spread out in all directions. Wherever it passed, houses collapsed. Crack, crack, crack! The floor cracked inch by inch, and the wooden floor shattered into powder. Zhang Menyu's clothes were flipped over by the shockwave, and the buttons on her chest fell off. A sliver of faintly discernible snow-white skin appeared. Seeing this, Ye Feng immediately felt that the golden spear was stiff. Fortunately, he had many years of experience in suppressing the spear, so he quickly suppressed it. Cough cough. Starred. Zhang Menyu was a little shy, so she hurriedly covered her clothes. A hint of red appeared on her gentle and jade-like face. Ye Feng awkwardly coughed twice. However, Zhang Menyu did not care about this. She waved her arm, and a layer of golden sword intent instantly covered Zhang Menyu's entire body. At the same time, an incomparably sharp sword ray spread out. At this moment, Zhang Menyu was like a golden sword god that had appeared. This is the perfect fusion of a symbiotic body and the host. Sword spirit possession. Seeing this scene, Ye Feng was instantly shocked. One had to know that although symbiotes all possessed symbiotic bodies, not every symbiote could achieve a perfect fusion with a symbiotic body, let alone a perfect fusion. Even Ye Feng was currently unable to perfectly fuse with the slime, let alone release a fusion skill. When Ye Feng and the slime were symbiotic, they had achieved 100% compatibility. Up until now, Ye Feng had not been able to perfectly fuse. So when he saw Zhang Menyu fuse with the sword spirit, he was shocked. He thought to himself, what realm should he cultivate to before he could fuse and trigger the fusion skill? This was something that he couldn't do right now. The sword spirit was the pinnacle form of the sword, and this was the sword of infinity. The level of the sword spirit was also quite powerful. Summoning the sword spirit not only could greatly increase the sword intent, but each of the following moves would greatly increase all kinds of attributes. Thus, she could reach the most powerful and perfect release state she had ever reached. Being able to release a sword spirit by Zhang Menyu was enough to show how powerful Ye Feng was. Otherwise, he would not have put her in such a sorry state. It could be said that Zhang Menyu had already forced her strength to its peak. Bang! Zhang Menyu slashed out with her sword, bringing with it an incomparably dense sword intent that rose from Ye Feng's surroundings. Following that, it brought with it an incomparably violent might as it fiercely collided with the trident in Ye Feng's hand. This was a pure collision of magic and physics, without any fancy words. The blood in Ye Feng's body boiled, and the qi and blood in his entire body surged. His strength once again increased by a lot. Looks like I have to burn some of the power of the dragon seed. Otherwise, I still won't be able to withstand this move. As Ye Feng thought so, the blood-red aura on his body continuously evaporated. The smell of blood was terrifying. A bloodthirsty look appeared in Ye Feng's eyes. His strength increased once again, and his entire person became incomparably ferocious. Following that, Ye Feng's aura suddenly increased by a lot, and the long trident in his hand exploded with a burst of blinding light. While the blood in his body churned, the terrifying aura on his body also became more and more condensed, even causing the surrounding air to become viscous. Heya! Suddenly, a furious roar sounded. Ye Feng stomped on the ground, his right hand holding the trident tightly. With a vicious stab, his entire body's speed suddenly exploded. Chapter 230, activated the power of the dragon seed, and Zhang Menyu was defeated. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Then, a vast and mighty power filled Ye Feng's body. This was the power of the dragon bloodline. Ye Feng's physique had changed, and he could now activate a trace of the true dragon bloodline. Under the power of the true dragon bloodline, Ye Feng's strength increased several times. Roar! Ye Feng suddenly roared, and the trident in his hand fiercely hacked toward Zhang Menyu's direction. An ear-piercing explosion spread in all directions. Zhang Menyu's attack was directly shattered, and Ye Feng also took a few steps back. Such powerful strength! Zhang Menyu looked at her hands in shock. What was going on? He suddenly took a step forward, and then threw a punch. Ye Feng's punch contained a huge force of 80,000 jin. Boom! Under Ye Feng's powerful attack, Zhang Menyu's powerful sword intent instantly dispersed and turned into ice crystals that scattered on the ground. At the same time, an unstoppable fist force attacked. Zhang Menyu hurriedly waved her hands, wanting to resist this punch, but it was too late. Boom! A blue light pillar appeared in the sky. A wave instantly broke through the sky. Like a surging river, it swept toward Zhang Menyu's sword force. Bang! Zhang Menyu's sword force and Ye Feng's fist force collided in the air. A loud sound was heard. A huge energy ripple spread in all directions. Zhang Menyu flew back a few meters. After landing on the ground, she raised her head and stared at Ye Feng with a grave expression. At this moment, Zhang Menyu's clothes were completely ruined. The clothes on her chest were also a little tattered. Her pretty face was filled with a grave expression. Ye Feng looked at the white patch on Zhang Menyu's chest and could not help but swallow his saliva. He thought to himself, this girl's figure is really not bad. The parts that should be protruding, they are protruding. Under such a situation, the people below the stage could not see clearly because there were some areas that were blocked to the extreme, but they could see the naked body after being marked. Their blood pressure instantly rose, and they all praised Ye Feng for being brilliant. They did not think that there was such a method in the competition. As long as one's strength was strong enough, destroying clothes was not a simple matter. Zhang Menyu's face was filled with shame and anger. Ye Feng actually dared to use such a naked gaze to size her up. I didn't do it on purpose. After saying that, Ye Feng took off his coat and threw it to the other party. Zhang Menyu angrily took the coat and wrapped it around her body. So strong. This guy is actually stronger than before. Jiang Menu was secretly shocked. Ye Feng's fist force was already strong enough just now, but this time it was actually even stronger, and it even seemed to be slightly stronger than her. No. If I continue to fight, I will definitely lose. I have to think of a way to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise. Obviously, Jiang Menu had just realized how terrifying Ye Feng was. Her attack just now was actually directly neutralized by Ye Feng. She did not even dare to act rashly now. Because the strength of the water wave attack just now was several times stronger than her sword intent. If it was not for her quick reaction and quick dodging, she would have died here long ago. Jiang Menu did not dare to take the risk because she did not know how many trump cards Ye Feng had yet to use. If Ye Feng had more trump cards, then she would be in danger. In that case, let's stop the battle. As Jiang Menu said this, her figure instantly disappeared from where she was. Hey! Ye Feng frowned. He did not expect Jiang Menu to give up the battle so easily. Although Ye Feng wanted to keep her, he did not want to waste too much time. After all, this was only a one-on-one fight. Generally speaking, a one-on-one fight was only equivalent to a preliminary match. It did not have any substantial effect. On the contrary, as long as one could draw out the strength of the other party, it would be a successful one-on-one fight. After all, the strength released in a one-on-one fight did not represent one's strength in the final match. No one would completely reveal their strength in a one-on-one fight. That would be too stupid. Therefore, he did not continue to stop the other party. Jiang Menu's figure disappeared from the stage. Sigh. What a pity. If she could hold on for a while longer, perhaps Ye Feng would be able to take her down. What a pity. The crowd below the stage felt sorry for Ye Feng one after another and kept sighing. They all thought that Ye Feng's strength was very strong, but they did not expect that Jiang Menu would actually quit playing so quickly. This kid's strength is a little stronger than I thought. Looks like I still underestimated him. Ye Feng's strength really surprised Jiang Menu. But she was secretly glad that she did not act rashly. Because Jiang Menu realized that she was not a match for Ye Feng at all. Once she fought head-on, she would definitely be beaten to death by Ye Feng. After Jiang Menu left the arena, Ye Feng also jumped down from the stage. His face was filled with disappointment because he was unable to make Jiang Menu stay. Sigh. The audience below the stage could not help but sigh. Menu actually lost this one-on-one duel. What a pity. It's fine if defensive contestant Xian Turtle lost, but I didn't expect Sword Spirit Jiang Menu, an offensive contestant, to actually be defeated. This person called Ye Feng is really interesting. Don't say any more. Menu is in existence in the top 20 of Cloud Mist City's ranking board. I didn't expect that she would actually be defeated by this brat Ye Feng. It's truly a pity. His final strength really makes people curious. Everyone discussed animatedly. They were all interested in the name Ye Feng because Ye Feng's fame was extremely great. There were even many people who believed that he would definitely surpass Sword Spirit Jiang Menu in the future. Jiang Menu returned to her seat and sat down. A blush appeared on her face. Her chest rose and fell violently, showing the anger in her heart. Just now, her sword move was neutralized by Ye Feng and she even let him take advantage of her. Of course, she would not feel good. However, she also knew that if she continued to pester him, the outcome would definitely be very tragic, so she gave up. Sister, are you all right? Su Liasi saw Jiang Menu walk back in a huff and immediately stood up to welcome her. Jiang Menu waved her hand. At this moment, her stomach was full of fire. When she saw Su Liasi, she immediately hugged her. I'm fine. It's just that Ye Feng isn't weak. His strength should be above mine. You must be careful. How is this possible? Ye Feng is so young. Could it be that his strength is so strong? Su Liasi was extremely puzzled. Sister, don't worry. You are not his match. Perhaps he is only good at using magic attacks. After all, if you cannot only fight in close combat, his attack power will be reduced by more than half. But sister, don't worry. I will help you take revenge later. My symbiosis body is lightning, and I am best at magic attacks. Moreover, my speed is also extremely fast. I can exhaust him until he admits defeat. Symbiote patted her chest and spoke confidently. Chapter 231, The Second Duel, The Power of Lightning Girl. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. You have to be careful. Don't underestimate your opponent. Just now, I released a very powerful skill, but he dared to take it head-on. This is enough to prove that he is not a simple person. You have to be careful. Zhang Menyu shook her head and said. I know, sister. Just wait and see how heroic I am. Symbiote said with a smile. Who? Ye Feng took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He was ready to continue the competition. He was not worried about being exposed after releasing the power of the dragon seed just now. After all, this kind of power was basically the same as the origin power, because the dragon seed had already merged with him. Moreover, the arena was protected by a formation. That was why he dared to release the power of the dragon seed. This is a feeling that I haven't felt in a long time. Ye Feng felt the power surging from his body, and his thoughts seemed to return to the time when he was in the water training hall. At that time, there was still Yi, the seniors of the water elemental guards, and Walter, one of the human ceilings of combat power. Unfortunately, all of this had passed. This only gave him a trace of a memory, and it immediately disappeared. It was truly too much of a pity. However, the power of the dragon seed could not be used frequently. Otherwise, it would echo the saying, the dragon slayer will eventually become an evil dragon. This was because the power of the dragon seed would backfire. Every time it was used, the dragon seed gene would permeate a little more. When the amount of power permeating was enough, it was very likely that it would trigger a rampage and lose control. At that time, his origin would be occupied by the evil dragon's consciousness, and the situation would definitely go out of control. However, it was still too early for all of this. After all, the powerful spiritual power awakened by Ye Feng's symbiotic body was not just for show. Retracting his thoughts, Ye Feng looked at the beautiful woman who was walking onto the stage in the distance. He still had a one-on-one fight, and that was the one-on-one fight that Lightning Symbiote had initiated against him. Because Zhang Menyu had been defeated just now, her usual smiling expression had also disappeared and turned into a very serious expression. After all, this man in front of her had completely broken her understanding of him. Originally, the Xian Turtle's defeat did not show how powerful he was, but to be able to defeat Zhang Menyu, it also proved that Ye Feng's own strength was not ordinary. One had to know that Zhang Menyu's symbiotic body was a sword spirit, an instant burst type symbiotic body. She was particularly experienced in battle and was actually defeated by Ye Feng. Therefore, she did not dare to be careless. The potential of such a person was simply hard to predict. When the crowd saw the snow-white and sweet-looking Symbiote step onto the stage, countless pairs of eyes immediately stared at her. Who would not want to see such a beautiful woman? And these male compatriots could not help but drool when they saw Symbiote step onto the stage. They could never have imagined that such a sweet and gentle girl would actually possess such powerful combat strength. I heard that this girl's speed is incomparably fast. It can be said that she possesses lightning-like speed. Previously, Zhang Menyu suffered a loss due to her speed. Now, Ye Feng can't do anything to her. That's right. In the world of martial arts, speed is the only thing that cannot be broken. Ye Feng's main forte is magic attacks. However, as long as her speed is fast enough, Ye Feng's hit rate will definitely drop by a lot. In their eyes, Symbiote was not a weak girl. The symbiote was lightning, and this level of rarity was directly comparable to a divine symbiote. Moreover, with the support of lightning, her speed was also abnormally fast. Even with the help of the lightning's characteristics, she could still get rid of the physical limitations of the human body. When Symbiote unleashed her extreme speed, she could reach half the speed of light. This speed was already an existence that ordinary people could not imagine. Symbiote looked at the audience seats below and revealed a confident smile. Then, she walked toward the center of the arena. At this moment, she was the most dazzling existence. "You are the person I admire the most." Symbiote stood on the arena and looked at Ye Feng. She said seriously, "But I will be serious in this match. Come on, Lightning, let me see how strong you are." Ye Feng looked at Symbiote calmly. At the same time, he put away the sea stone trident. After all, Symbiote did not use a weapon. For the sake of fairness, it was better for him to put away his weapon. Moreover, Ye Feng was not used to using the sea stone trident. He preferred to fight bare-handed. "You don't need to put away your weapon, and you don't need to deliberately let me win." Symbiote chuckled, but her eyes were extremely playful and cute. It was as if she had already thought of the name of the future child. But to be able to come to this arena, the more playful and cute a person was, the more terrifying their strength would be. Ye Feng was very familiar with this point. After all, he had suffered such a loss before. And just now. "Actually, I don't like to use weapons either." "You don't have any weapons either. Why don't we compete in speed? Let's have a one-on-one bare-handed duel." Ye Feng smiled and looked at Symbiote again. Symbiote was very beautiful, especially her flowing hair. Her entire body was golden yellow. Along with the activation of her power, she also emitted an elegant light, giving people a very sacred feeling. Ye Feng looked at Zhang Menyu, who was still fuming in anger, and then said to Symbiote, "Little lightning girl, come on." "Little brother, then I won't be polite." Symbiote smiled slightly and only raised her hand slightly. Then, a white lightning suddenly appeared under Ye Feng's feet, firmly binding Ye Feng and slowly rising up. "Little brother, my lightning can't only trap you. If your body can't do anything, my lightning will bind you tighter and tighter until your bones break and you die." Symbiote's lips curled into a devilish smile as she spoke softly. Ye Feng looked at his bound feet and then looked at his feet. He found that his feet were actually all covered in lightning. Each strand was dense and thick, like iron rods. Moreover, the speed of this lightning was too fast. It was so fast that he did not even know when this ability was released. The lightning that spread out was very similar to his spider web. Moreover, the attributes contained within were also very similar. The only difference was that the other party was formed from lightning and inherited the power of lightning. As for his spider web, if he wanted to reach a certain special small portion, he had to rely on slime mucus, which was also known as venom, sharpness, and other special attributes. Seeing this scene, he could not help but be secretly shocked. He did not expect the power of this lightning to be so terrifying. This was because the speed of the lightning was too fast, and it also had the effect of electric shock. If one was not careful, they would be paralyzed, causing one to feel dizzy. Ye Feng did not expect Symbiote to be able to directly use the power of lightning. This was a little out of his expectations. Initially, he had predicted that Symbiote could only rely on releasing a certain type of power to add the attributes of lightning. After all, the power of lightning was too powerful. To be able to directly release the power of lightning required not only a strong physique, but also a strong ability to control power. Chapter 232, Aesthetics of Speed and Violence, Water Elemental Layout. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. He didn't expect Symbiote to directly use the Berserk lightning power. He tried to struggle a few times, but found that it was a futile move. Once the lightning skill formed a closed loop, the suction force between electricity and electricity was like super invincible glue, firmly sticking to his position. Moreover, there were also the attributes of lightning, numbness, tingling pain, and even damage to mental strength. Ye Feng almost lost his sight for a moment, and the muscles on his body kept trembling, as if he had lost control. What a powerful lightning power! Ye Feng kept shaking his limbs, and could not help but exclaim in admiration. Seeing this, Su Liasi chuckled and said, "This is nothing. If little brother feels tired, you can rest for a while." Ye Feng did not say anything. He just smiled faintly and began to try to break free from the lightning's restraint. The power of the lightning element was indeed extraordinary. If it was just this, it would not make Ye Feng feel troubled. Right now, he was mainly looking for the flaw in the power of the lightning element. Su Liasi's attack method was this kind of restraint. Under this kind of restraint, Ye Feng could not move even half a step. Seeing this scene, everyone present was extremely shocked. This was not a normal restraint, but a high-level spell. "Ye Feng, you're going to lose for sure." Su Liasi chuckled. Without waiting for Ye Feng to break free, her slender little hand waved again, and from afar, a flashing lightning ball spun rapidly and charged over. Rumble! Rumble! Under Su Liasi's control, the ball of lightning spun rapidly and produced a loud sound, like the sound of thunder exploding in one's ears. Su Liasi waved her arm, and the ball of lightning flew toward Ye Feng. Moreover, the power contained within the ball of lightning was also extremely terrifying. Under such circumstances, even if Ye Feng had 3 heads and 6 arms, he was unable to avoid the ball of lightning crashing toward him. Lightning skill. She actually used it without saying a word. Moreover, her speed is so fast. No matter how strong Ye Feng's attack is, he shouldn't be able to withstand such an attack, right? Oh my god, I actually witnessed such a skill. No wonder she was so arrogant and dared to challenge Ye Feng. It turns out that she has the ability to freely use lightning. Most importantly, her speed is so fast that he doesn't have time to react at all. When the audience saw this scene, they were all shocked. They didn't expect Su Liasi to have such power at such a young age. No matter what, Su Liasi's ability still amazed them. Ye Feng felt a strong pressure and his heart pounded. He didn't dare to hesitate and immediately pushed with his palms. A pure white airflow instantly appeared. The white stream of air instantly condensed into a sharp sword and smashed toward the lightning ball. Bang! Boom! The 2 air currents collided in the sky and exploded with a violent sound. The entire stadium was incomparably shocked. Even Ye Feng's brows were furrowed. He did not expect that under such circumstances, he would still be unable to escape from the lightning. Instead, it turned into a rope that tightly wrapped around him, unable to break free. Although Ye Feng did not want to admit it, this was a fact because his body was unable to move. "Little brother, are you still not admitting defeat?" Su Liasi laughed lightly, her tone filled with pride. Ye Feng took a deep breath and did not panic in the slightest. Because he had already thought of a way to deal with it. His hands slowly extended and began to release a powerful elemental energy. "This is... It seems to be the water element." "That's right, it's water elemental energy. Moreover, the quality of the water element is extremely good. Ye Feng can actually summon water elemental energy." Seeing this scene, the audience was shocked. They did not expect that when Ye Feng released this move, it was actually a very powerful water element. Under such circumstances, water elemental power could directly evolve into a solid state, or even a higher level gaseous form. And under such circumstances, the solid water elemental power was more effective in restraining the opponent's lightning skill. But what they did not expect was that under such circumstances, Ye Feng did not use the ultimate water elemental power. What he used now was only the ordinary water elemental power that he had comprehended. This move also proved Ye Feng's flexibility in his attacks. In just a short period of time, he had already activated water-breaking arrow. Moreover, he had constructed an environment that made full use of his water elemental skills. The surroundings were filled with the water vapor that was released just now. Moreover, when the water-breaking arrow exploded, the water vapor that was evaporated also covered the entire arena to a greater extent. Little brother, your symbiotic body is a slime, and you can release the familiar power of water. This surprised me very much, but don't you think that you are doing me a favor? Sulaiasi looked around and snickered. One had to know that lightning attribute attacks were most afraid of water conducting electricity. But Yefeng's move made everyone dumbfounded. His action was undoubtedly to make Sulaiasi's electric current attack spread everywhere. Wasn't this the same logic as shooting yourself in the foot? Yefeng wasn't stupid. After hearing these words, he naturally understood what Sulaiasi meant. Thus, he laughed and said, "Little sister is really intelligent. I do have a way to restrain the power of the lightning element." "Oh? You have a way? Quickly tell me." Sulaiasi raised her eyebrows and the expression on her face immediately became serious. She looked at Yefeng with a burning gaze. Although she was a favored daughter of the heavens, she had never submitted to anyone. But this Yefeng had given her too many surprises, which made her very interested. This was the first time Sulaiasi had encountered such a situation, so she wanted to understand Yefeng's ability. "Hehe, but don't forget that the lightning's coverage area is even wider. Doesn't that also mean that you are also within your attack range?" Yefeng smiled and still told her his plan very frankly. "Hehe, although this kind of move is good, it will also exhaust the spiritual energy in your body. In the end, you still won't be able to escape the outcome of being bound. Little brother, I advise you not to waste your efforts. I will make you surrender in a short period of time." Sulaiasi's expression turned cold as she laughed coldly. Just as she finished speaking, another bolt of lightning struck down from the sky and fiercely struck Yefeng's body. Instantly, Yefeng's entire body went numb. Even moving seemed to be very strenuous. This time, Yefeng truly felt danger. This girl's attack was too fierce and did not give Yefeng the slightest chance to catch his breath. If this dragged on any longer, he would definitely lose. Seeing this scene, everyone present became nervous and could not help but worry. This was because they also knew how terrifying lightning was. Lightning ignored the protective barrier and physical resistance. Moreover, its power was extremely great. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely be crushed by the lightning and turn into charcoal. Even their souls would dissipate and they would die completely. Sulaiasi did not give Yefeng a chance to catch his breath. She continuously released lightning attacks. With this speed and frequency, it was very difficult for people to have the chance to make other moves. Chapter 233, Slime's Armor Speed Competition. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. In order to break this situation, he had to use his advantage in speed to break the situation. And in terms of speed, Yefeng also had a certain advantage. Moreover, he could only rely on his agility to barely dodge the lightning attack. However, he also felt the pressure. The only thing he could rely on now was his physical strength. Physical strength was the only thing he could rely on at the moment. As long as he maintained his physical strength and continuously released water elemental energy, he would be able to get rid of Sulaiasi's restraints sooner or later. Sulaiasi's attacks became more and more frenzied. Moreover, each attack could produce a powerful force. If Yefeng was a little slower, he would probably have been turned into ashes. Yefeng also continuously mobilized the water elemental energy and added it into the water element that he released. Under the constant resistance, Yefeng's body was actually gradually recovering. Moreover, the recovery speed was very astonishing, and he could recover in the blink of an eye. And this was also what Sulaiasi was the most surprised about. One had to know that her lightning was very destructive. Even if it was steel, if it was touched by even a tiny bit, it would probably melt instantly and become rotten. However, there were no injuries on the surface of Yefeng's body at the moment. Only a little black fog pervaded the air. In reality, he did not suffer any injuries at all. This was also something that Su Liasi was extremely puzzled about. Normally, even if a person was struck by lightning, no matter how strong they were, they should be screaming out loud. The man in front of her was actually fine. "Little brother, how did you possess such a strong body?" Although Su Lusi did not believe it, she could not help but exclaim, her eyes filled with disbelief. There were many people with strong bodies, but it was very rare to have such a strong body, especially for people like Yefeng who had water elemental energy. It was even rarer. "Don't be surprised, I just train more often," Yefeng said with a smile. He didn't have any pressure to deal with this lightning beauty, not to mention that he was only at C and grade. Just in terms of level, he was enough to crush Su Liasi. The cultivation level between symbiotes, every small stage was like a chasm. Not to mention the gap between them was a whole big stage. The gap between the peak of B and the peak of C and was more than enough to be compared to the difference between heaven and earth. As soon as he finished speaking, Yefeng continued to urge his power. He did not even need to burn his dragon seed's power. Just by relying on his body's origin speed, it was already very terrifying. Under such circumstances, Yefeng could easily break through the restriction of the lightning element. Yefeng's figure was like a ghost, constantly shuttling through Su Liasi's lightning range. Under her lightning attacks, his body seemed to have no weight, constantly shifting. In this strange movement, Yefeng continuously released water elemental power. This way, he did not dare to easily use his body to take it head-on. After all, the speed of the lightning was too fast, there was no way to judge. "You brat, you are really a freak. You can even dodge my lightning attack at such a fast speed." Su Liasi saw that Yefeng's speed was even faster than the lightning. She could not help but widen her eyes and reveal an incredulous expression. "You are not bad either?" Yefeng said with a faint smile. He had already completed the condensation of the water element and had already formed a water ball. He was only waiting for the water elemental energy to pour into it. Yefeng did not stay idle. He also released the slime's armor. These small slimes continued to gather on the surface of his body, forming a thick layer of slime armor to resist the lightning. This armor could not only block lightning attacks, but it also had an insulating function. Su Liasi's lightning skills also had a much smaller impact on Yefeng. This layer was covered by the sea stone set. Even the slime armor couldn't break through it, let alone the sea stone set. "Do you want to use this thin layer of slime as armor to withstand my lightning attack?" Su Liasi asked with a frown, a doubtful expression on her face. Yefeng didn't think so. Although the slime armor could block the lightning effect, it was still very difficult to withstand the opponent's attack of this magnitude. Therefore, Yefeng's initial plan was to use the slime armor as a backstop. Then, he would use the water elemental power to turn it into a solid state and continuously attach it to the slime armor. This way, he could achieve a 100% blocking effect. This also meant that Yefeng could completely not be afraid of Su Liasi's lightning attack in the future. Moreover, in this battle, their only competition was speed. Not only was it attack speed, there was also the speed at which skills were released, as well as the most fundamental speed at which the body erupted. These 3 points, currently, Su Liasi seemed to have the advantage. But that was also because Yefeng had yet to use his full strength. After all, in this 1v1, he did not fight for the sake of winning. The main point was to be able to obtain more useful information from the other party. In this way, he would be able to find his opponent's weaknesses more quickly in the next round of the competition. The situation where he would definitely win with a single strike might also happen. Her strength is not weak. For a C and grade to be able to release such a powerful lightning power, it is not something that an ordinary person can do. I wonder if she has some kind of mysterious treasure supporting her? If she does, then this person's background is not simple? Ye Feng muttered in his heart. Under the state of full perception, he could easily see through some of the other party's foundations. The current Ye Feng had already guessed whether the other party carried a powerful treasure. After all, to be able to release the power of lightning so calmly wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Moreover, it was AC and grade power of lightning. To be able to be so violent, her advantage in speed was also fully displayed. The person in front of him must have something different. Slime itself does not conduct electricity. You will know once you try it. Bring it on. Let's see your extreme speed. Ye Feng said with a smile. Lightning could not do anything to him and could only display a portion of its power. After hearing this, Su Liasi came to a sudden realization. But she knew that lightning attacks were much more powerful than water elemental attacks. So whether in terms of attack or speed, she had absolute confidence in winning this 1v1 match. Humph! I want to see how long you can withstand my lightning attacks? Su Liasi shouted coldly, and two sharp cold rays suddenly shot out from her eyes. Whoosh! Her figure instantly rushed out for a distance, then suddenly stopped halfway and rolled in the air. Rumble! Ye Feng's speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the lightning. He directly raised his hand and attacked the lightning ball in the sky. He could use magic attacks, but that was equivalent to a long-range attack. In the environment where lightning was everywhere, Ye Feng's magic attacks were certainly not as fast as Su Liasi's. Therefore, Ye Feng directly used his physical strength and directly attacked. Chapter 234, Top-Tier Defense. There was no suspense about victory or defeat. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Moreover, with the protection of the slime armor, these lightning effects basically had no effect on him. Instantly, the lightning ball seemed to have been provoked. Electric currents flowed in all directions, and the entire space became irritable and restless. Ye Feng's punch was precisely the fist attack that was added to Starfire meditation. When Ye Feng's punch landed in front of Su Liasi, the snake-like lightning suddenly exploded, enveloping everything around it. At this moment, Su Liasi felt that her speed seemed to be a notch slower than Ye Feng's because Ye Feng's speed was too fast. It was so fast that she could not keep up at all. However, Su Liasi was, after all, AC and grade expert, so her reaction speed was naturally astonishing. She immediately reacted and swiftly moved to the left, avoiding Ye Feng's attack range and successfully dodging this attack. This time, Ye Feng's fist did not hit her body. Instead, it hit the ground and created a huge crater. Not bad. Your strength is even stronger than I expected. Ye Feng smiled and praised. He was indeed a little surprised. He did not expect Su Liasi's reaction to be so quick that she avoided his attack this time. This girl's strength was indeed extraordinary. Ye Feng took this opportunity to punch the lightning nearby, causing a deafening rumble. Following closely behind, Su Liasi felt a terrifying pressure being transmitted over, causing her to be unable to breathe. Her body continuously retreated, retreating 5 to 6 meters in one step. Ye Feng's attack was like a cannon hitting a mosquito, completely unable to cause any damage to Su Liasi. Ye Feng was also slightly stunned. He did not expect that the lightning attack was actually so weak, with not even a trace of threat. Su Liasi was secretly surprised. This was really interesting. This caused Su Liasi's pretty face to darken. If this attack continued, Ye Feng's speed would suppress her, and she would have no room to display her abilities. One had to know that she possessed the lightning symbiotic physique, so her only advantage was her speed. After all, lightning attacks were also instantaneous speed-type attacks. If her speed was inferior to her opponent's, then the entire battle would be suppressed, and she would always in a passive state. Although she knew that the probability of her failure was still very high, she still gritted her teeth and persevered. She definitely could not lose to this Ye Feng. Rumble. Another bolt of lightning struck down from the sky and headed straight for Ye Feng's head. This bolt of lightning was even more powerful than the previous two bolts of lightning. If it was an ordinary symbiotic cultivator that encountered such a bolt of lightning, they would probably be instantly charred by the lightning and would not even be able to retain their soul. However, to Ye Feng, it was nothing at all. When he got close to the lightning ball, Ye Feng released spider webs and wrapped it up very cleverly. Then, with a punch, he shattered that bolt of lightning. This method was tried and tested. Wrapping the ball could also prevent the power of the lightning from overflowing. After shattering the lightning, Ye Feng's figure flashed again. With a very ghostly footwork, he directly arrived in front of Su Liasi. With such a fast speed, she did not have time to react. She just randomly released a few terrifying lightning strikes. The violent lightning seemed to have gone out of control and started to bombard the entire arena. It actually went out of control. Seeing this, Ye Feng sensed danger and directly took a step forward. He pulled Su Liasi and then his figure flashed. In the blink of an eye, he was far away from the lightning bombard area. If Ye Feng was struck by lightning, it wasn't a big problem. He wouldn't even suffer a superficial injury. However, Su Liasi was different. Even though she was a lightning symbiote and could receive the power of lightning to the greatest extent, being struck by lightning was another kind of small hook. Just like how ordinary people needed to drink water, and drinking water every day wasn't a problem at all. But when ordinary water turned into a means of attack, and turned into the high-pressure water in a high-pressure water gun, it directly sprayed onto your body. It was almost as if an extremely powerful bullet had pierced through one's body. One would either die suddenly or be half crippled. Lightning rumbled, wreaking havoc in the surroundings. If it wasn't for the defenses set up around the stage, the audience would have been in trouble. Moreover, the power of this level of the explosion was practically able to destroy the entire city. Even she herself would be affected by it. Therefore, Su Liasi's expression changed and she hurriedly dodged. However, she was still one step too late. Just as she was about to be sent flying by the terrifying power of the explosion, a figure quickly approached and finally helped her block this powerful impact. Under Ye Feng's feet, there was even a huge pit on the ground. Moreover, his hair was already charred. Seeing this scene, all the surrounding audience exclaimed in surprise. They had never seen such an explosion. How is this possible? Su Liasi can actually erupt with such astonishing power. So what if she explodes this power? It's still not controllable. If it wasn't for Ye Feng, Su Liasi would probably have died here. Yet, this is too powerful. This is simply beyond the scope of what we know. A huge force continuously attacked Ye Feng. Su Liasi, who was under Ye Feng's body, also received this impact. The huge impact made her groan in pain. Ah! Are you all right? Su Liasi turned her head and saw Ye Feng still holding on. She immediately looked at him with a worried expression. At the same time, her heart was filled with guilt. After all, it was because she lost control that caused this scene and even implicated Ye Feng. If he was seriously injured, he would not be able to participate in the following competition. I'm fine, don't worry. Ye Feng shook his head and said with a smile, it's just that you suffered some impact. You don't have much strength. It's just that you are lacking in the way you control lightning. Hearing Ye Feng's words, Su Liasi's face blushed slightly. Just now, when she controlled the lightning, she did use all her strength. But she did not expect Ye Feng's defense to be so strong. He forcefully withstood it and even said that she did not have much strength. I actually lost to my own lightning. Su Liasi silently lowered her head. Not only was Ye Feng powerful, but the speed that she was most proud of was also far from being comparable to him. She was almost unable to compete with Ye Feng. Even if she was not affected by the lightning, the chances of her losing were also very high. Little sister, although I don't want to say it, I'm very sorry that you lost, Ye Feng said indifferently. At this time, the lightning rampage had also ended. He pulled Su Liasi up. As his arm was still somewhat painful, Ye Feng could only open his storage space and take out one of the flame fruits. Chapter 235, The Effects of the Flame Fruit, Mysterious Person. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. I'll treat you to a fruit. After eating it, your injuries will recover very quickly. As Ye Feng spoke, he passed a red flame fruit that seemed to be still burning to Su Lisi. Su Lisi's expression was slightly stunned. She had never met someone like Ye Feng. This fruit looked very beautiful, but it could not be looked down upon. Ye Feng was able to dodge lightning and not die under lightning attacks. This proved that he had a special ability, and it was a very strong ability. But she did not think too much and directly took the flame fruit. As soon as the flame fruit entered her hand, it emitted waves of warmth. This temperature made her feel very comfortable. What kind of fruit is this? Why is it so warm? She looked at the flame fruit and found that it did not contain any poison. Moreover, it was emitting a rich fragrance and smelled very comfortable. She could not help but ask. This is called the flame fruit. It can treat any disease, whether it is external injuries, internal injuries, or injuries such as tendons and bones. As long as there is even the slightest bit of damage, it can completely heal the injuries and even remove even a trace of scars, Ye Feng explained. The flame fruit was already a regular guest of his. Fortunately, he had picked quite a number of flame fruits before. Otherwise, it would not be enough for him to squander like this. A trace of joy appeared on her face. She did not expect the flame fruit to be so magical. Not long after, a voice broadcast sounded. The second round of one-on-one combat has ended. Ye Feng wins. Hearing this, Su Liasi smiled and said to Ye Feng, "You are very powerful. Even under the situation where Sister Menu's attack is so fierce, you can still beat her. Moreover, your speed is also above mine." After saying that, Su Liasi blinked her eyes and added, "You're really very powerful." This time, her words were real. At this time, Zhang Menu also walked over. "I didn't expect you to win 2 rounds in a row. It's really beyond my expectations." Zhang Menu glanced at Ye Feng, her face a little surprised. She thought that Ye Feng had used up most of his physical strength in the first round. She did not expect that he could still unleash such a high level of strength in the second round. "Thank you for the compliment," Ye Feng replied with a smile. Although this woman was a little arrogant, she was indeed a very powerful person, especially with her powerful combat strength. "Isn't it about time? The 10th round is about to begin." Ye Feng turned to look at Zhang Menu and asked calmly, "Isn't it about time? The 10th round is about to begin." It's about time." Zhang Menu nodded in response. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, looking into the distance at the same time. A ray of light shot down from the horizon, illuminating the entire sky. Immediately after, a group of young men in white robes slowly landed on the square. "Welcome to the 10th round. This round is also the match point. The most exciting part is yet to come. You have to be careful in this round. He is publicly acknowledged to be mysterious." Hearing Zhang Menu mention it, Ye Feng nodded. He immediately guessed something. Looking at the big screen, he also confirmed what he was thinking. It was the player with the mysterious special symbiote. Special symbiote. Ye Feng had never met such an opponent. Today's match was also fought with a very novel mentality. He knew that the battle that he was about to face would definitely be even more intense. This was because this special symbiote was someone who possessed magical powers. As for what kind of powers it would release, Ye Feng naturally did not know, but he was very curious. This kind of person could be said to be a defensive type creature, or an offensive type creature. However, the harder it was to deal with, the more excited Ye Feng became. After all, it had been a long time since he had met such an opponent. "I know your name. Your name is Ye Feng, right?" A low voice came out from the mouth of a man who looked very gentle and delicate. His voice was magnetic. This person was very thin and weak. He looked sickly, as if he could fall with the wind. So weak. Ye Feng frowned. He did not expect this person to be a soft persimmon. However, he was very clear that this kind of soft persimmon was often the hardest to bite. This kind of person was not only a soft persimmon, but also the most dangerous. His strength must be very strong. Otherwise, he would not dare to enter the arena. Ye Feng could not help but raise his spirits. "Yes, that's right," Ye Feng replied. As for the other party's situation, Ye Feng basically understood a little. Previously, when the arena was introduced, Ye Feng had already understood that this man was called Su Yuan. His symbiotic body was extremely special. It was said that it was a ball of black fog. Moreover, his cultivation level wasn't low either. He had just advanced to B grade. This kind of grade, coupled with his special symbiotic body, this kind of special attribute made Su Yuan add a lot of mysterious colors. Moreover, no one knew how strong Su Yuan was. However, it was rumored that he was an employee of Cloud Mist Academy's Science and Technology Department. With his abilities, he almost did not need to use the symbiotic body's ability. Not needing to use it did not mean that he did not have the ability. However, he had never used it, so many people had never heard of Su Yuan's name. However, Ye Feng would soon find out. At this moment, all the audience members were in an uproar. F***ck. Scholar Su actually wants to compete with Ye Feng. Holy sh**t, isn't this bullying? I heard that Su Yuan's level is above B grade and he even has a special symbiotic body. Isn't he going to be able to kill Ye Feng in a split second? Putting everything else aside, I really admire Ye Feng for being able to persist until now. Ye Feng is playing with his life, right? This Scholar Su isn't simple. Not only is he strong, but he's also extremely scheming. Many of the audience members were discussing animatedly. Clearly, they did not think that Ye Feng would be able to win. After all, the difference in strength was too great. Seeing that Ye Feng was going to compete with Su Yuan, the audience seats were instantly filled with discussion. Some of the irrational people had even started to curse. "I've long heard of your name. Now I finally have the chance to experience it with you," Su Yuan said with a very strange smile. Ye Feng nodded. With his perception, he also knew what was going on with Su Yuan. His special symbiote was the Black Fog. This was an extremely rare spiritual symbiote that could directly control people's minds. It allowed him to fall into a mysterious domain called Black Fog Domain. Moreover, his opponents had all lost in the first 9 rounds of the competition. In the distance, Leijia was currently wearing a sinister smile on his face. His points were on par with Su Yuan's and he was ranked first in the promotion exams points rankings. Similarly, he had won 9 consecutive rounds and had a total of 100 points. When Leijia saw that Ye Feng's opponent this round was Su Yuan, it was needless to say how happy he was. He especially hoped that Su Yuan could teach Ye Feng a good lesson. Moreover, Leijia was most afraid of fighting with Su Yuan. However, this time, Su Yuan was on the wheel with Ye Feng, which meant that he did not need to fight with Su Yuan anymore. This was because Leijia was very clear about Su Yuan's strength. He was the owner of the Black Fog symbiotic physique, so the power that he could release was absolutely terrifying. Chapter 236, Breaking the Whirlpool, The Altered Space. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Not to mention anything else, just that mysterious power alone was extremely terrifying. Moreover, Su Yuan's attack was extremely powerful, able to easily invade a person's spirit. In the academy, Su Yuan was known as the Spirit Terminator. However, what he was most afraid of was actually the nightmare in the deepest part of his heart. Because of that nightmare, it indirectly caused him to awaken his current nightmare skill. And Yefeng's spiritual power was not weak at all. Su Yuan hated him very much, and he also wanted to take care of this Yefeng very much. Because Yefeng's strength was too strong, this time, he wanted to personally kill this Yefeng. Then bring it on. Yefeng looked at Su Yuan. Hearing Yefeng's words, Su Yuan smiled. His smile was very bright, but it gave people a creepy feeling. On his face, there was also a blood-red seal. That seal looked very terrifying, as if it could explode at any time. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite. Su Yuan shouted loudly. His body suddenly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, he became 3 meters tall. His whole body was emitting a cold aura of death, looking like a grim reaper. Moreover, a huge black vortex appeared behind him. Seeing the existence of this vortex, Yefeng couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. In this black vortex, there was a terrifying power fluctuation. It was an extremely evil power, as if it could destroy everything. Yefeng could feel that this power was extremely terrifying, much more terrifying than the people he met outside. Seeing the blood-red seal on Su Yuan's forehead, everyone couldn't help but take a step back. They had never seen such a seal before, so they didn't know what kind of effect it would have, nor did they know if Yefeng could resist it. Yefeng's heart trembled. He did not expect that the other party would possess such terrifying strength. This vortex should be the necessary path to enter the black fog domain. As long as I am not dragged into it, he should not be able to use his ability, Yefeng thought to himself. He did not hesitate and condensed a ball of water in his hand. This was the usual trick of the water elemental dragon king. Although he did not have that kind of power, after condensing a large amount of spiritual energy, he also carried an extremely great power. He attacked at the same time. A powerful ball of water attacked the strange vortex. Bang! The ball of water landed on the vortex and immediately exploded. However, this time, it did not cause the terrifying black fog power in the vortex. Instead, it could only break a little crack in the vortex. Hehe, you are quite cunning. You actually know how to use water to stop me. However, aren't you too naive? Su Yuan sneered. The vortex behind him expanded again and instantly expanded to 400 to 500 feet. So scary. What kind of power is this? Why haven't I seen it before? I don't know. It feels very scary. This is definitely not an ordinary ability. No wonder Su Yuan could win 9 rounds in a row. It turns out that he has such a terrifying ability. No wonder he could break through to B grade in just a few days. Many people could not help but start discussing after seeing Su Yuan's change. This time, Su Yuan's performance was very eye-catching. It could even be said to be super eye-catching, attracting the attention of many people. At this time, Su Yuan opened his mouth again and spat out a blood-red vortex. The blood-red vortex spun in the air at a faster and faster speed. In the blink of an eye, it reached a length of thousands of miles, as if it wanted to devour the entire sky. At this moment, a trace of shock flashed across Yefeng's face. This blood-red vortex actually had the ability to absorb energy. If he was absorbed by it, he would definitely be completely sucked dry. He did not hesitate. His hands condensed a large number of water balls, and they shot toward the blood-red vortex. Puchi! 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 Explosions rang out one after another. However, the speed of the blood-colored vortex became slower and slower. Leave this ability to me. Yefeng's expression changed slightly. He knew that this was the opponent's strongest ability and that he was absolutely unable to contend against it. Humph, overestimating yourself. This isn't something you can withstand. Su Yuan snorted coldly and immediately launched another wave of frenzied attacks. The pressure on Yefeng grew stronger and stronger. He even had a feeling that he couldn't hold on any longer. The spiritual energy in his body was already on the verge of drying up and he couldn't continue to hold on at all. Haha, Ye Feng, let's see how you'll run this time. Su Yuan's expression was very relaxed. He seemed to be calm and collected, but in reality, he had other plans in mind. Humph! I still don't believe it. Ye Feng snorted coldly. His eyes turned cold, an array of golden light shot out from his eye sockets. The golden light flickered, and as if it was corporeal, it directly struck the huge black vortex. Bang! Rumble! Crack! Crash! A series of violent explosions sounded, followed by waves of shattering sounds. The black vortex was actually smashed apart by Ye Feng. This caused many onlookers to reveal shocked expressions, their eyes filled with disbelief. They had never expected such an ending. Was this the strength of a B-grade powerhouse? This was simply a monster. One had to know that the huge black vortex just now was Su Yuan's nightmare skill. Not only could it devour everything, but it also had the terrifying ability to destroy the sea. Ye Feng only used one move to break it. This was too unbelievable. And at this time, Ye Feng no longer had time to fight. He directly turned around and ran away. Seeing Ye Feng turn around and run away, Su Yuan was also burning with anger. His figure flashed. He disappeared on the spot. Obviously, Su Yuan also wanted to catch up with Ye Feng and bring Ye Feng back. D***mn, his speed is so fast. I can't catch up at all. As Su Yuan said this, his hand gestures kept moving, and the broken whirlpool seemed to be regenerating again. What the H**LL is this? Ye Feng, who was far away, was a little confused when he saw the countless fragments recombining. As he said this, he controlled the water ball and rushed toward Su Yuan. The water ball was very fast, leaving a trace in the air. This speed was already incredibly fast. However, just as the water ball was about to get close to Su Yuan, his body flashed and he disappeared from where he was. The water ball crashed into a tree at the side, causing an intense explosion. The towering ancient tree was instantly broken. This is impossible. Su Yuan's face turned pale. His pupils constricted rapidly. At this moment, Ye Feng directly rushed to his side and ruthlessly punched toward his chest. Su Yuan hurriedly retreated and at the same time, his figure moved rapidly to avoid Ye Feng's punch. Then, Su Yuan revealed a triumphant smile. The sharp Ye Feng immediately caught it. When he landed on the ground, he immediately felt that something was wrong. The space nearby seemed to have been tampered with. Not good. Chapter 237, Black Fog Domain, Ye Feng who was restrained. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Ye Feng let out a low shout and immediately activated his soul power to inspect this space. How did it become like this? Ye Feng's brows were tightly knitted. This space seemed to have been invaded by something. Everything had changed, becoming somewhat unreal. What is this? Ye Feng's gaze swept across the surroundings. But everything in the surroundings was exactly the same. There was no abnormality at all. At this moment, Ye Feng realized that he couldn't use his soul power to probe the surrounding space. It was as if this space was an independent world. No matter how he probed, it was useless. It was as if he had fallen into a maze. At this moment, a black vortex appeared out of thin air. In this vortex, there was a huge suction force that seemed to be able to drag people into it. Not good. This suction force is too huge. It is simply impossible to resist. I have to dodge it. Ye Feng sensed danger and cried out in his heart. Swoosh! His figure immediately disappeared and reappeared 100 meters away. But this time, he could not dodge it and was sucked in by the suction force. Oh no! Ye Feng's heart sank. He felt that his body was about to be torn apart. This force was too powerful, and he had no way to resist it. Ye Feng's soul power was restricted by this suction force. He could not use it, nor could he use his skills. He could not even summon his slime. This nightmare actually has such a powerful restriction. Ye Feng's expression was extremely unsightly. He kept struggling, trying to break free. Unfortunately, this suction force was too overbearing. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. Gradually, his consciousness began to blur, and his entire body began to gradually soften. Have I entered the black fog domain? It's indeed very surprising, Ye Feng muttered in his heart as he looked at the constantly changing environment around him. After all, such a powerful sense of oppression could not help but surprise him. Originally, Ye Feng thought that shattering the vortex had already interrupted Su Yuan's casting. He did not expect that he would be able to use the fragments to instantly reorganize the black fog domain and release it. This was indeed something that Ye Feng did not think of. Below the stage, Lei Jie saw the black mist on the stage and could not see any traces of anyone at all. He knew that this scene was definitely Su Yuan successfully releasing his skill. When he thought of this, he could not help but laugh out loud. This scene was exactly what he wanted to see. He did not have any way to defend against spiritual attacks. Moreover, his symbiotic body was a bear. When his berserk attribute was activated, he would become very simple and violent. This way, it would be easier for him to fall into the black fog domain. It would be very easy for him to be led by the nose by Su Yuan. Moreover, right now, the fight between Su Yuan and Ye Feng was the last match. After 10 rounds of competition, if Su Yuan won, then his goal of killing Ye Feng would be achieved. If Su Yuan lost, then he would be able to kill Ye Feng. Lei Jie had calculated this plan perfectly. Moreover, the expectations of the situation were following his thoughts. At the start, Ye Feng was indeed helpless when he encountered this domain. After all, he had never encountered such a domain before. Furthermore, it was said that the other party was the owner of a special symbiotic entity. If it was simple, it would make him dizzy. Fortunately, Ye Feng had always maintained a high level of vigilance. Even though he had accidentally entered the black fog domain, he did not show any signs of panic. A very calm mind helped him make a very correct choice. That was to wait and see. After the arena entered the black fog domain, the large screen suddenly switched to the heart rate tracking display. On it were the 2 contestants' basic body parameters, such as heart rate, lung capacity, body temperature, and so on. One could even see the degree of damage to the body, and could also accurately indicate where the damage was, the area of damage, and so on. This system was very considerate to provide the audience, as well as the teachers and professors watching the battle, with a complete ecological interface. This was also one of the most important factors in determining who would win. Even if one could not see the situation in the black fog, the body parameters would not lie. What do you guys think is going on in the arena? There is so much black fog covering it, but we can't see the situation inside. The screen tracking shows that Ye Feng suddenly stopped moving. Could he have fainted from shock? A classmate at the side asked. Don't spout nonsense. Ye Feng is a top-notch expert. Do you think he's the kind of person who would faint when encountering difficulties? There must be some way to temporarily resist the erosion of this nightmare. That's why he didn't move, Su Lizhi explained with a smile. She knew that Ye Feng wouldn't easily admit defeat. Moreover, among the people present, no one understood Ye Feng better than her and Zhang Menyu. After all, they had initiated a one-on-one fight before. A one-on-one fight was different from a normal competition. A one-on-one fight had more details, more skills, and more battle techniques. These were all things that would not be easily used in a normal competition. Therefore, Zhang Menyu and Su Lizhi had high hopes for Ye Feng. However, at the same time, they also knew Su Yuan's strength. Once one was sucked into the black fog domain that he released, it was equivalent to entering a world created by others. What would happen to you? Even everything that happened next would be under the control of the other party. Under such circumstances, if Ye Feng did not want to fall into a hopeless situation, his only choice was to avoid this nightmare. However, it was very obvious that this was impossible. After all, this was the Black Fog domain. An ordinary person would not be able to escape no matter what. It can't be. That person did not believe it. However, on the stage, Su Yuan smiled disdainfully. With his own ability, he naturally knew how much power he could release. Therefore, he was very clear about the nightmare's ability. This kind of nightmare was like a poisonous snake, silently biting you in a place that you could not see, catching you off guard. Ye Feng's body gradually softened. The clothes on his body had been torn to shreds, revealing his muscular upper body. Although this Black Fog domain was just a nightmare, everything here indeed seemed so real. Ye Feng's muscles and physique appeared very magnificent, full of explosive beauty. Even his chest was extremely elastic, making people feel the urge to take a bite. Such a figure is really too pleasing to the eye. Su Liasi couldn't help but swallow a few mouthfuls of saliva. Zhang Menyu knocked on her head and said coquettishly, "Sissy, you're a girl. It's very impolite for you to stare at Ye Feng like that." "Hee, Sister Menyu, I don't care. I just want to look at brother Ye Feng." "No way. Who asked him to be so handsome?" Su Liasi said with a smile, completely ignoring her sister. Ye Feng had completely lost consciousness at this time. He had already entered a state of nothingness. In this world of nothingness, only the nightmare realm could exist, so he did not dare to be careless, he had to maintain a kind of vigilance at all times. In this state, he could do whatever he wanted. "Humph! Let's see how long you can last." Su Yuan looked at Ye Feng and snorted, his eyes flashing with a sinister light. He knew that if he continued to let Ye Feng persist, he would become more and more powerful. At that time, his plan would definitely be ruined. Therefore, he had to get rid of Ye Feng as soon as possible. Su Yuan gently hooked his finger. Chapter 238, The Power of the Black Fog, a huge amount of mental strength. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Suddenly, dozens of wisps of black smoke emerged from Ye Feng's body and quickly drilled into Ye Feng's body. These wisps of black smoke were very strange. After entering Ye Feng's body, they quickly dissipated and then gathered in Ye Feng's body again. This black smoke was from the Black Fog domain that Su Yuan controlled and extracted from Ye Feng's body, Black Fog power. What on earth is this guy trying to do? Su Lizi frowned and asked doubtfully. She knew that Ye Feng's strength was very strong, but in this nightmare realm, she did not believe that Ye Feng could hold on for long. After all, he was just an ordinary person, and the nightmare was immortal. Even if Ye Feng could hold on for a little longer, he would not be able to hold on for long. Although she didn't know how strong Ye Feng's will was, it was based on the situation of most people. His will might not be as strong as she imagined. Ye Feng's consciousness gradually recovered. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw that he was in a pitch-black void space. There was only darkness around him. There was no light or anything else, and even the air seemed to have frozen. There was no fluctuation, just like a pool of stagnant water. And Ye Feng was in this pool of black stagnant water. Ye Feng's body was constantly floating, as if he could fall into the endless abyss *LL at any time. This was a terrifying sense of oppression. This kind of oppression made his breathing become heavy. He felt that his entire body was bound, unable to move or speak. Even the energy in his body could not be mobilized. It was as if his entire body had stopped and become a puppet. Ye Feng's thoughts began to slowly increase, but his thoughts seemed to be completely useless here. In his mind, there was only darkness. There was nothing. There was no color or activity. It was like a piece of stagnant water. This feeling made Ye Feng very unhappy. He wanted to break free from this binding power and escape from this D***MN place. Ye Feng tried to use his consciousness to communicate with this space. But as soon as his consciousness approached this space, it was instantly defeated by a mysterious force. It was as if something was blocking his consciousness. What's going on? Ye Feng was very surprised. He felt as if he had met a powerful enemy and was blocked by an invisible force. He tried to use his consciousness to probe the other party, but unfortunately, the other party did not appear, and he could not find out who the other party was. Why is my consciousness blocked in this space? Ye Feng's eyes flickered with a strange light. His consciousness not only stopped operating in this space, but also continued to extend out, exploring this black world, trying to find a way to crack it. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he could not penetrate this space. Where exactly is this place? Could it be the world of the nightmare? Shock flashed through Ye Feng's heart. He recalled that when he first entered this space, a similar scene seemed to have appeared before. Could it be that this nightmare realm was the same as the nightmare realm back then? Haha, kid, just accept your fate. This world only belongs to me, my nightmare realm. In the dark void, Su Yuan laughed wildly. I actually fell into the black fog domain. Ye Feng felt a little incredulous. He looked around and saw that it was pitch black to the naked eye. He couldn't even see his own fingers. As for how he entered this space, he was also confused. He didn't think that this Su Yuan really had his own tricks. He could actually use the refraction of the fragments to pull himself into this space. Most importantly, he did not even have time to react. Ye Feng hated the dark environment the most. In this environment, the fear in his heart would be magnified endlessly. I can't let myself lose my mind. This is the black fog domain. It contains the nightmare, and it specifically targets the weak points in the opponent's heart. Hearing Su Yuan's words, Ye Feng's heart was immediately shocked. He could not help but think of that nightmare realm. No wonder there were only nightmares in his nightmare realm and no other creatures. It turned out that all of this was controlled by the nightmares. As long as there were nightmares, it was the nightmare realm. Hehe, my nightmare realm doesn't belong to anyone or any force. Everyone can only submit to my nightmares, including you. If I want you to die, you must die. That's right, it's my world. Now you should understand that as long as you're in my world, you won't be able to display your abilities. Moreover, even if you're in my nightmare realm, you won't be able to resist my will. I'm the king here. You only need to obediently become my food. Su Yuan's consciousness, who was boundless in the void, coldly swept a glance at Ye Feng before continuing. Ye Feng, do you still want to die? Su Yuan sneered. His eyes were fixed on Ye Feng, and an evil smile appeared on his lips. Ye Feng felt that his body was enveloped by an extremely powerful aura, as if he had become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. This feeling was very uncomfortable, as if his life was threatened and he could die at any time. This power. Ye Feng's expression changed slightly. He suddenly realized that this power seemed somewhat familiar. It was the brain-hunting demon that he had snatched from that fatty back then. This power that comes from the spirit, why would it appear here? Could it be that I was dragged into that brain-hunting demon's space again this time? Thinking of the power that he had released when he encountered that fatty in the forest previously, Ye Feng felt a chill down his spine. After all, that power was directed at people's hearts. Fortunately, the other party was not proficient in controlling it, so Ye Feng had the opportunity to kill him. But no matter what, the penetration and attack of spiritual power were extremely dangerous. In a battle here, the bottom line was that both sides would be injured, or the enemy would be heavily injured. The person who released the spiritual power attack did not exist and would be injured unilaterally. This was because once the spiritual attack was released, the battlefield would definitely be in the opponent's spiritual world. If they could not win, then destroying this spiritual world would cause the opponent to suffer heavy injuries. Normally, stronger symbiotes could release their own space, just like this Su Yuan who could release the black fog domain. This was all because of his special symbiote. And entering the black fog domain, both sides' consciousness would be dragged in, so in this space, Ye Feng was at a disadvantage. After all, the difference in strength was too great. In the black fog domain, Su Yuan could control everything. Even the air. But Ye Feng could do nothing here. Chapter 239, Ancient Aura in the Depths of the Soul. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Su Yuan's voice was still ringing in Ye Feng's ears. It was like a demonic sound, making Ye Feng feel dizzy. Kid, I know that you must be very scared now, but don't worry, I won't kill you. I will make you my nourishment and make you my provider. This way, not only can I become stronger, but I can also destroy you. And this is the only path you can choose. Su Yuan naturally had the confidence to say such words. After all, this space was created by Su Yuan. Humph, although my level is not as high as yours, in the black fog domain, I have endless energy. The energy in this space is enough for me to crush you to death several times over. Su Yuan said viciously. His consciousness had already begun to permeate crazily, as if he wanted to gradually occupy Ye Feng's body. His goal was to absorb Ye Feng's soul. Only in this way could he completely destroy Ye Feng. Then let's do it. Ye Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, but his entire body emitted an aura that he did not understand. Su Yuan immediately felt a little conflicted, as if this aura was not his, and there seemed to be a lot of danger within it. Because no one's aura would be so similar to a certain dragon's aura. This aura seemed to be an ancient dragon king's aura. Although Su Yuan had never come into contact with a dragon king, nor had he fought with any dragons before, when he first came into contact with this aura, the majestic image of a certain dragon race seemed to constantly appear in his mind. This could not help but cause him to feel some lingering fear. This D*MN guy, could he be the incarnation of a dragon king? Su Yuan muttered in his heart, but he had never heard of an example of a dragon king turning into a human, but he did not rule out this possibility. After all, in his body, or in the depths of his soul, there was indeed a surging aura that came from the ancient times. This aura seemed to come from an ancient giant dragon from the ancient times, and it was an extremely powerful ancient giant dragon. Although Ye Feng's Dragon King aura was very faint, it made Su Yuan feel a trace of fear. After all, that was the aura of a Dragon King. The Dragon King was rumored to be a very powerful existence. It could even be said that the Dragon King was the supreme existence of all dragons. Dragons were so rare that countless people might not encounter a dragon in their entire lives. But in front of Su Yuan stood a young man with the aura of the Dragon King. This D*MN Ye Feng, how can he have the aura of the Dragon King? Su Yuan knew that he had to finish off Ye Feng as soon as possible. After all, things had already developed to this point. If he hesitated any longer, it was very likely that all his previous efforts would be wasted, and Ye Feng would not let him off. Moreover, in his black fog domain, Su Yuan still had a chance to fight Ye Feng. Ye Feng, you're dead for sure. I'll definitely kill you today. Su Yuan's eyes flickered with an icy cold light. His hand clenched tightly. And this kind of aura seemed to be very similar to some kind of dragon race. However, he also knew that this was only a sliver. It was absolutely impossible for it to be the true incarnation of the Dragon King. However, this trace was enough to make him feel terrified. What was this guy's background? How could there be such a thing in his body? Could it really be the incarnation of the Dragon King? However, if the Dragon King had appeared in the human world, it would have been killed by the Chinese Symbiote organization long ago. How could it still be alive? Su Yuan kept thinking in his heart, and the aura on his body kept getting stronger. He knew that this time, he would have to go all out. That aura seemed to be the aura of the dragon race, but there was a little difference. Because this aura seemed to be many times stronger than the dragon race. No matter what, Su Yuan did not dare to underestimate this enemy who had suddenly appeared. Since you want to die, then I'll send you on your way, Su Yuan said through gritted teeth. Although his cultivation had already reached B grade, facing an unknown powerhouse, and judging from his aura, this enemy was definitely much stronger than him. Therefore, he could not fight head-on, he could only outsmart him. Outsmart him? This seemed to be a good idea. Haha, do you think you can still escape from my world? Let me tell you, I won't let you leave this place. Su Yuan bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he laughed maniacally. He seemed to be filled with absolute confidence in this black fog domain of his. Ye Feng was silent. Right now, he had no choice at all. His body was already firmly bound. He could not break free from this nightmare realm at all, and it was even more impossible for him to escape. His only choice was to wait. Wait until he found the weakness of the black fog domain. That would be the time for him to make his move. In Ye Feng's heart, he had already greeted all 18 generations of Su Yuan's ancestors. Haha, do you think the current you still have the qualifications to resist my will? Su Yuan laughed arrogantly. His heart was filled with confidence. Even if Ye Feng had some tricks up his sleeve, he could still crush him. In this black fog domain, no matter how much power Ye Feng had, it was impossible for him to escape unless his soul left his body. However, he couldn't do it because this area was a world created by Su Yuan. This was the nightmare realm. In this world, Su Yuan had the blessing of the dream world. He could easily control the minds of others to achieve the effect he wanted. Humph, since that's the case, I'll destroy this place first. After I charge out of this world, I'll devour your physical body. At this moment, I'll let you remember this forever. Ye Feng sneered. He knew that fighting here would definitely take a very long time. However, during this period of time, Ye Feng could try to see just how powerful his current strength was. Moreover, it was almost impossible for the outside world to know what would happen if he fought here. This was because this was an independent space that was completely separated from the outside world. This was a natural preparation for Ye Feng to release his strength. However, Ye Feng was also looking for his opponent's weakness. After all, his strength was not endless. Ye Feng's mental energy began to spread in this space. It expanded in all directions and enveloped everything in the vicinity into his perception. Within this space, Ye Feng was the king. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar sounded, deafening like thunder. Immediately after, in Ye Feng's perception, a massive black fog surged toward Ye Feng like a torrent, directly annihilating Ye Feng's mental energy. Oh no! What the H*LL is this? Ye Feng's expression instantly changed. The power in this black fog was extremely powerful, and Ye Feng's spiritual power was completely unable to resist this erosion. Chapter 240, found the flaw and released its power. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The power of this black fog seemed to have a consciousness and was attacking Ye Feng's spiritual power. No matter how Ye Feng struggled, he could not escape and could only resist. Roar! Ye Feng roared toward the sky. His voice was like thunder and deafening. It instantly swept in all directions and messed up the space of the black fog. This terrifying power was something even Su Yuan's consciousness could not withstand. His expression instantly changed drastically. How is this possible? How can this kid erupt with such powerful strength? His strength has actually surpassed B+. It has reached the peak of B+. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can you erupt with such powerful strength? You must be lying. This is definitely a lie. I won't believe it. Just as Ye Feng was about to try, a shocking roar suddenly erupted in the black fog space. Rumble. Ye Feng only felt a rumbling sound in his mind, as if it was about to crack. What? What on earth is going on? Why did a powerful voice suddenly appear? Ye Feng was inexplicably shocked. The owner of this voice was really too powerful. Just the roar made Ye Feng feel that his consciousness was about to collapse. Ha ha ha, how is it? Now you have no way to escape, right? In Su Yuan's consciousness, a burst of carefree laughter was transmitted. At this time, Ye Feng suddenly opened his eyes as if he was stimulated by something. Found it! Ye Feng shouted loudly and slapped his hands on the top of his head. Immediately, a dazzling white light was released from his body. A huge white light shot straight into the clouds, forming a huge light pillar that shot into the distance. Ah! Su Yuan's consciousness suddenly screamed. This move of Ye Feng's was his biggest nemesis because his consciousness was not very strong to begin with. In front of Ye Feng, he simply did not have any ability to resist. You! Ye Feng looked at Su Yuan and the corners of his mouth curled up. Before that voice appeared, he had already sensed through his spiritual sense that the source of that power was Su Yuan's body. Although Ye Feng had been injured by the shock, he had not suffered any fatal injuries. He had already recovered 70 to 80% of his strength, which was why he dared to open his eyes to deal with this Su Yuan. You can actually attack me in the black fog domain. You have some tricks up your sleeve, kid. Su Yuan's heart trembled. He had concealed himself very well and had not revealed the slightest bit of a clue. However, he was also a little surprised that Ye Feng had actually noticed it. Moreover, he did not use the Dragon King's power in his body. He did not know why, but perhaps he still had a killer move in his hand. The best solution at the moment was to end the battle as soon as possible. Logically speaking, the longer one stayed in the black fog domain, the more the scales of victory would tilt in Su Yuan's direction. However, Ye Feng was different. He seemed to be looking for a flaw. It was not that Ye Feng did not have the power to fight against Su Yuan, but that he had been suppressing it. Humph, I've said it before. I'll find it sooner or later. My power is far more powerful than you think. Now, I'll let you know what true power is. Ye Feng snorted coldly and charged directly at Su Yuan. His current power completely surpassed the limits of an ordinary human. His current speed could even catch up to an ordinary supercar. Therefore, if Su Yuan wanted to dodge, there was no way he could. Boom! A destructive power was released from Ye Feng's body. This power was 10 times more violent than any power that Su Yuan had released before. Ye Feng threw a punch at Su Yuan. Su Yuan hurriedly raised his arm to resist this attack. Unfortunately, he still underestimated Ye Feng's strength. Ye Feng's punch directly broke his arm, and his entire arm exploded. Ah! Su Yuan let out a miserable howl, and his body was ruthlessly smashed into a wall at the side. A huge crater appeared in his line of sight. Ye Feng stood by the wall and looked at Su Yuan with a faint smile on his face. Now, you can die. Su Yuan raised his head, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. If you kill me, you will definitely suffer the vengeance of the entire academy. You will suffer the encirclement and suppression of all the students, and you will die without a burial ground. Ha ha ha, let me tell you, everything in the black fog can be real or unreal. As he spoke, Su Yuan's arm grew out at the speed of light. It was as if the previous scene had never happened. He stood up and stared at Ye Feng's aura erupting from his body. Competing in mental strength, right? Ye Feng muttered in his heart, and the power within his body began to churn. In any case, the outside world did not know what had happened here. He could completely unleash all of his power. Moreover, the black fog domain was used to restrain the enemy's spiritual power. If his spiritual power was fully unleashed, it was also a power that could not be underestimated. Ye Feng's body moved again. What came with it was an extremely powerful spiritual power. Perfect possession, release. Unfortunately, his arm was unable to block this attack at all. Only a muffled bang could be heard. Su Yuan's entire arm exploded once again, turning into pieces of flesh and blood that filled the sky. Ah! Su Yuan cried out in pain. He never thought that Ye Feng would actually be so strong to this extent. One punch broke one of his arms, making him feel pain in his heart. At this time, Ye Feng had already arrived. Su Yuan was only one person and was not Ye Feng's match at all. In front of Ye Feng, Su Yuan was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Ye Feng easily finished him off. Su Yuan fell to the ground, twitching non-stop. His face was pale. Unfortunately, Su Yuan's strength was still weaker than Ye Feng's. Therefore, with this punch from Ye Feng, Su Yuan's body was sent flying. His arm was broken. Fresh blood flowed out. Ah! He let out a painful scream. Su Yuan felt as if he was being burned by a fire. His skin and bones seemed to be charred, and he was in great pain. Ah! Su Yuan screamed crazily in the air. This scene was like a special effects scene in a movie theater. Humph, that's all. Ye Feng snorted and continued to rush toward Su Yuan, releasing his physical strength. Chapter 241, Using Violence to Counter Violence, Devouring Spirit. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Right now, he was completely using violence to counter violence. Fist after fist, he punched Su Yuan's body, causing Su Yuan to be unable to retaliate. He could only continuously dodge. Although he was in Su Yuan's black fog domain, if he was suppressed by Ye Feng's strength, he wouldn't have a better way to dodge. Unless he gained the initiative again, but every time Ye Feng released his power, Su Yuan's speed and strength weren't even 1/10 of Ye Feng's. But this also didn't cause any loss to Su Yuan. After all, he could recover infinitely. Moreover, Su Yuan didn't care how powerful Ye Feng was. In his domain, no matter how powerful he was, it was useless. In this domain, he was still a godlike existence. This was a fact that no one could distort. Unless, it was a powerful force. Puchi! Su Yuan's chest was shattered by Ye Feng's palm, and the organs in his chest were forcefully squeezed out by Ye Feng. This scene seemed a little cruel, but Ye Feng's actions were to protect himself. If Su Yuan used any more tricks, he would definitely suffer. Ye Feng had already released his strength, so Su Yuan was completely unable to do anything to Ye Feng. Ha ha ha! Your strength is not bad, but you actually think you can beat me? Unfortunately, you're still too young. Su Yuan lay on the ground, spitting out blood as he laughed loudly. I'll see how long you can still be arrogant. Ye Feng roared angrily and threw another punch. Ye Feng did not use any strength in this punch. He only used the strength of his physical body. After this punch, Su Yuan would probably be directly beaten into a pile of mud. However, just as Su Yuan was about to die, a sudden change occurred. Su Yuan's body actually began to slowly heal. How is this possible? Ye Feng's eyes widened. How was this possible? He had already crippled one of his opponent's arms, but how could his opponent's arm grow back? Furthermore, the healing speed this time was much faster than before. It was much stronger than before. Even Ye Feng's physical body was unable to cause him any harm. I've said before, this is my domain. No matter how strong you are, you have no chance of winning. Seeing Ye Feng's expression, a mocking smile appeared on Su Yuan's face. Is that so? I think I haven't had enough fun yet. Next, I'll beat you into a pile of mud. Ye Feng's eyes flickered, and a powerful spiritual fluctuation spread out. At the same time, Su Yuan was no longer passive. An even more powerful spiritual fluctuation followed. Seeing this, Ye Feng immediately dodged to the side. The surrounding scene instantly changed. In this area, there was countless black fog floating around. Ye Feng discovered that his spiritual power was actually suppressed, and he was unable to detect anything around him. What a powerful pressure! What's going on? Could it be that the pressure here is even stronger than the outside world? Could it be because of Su Yuan's special symbiotic body? Ye Feng frowned as he guessed. Around Ye Feng, it was pitch black and nothing could be seen. However, Ye Feng could sense that there was a very powerful spiritual power around him, and it was very dense. Even if Ye Feng used his divine sense to enter, he would not be able to sense it at all. Ha 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 ha! You will never be able to escape. The oppression here is my most powerful attack. Just wait for your death. No matter who it is, don't even think about escaping from my black fog domain. Even immortals can't do it. Su Yuan laughed arrogantly. He had completely forgotten the pain. He only wanted to extract Ye Feng's power alive. He coveted the Dragon King's aura in the depths of Ye Feng's soul. If he could extract it and fuse it with himself, he would definitely become one of the strongest symbiotes of the spirit system in China. It was very likely that there was no one else. After all, such a powerful Dragon King's aura was not something that an ordinary person could possess. Therefore, Su Yuan did not know how Ye Feng possessed this power, but none of this was important. All he could think about now was how to completely bind Ye Feng. Forcibly binding Ye Feng was obviously not a very good idea. Moreover, Ye Feng's strength was not ordinary. Ever since he entered the Black Fog domain, Ye Feng had not used that Dragon King's power. This was enough to show that the current situation was enough for Ye Feng to feel that it was a critical moment. Su Yuan felt a headache, but if he continued to waste his energy in this space, no matter how strong Ye Feng was, he would still be defeated by him in the end. Listen to my advice, you'd better obediently accept your death. After Su Yuan finished speaking, he threw another punch at Ye Feng. Humph! Ye Feng snorted coldly and suddenly jumped forward, dodging Su Yuan's fatal punch. In this space, Su Yuan's attack and speed increased tenfold. Therefore, even a simple punch just now could instantly release 10 times more terrifying power than Su Yuan's punch. If Ye Feng forcefully received it, he would definitely suffer a great loss. Bang! 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 On the contrary, Ye Feng's speed also increased very quickly. His fists were like raindrops, continuously landing on Su Yuan's body. Su Yuan retreated bit by bit, and finally knocked down a huge tree. It was hard to imagine that in this Black Fog domain, there were actually a few ancient trees that were arranged by Su Yuan in a poetic manner. Although the tree was thick, it could not withstand Ye Feng's attacks. Under Ye Feng's powerful strength, it could not resist and was broken by Ye Feng. Ah! Su Yuan wailed continuously. The clothes on his body had been torn into pieces. His upper body was naked and his entire body was covered in blood. Everything was just like in the movie theater. Su Yuan was also covered in blood, just like a bloody ghost. Su Yuan's expression became more and more ferocious. He had already lost one leg, and the other leg had been broken by Ye Feng. His current condition was very bad. Even walking became a difficult task, so he could only run. Then, Ye Feng had a plan in mind. Since I can't harm Su Yuan in the Black Fog domain, what effect will I have on him if I use the Devour skill? Ye Feng thought so and felt that he could give it a try. After all, in the first round, when Ye Feng fought against Luonyo, it was also a Devour skill that completely defeated the other party. But at that time, Ye Feng showed mercy and did not really want Luonyo to be devoured. In the current situation, Ye Feng had no choice but to use all of his strength and completely unleash the Devour skill. Moreover, the devouring decomposition could not only suppress the opponent. If it was useful, wouldn't it be able to directly find the opponent's weakness? At this moment, not far in front of Ye Feng, Su Yuan's body was continuously regenerating and recovering. In the next instant, a powerful spiritual power was unleashed. Ye Feng retracted his thoughts and urged his power. With a wave of his hand, a shield made of slime was formed, blocking all of this spiritual power. Then, let's try this move. Chapter 242, Spiritual Suppression, Eternal Nightmare. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Let's go. Ye Feng said as he instantly activated the Devour Sequence skill Perfect Possession. With the help of the Devour Sequence skill, the spiritual energy in Ye Feng's body circulated rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it covered his entire body, and it was still squirming non-stop. The next second, Ye Feng felt as if he had fallen into a virtual space. Countless cells and organs in his body were squirming non-stop, like a huge machine. What skill is this? No wonder my strength was suppressed. So this is the reason. In the next moment, Ye Feng released all of his mental energy, and he used a huge amount of spiritual energy to forcefully penetrate this huge machine-like organ. Ah! Su Yuan cried out in surprise. His body was already under Ye Feng's control. At this moment, Ye Feng also knew that the person he was controlling was actually Su Yuan. Su Yuan, your power is indeed very strong. If it was under normal circumstances, I might not be your match. However, right now in my world, I am the ruler. My power can easily crush you. Ye Feng smiled coldly. His body moved and he charged toward Su Yuan. At the same time, he also cast a black ray of light to envelop Su Yuan. This scene caused the black fog in the surrounding air to boil. How is this possible? Su Yuan was extremely shocked. He could clearly feel that his strength was constantly being eroded. Even if Ye Feng did not use the Devour skill now, there was nothing he could do. What? Are you afraid? Only now do you know fear? It's too late. Wisps of white light suddenly appeared on the tip of his finger. What is this? Could it be that his finger can also emit light? Su Yuan cried out in surprise and looked at Ye Feng's finger in disbelief. At this moment, wisps of white light appeared on Ye Feng's finger and quickly fused into Ye Feng's palm. Following that, Ye Feng's fingers rapidly expanded and became the size of a stone. There were even cracks all over it, just like porcelain that would shatter at the touch. Hiss! Su Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that Ye Feng was a monster. Now that he had become powerful again, it had already exceeded his expectations. What kind of power is this? Ye Feng was somewhat puzzled. Under the crazy operation of the Devour Sequence, he seemed to have sensed a brand new power quietly emerging. Ye Feng began to observe carefully. Gradually, his eyes revealed a look of shock. In his field of vision, several hundred black vortexes appeared, and the shape of these vortexes was very similar to the devouring technique that Su Yuan had just used. Ye Feng was extremely shocked. Ding! Congratulations, host, for possessing the opponent's skill. You have obtained the spiritual type skill Eternal Nightmare. Before Ye Feng could react, the system's cold notification sounded in his mind. Eternal Nightmare can release a domain that can devour the opponent's thoughts, can permanently possess the memories of others, and can also seize the bodies of others. *CK, this is too awesome. This is even more heaven-defying than a divine skill. And it can even obtain the other party's ability. Ye Feng was extremely excited. Only now did he understand that the new skill Eternal Nightmare that he obtained using the Devour Sequence was far more powerful than Su Yuan's Black Fog domain. Just the ability to duplicate, the Black Fog domain could no longer make any comparison. And the spiritual power that Ye Feng possessed was extremely terrifying, even more powerful than Su Yuan's spiritual power. This kind of power had already exceeded Ye Feng's comprehension. Ye Feng did not expect that this Devour Sequence skill would actually obtain such a powerful ability. This skill could allow Ye Feng's strength to soar by a large margin, and it could even possess him. *CK. You actually dare to possess me? Right at this moment, an angry voice sounded. Following that, Ye Feng felt his body suddenly fly out and crash into a huge tree. This huge tree, which was at least 3 meters thick, instantly collapsed after being hit by Ye Feng. Countless wood chips fell to the ground, making a series of muffled sounds. *MNit. Ye Feng rubbed his forehead. He almost smashed his head into pieces just now. Although Su Yuan was swallowed by him, he was still able to reflect some of his strength. Therefore, his strength had also increased greatly. However, this situation did not last for long, and Ye Feng did not give him a chance. All right, now it's time to reel in the net. After Ye Feng finished speaking, his body flashed with a dazzling white light once again. He waved his hand, and countless spider webs pounced forward. At this time, Su Yuan was already completely controlled by Ye Feng. He could only brace himself to receive Ye Feng's attack. However, Su Yuan's strength was still too weak. Although his spiritual power was very strong, it was clearly somewhat difficult to deal with a powerhouse at Ye Feng's level. However, Su Yuan was not so easy to be killed. After all, this was still the Black Fog domain, and it was still his world. Under the influence of the world, no matter how powerful Ye Feng was, his attacks were unable to penetrate the Black Fog domain's barrier. However, this situation did not last for long. Ye Feng's eyes suddenly opened, and his hands drew out in the air. Immediately, a black hole appeared beside him. This black hole was at least 1 meter long and wide. It looked a little strange, and it was emitting a sinister chill that made people want to tremble. The moment the black hole appeared, Su Yuan's body trembled. He felt a dangerous aura. This. What the h*LL is this thing? Su Yuan cried out in shock. His pupils continuously constricted. He could feel that the black hole in front of him was the energy attack that Ye Feng had displayed. Ye Feng did not say anything. With a move of his right hand, a terrifying black light immediately burst out from the black hole and swept toward Su Yuan. Eternal Nightmare. The instant the skill was released, the audience present saw an extremely strange scene. The entire arena was originally enveloped by the black fog, but after a ray of light was activated, the entire black fog actually turned completely red. Rather than calling it a black fog, it was more like a red fog. Within this red fog, thunder rumbled incessantly, as if it was the birth period of ancient times. F***ck, what's going on? This Su Yuan is so powerful. Is it possible that this is the power released by Ye Feng? Impossible. Look at the big screen, Ye Feng's heart rate is now as high as 300 beats. This is the effect of fear causing his heart rate to rise. As for Su Yuan's heart rate, although it is also very high, it is far from being as excited as Ye Feng's. Chapter 243, Ye Feng's victory was complete. The results would not be announced. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Everyone looked at the big screen. The physical parameters of the two contestants were very close. The only difference was that Ye Feng's heart rate was obviously higher than Su Yuan's. And it was more than one value higher. Therefore, everyone believed that this was the power released by Su Yuan. Otherwise, Ye Feng's heart rate would not be running so wildly. In the red fog, Ye Feng grinned. His heart rate was indeed increasing, but this was the heart rate that was running wildly after being excited and thrilled. Looking at Su Yuan in the distance, Ye Feng waved his hand. Countless rolling thunder and countless lightning bolts appeared, followed by an endless pressure. This energy, with extreme destruction, swept toward Su Yuan. Su Yuan's expression suddenly changed. This should be such a powerful force, to actually be able to release another spatial skill in the space he released. This also meant that Ye Feng had now completely broken free from all the shackles of the Black Fog domain. Ye Feng's Eternal Nightmare was released crazily in the Black Fog domain. In almost an instant, it completely covered the entire Black Fog domain. He knew that he had discovered Ye Feng's secret, and now he wanted to kill him. How could he dare to be negligent? He immediately fled into the distance. You want to run? Ye Feng snorted coldly. His right foot stepped on the void, and his entire body instantly flew out. After teleporting, he arrived behind Su Yuan, grabbed Su Yuan's shoulder, and pulled him back forcefully. Bang! The muscles on Ye Feng's right arm expanded and forcefully pulled Su Yuan back, smashing him onto the ground. Ah! Su Yuan cried out in pain. However, Su Yuan's expression became ferocious. Because, at this moment, his spirit had completely collapsed. He had already failed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a new subsidiary body, Nightmare Slime. Following the system notification, Ye Feng flashed, feeling a little incredulous. He did not expect to be able to break through in battle. This was too lucky. It's actually a nightmare slime. After I release the little slime, I'll be able to carry out a spiritual attack. Ye Feng was a little excited, indeed worthy of being happy. After all, this was an incomparably powerful spiritual attack. Moreover, Ye Feng's spiritual power was actually not weak. In fact, it was even powerful to a certain extent. Before he awakened Eternal Nightmare and Nightmare Slime, his powerful spiritual power was only used to augment his perception. But now, his powerful spiritual power could be used in other places. Moreover, the attacks of spiritual power were not something that ordinary defenses could block. This type of attack could penetrate all places. If the opponent's spiritual power was weak, Ye Feng did not even need to expend any strength to directly defeat the opponent. This was the advantage of a powerful spiritual power attack. After being happy, Ye Feng looked at Su Yuan. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes, but he did not hesitate at all. His right foot ruthlessly stepped on Su Yuan's chest. Instantly, Su Yuan's chest caved in under Ye Feng's step. He spat out a pool of blood from his mouth, and his eyes turned white. He was completely dead. What Ye Feng had killed was only Su Yuan in the Black Fog domain, which was equivalent to a spiritual body. His main body was still in the real world, but he had already knelt on the ground. His entire face was extremely pale. It was as if he had just experienced an unforgettable nightmare. In fact, his entire person was already mentally abnormal. After all, his spiritual body in the Black Fog domain had been severely injured by Ye Feng. Putting aside whether he could release this skill again, at least for now, Su Yuan had already lost more than half of his strength to Ye Feng. The reason why he did not really kill him was very simple. After all, they were all classmates. Moreover, Su Yuan was his senior. Most importantly, there was no need to kill him at all. It would also cause a bad reaction in the school. With a wave of Ye Feng's hand, the entire Black Fog domain instantly collapsed. However, the audience still could not see them. After all, outside the Black Fog domain, there was still a layer of powerful spiritual space released by Ye Feng, the Eternal Nightmare. Ye Feng let go of his steps and turned around to walk in front of Su Yuan. Looking at Su Yuan, Ye Feng's expression did not change. But Su Yuan's eyes were filled with fear and terror. Looking at Ye Feng, he wanted to beg for mercy. He wanted to live, but Ye Feng would not let him leave alive, so he wanted to beg for mercy. As long as he begged for mercy, he still had a chance of survival. As long as he had a chance of survival, he could still live. He would not be completely dead like now. However, Ye Feng did not give Su Yuan the chance to beg for mercy. He punched Su Yuan's stomach hard. Su Yuan's intestines were about to be broken by Ye Feng. He wanted to scream, but he opened his mouth and blood spurted out. Su Yuan looked at him with hatred and despair in his eyes. He clenched his fists and wanted to attack, but he did not even have the right to attack Ye Feng. He could only watch Ye Feng walk toward him. Su Yuan wanted to stand up. But Ye Feng's legs were like a mountain suppressing him, making it impossible for him to stand up. He knew that Ye Feng wanted to kill him, and when he killed him, he would torture him until he was worse than death. I was wrong. Please spare my life. I give up the match. I surrender. I give up. Su Yuan knelt on the ground and begged bitterly. Ye Feng then sneered and threw Su Yuan aside. He walked to the edge of the arena and glanced at Su Yuan, saying, "You can surrender, but you can't announce the result of this match." Hearing this, Su Yuan immediately pounded his head and said pitifully, "Okay, okay, okay, I'll listen to you." Su Yuan naturally did not want to announce the result of this match. Before he went on stage, everyone had high hopes for him. Moreover, his morale was also very high. In addition, the black fog domain that he released had already blocked everyone's vision. No one knew what had happened. If he said now that he had lost the match, that would simply be embarrassing. Moreover, he was a B-grade symbiote. To be defeated at such a high level was simply too shameful. After finishing off Su Yuan, a gratified smile appeared on Ye Feng's face. He walked out of the Eternal Nightmare Realm and conveniently deactivated the domain. Soon after, under everyone's shocked gazes, Ye Feng and Su Yuan, who was forcefully supporting himself, slowly emerged from everyone's line of sight. The big screen on the stage also showed the end of the match. What the F***ck? Is it a draw? The match ended just like that? There's no result either. Could it be that they kept it a secret and didn't announce it? Seeing that Ye Feng wasn't injured, did he win? How is that possible? This shouldn't be right. This is too terrifying. The strength that Su Yuan unleashed just now was simply heaven-defying. So who won? D***mn it, they actually didn't announce it. After hearing these words, Ye Feng also slowly walked down the stage and received everyone's enthusiastic applause. And just as Ye Feng walked down the stage, Su Liasi, who was beside him, went up and asked, "Brother Ye, how did you win just now?" I didn't say that I won." Ye Feng asked with a wicked smile. Su Liasi frowned, thought for a moment, and suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Ye, can't you tell me?" "Haha, what do you think?" Ye Feng asked back. Chapter 244, Lei Jia's Stomping Feet, the 10th round of the competition. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Humph, what a nuisance. You just won't tell me. Su Liasi pouted, looking displeased. Ye Feng smiled and did not continue to tease her. Not far away, Zhang Menyu also walked over, and when Luonyo saw Ye Feng, he also surrounded him. "Looks like you're in good condition," Zhang Menyu said faintly, as if she was hinting at something. "It's all right. The match just now was very thrilling, but fortunately, it was not as thrilling as I imagined. I still have to thank you guys for the reminder earlier, or else I might not have been able to come out," Ye Feng said as he scratched his head. If he did not have them to remind him before he went on stage, Ye Feng would indeed need to spend more time exploring the opponent's ability. This would also waste a lot of time. On the battlefield, the longer one was in a passive position, the lower the chance of winning. And the group arena emphasized on a quick battle. If Ye Feng did not turn into an active offensive in time, he would very likely fall into Su Yuan's trap. No matter what, congratulations to brother Ye first. Luonyo also spoke, grinning from the side. It's still too early to say this. I still have one more match before I know the result, Ye Feng said. He had already completed the 9th round. Every promotion exam, 10 rounds would be the end. Then, the points would be calculated and the quotas would be allocated. How are your injuries? If the effect is not obvious, I have medicine here to treat you. Ye Feng wanted to quickly change the topic. After all, they were talking about this because they wanted to trick him about the result of the competition. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. Hee, brother, don't say it. It really hurts like h***lol. It's okay if I need some fruit. Right. Me too. I ate too fast just now, so the effect is not very obvious. One more should be enough. Me too. Ye Feng looked at the 3 thick-skinned talents in front of him who were not blushing nor jumping, and suddenly felt a little funny. "All right then, I'll give you another flame fruit." As Ye Feng said this, he took out 3 bright red flame fruits from his pocket and handed them over separately. "Yes. Then brother Yat, you continue to work hard." Su Liase's eyes were curved with laughter. She took a bite of the flame fruit with a smile and immediately looked at Ye Feng with a satisfied smile. Ye Feng smiled and shook his head. Now that he had won consecutively, it also meant that he would obtain a spot to enter the main campus. This made Ye Feng very excited. And behind Ye Feng, Lei Jia's face was livid. He did not know what the result would be, which made him even more angry. Su Yuan's spirit penetration was so powerful. How could he lose to Ye Feng? Even if it was the worst-case scenario, it couldn't be Ye Feng who won. He knew that Su Yuan's attack was too brutal. Ye Feng might not be able to withstand his attack. Moreover, when he won, Su Yuan was eager to let the world know that he won the match. How could there be no reaction after winning this time? But this was only a guess. From the looks of it, there was still a very high probability that Ye Feng had won the match. Moreover, Ye Feng would not admit defeat on his own. After all, doing so would be too shameful. How could he admit defeat willingly? But Lei Jia was still unwilling to believe it. He was very clear about Su Yuan's strength. Moreover, he had personally seen Su Yuan use his palm to kill a wild boar. With such strength, even if it was in the entire world, he would still be one of the top experts. How could he lose to Ye Feng? This was simply too ridiculous. Ye Feng, you're too embarrassed to announce your loss, right? Lei Jia was hopping mad. He would rather believe in a draw than believe that Ye Feng could win this match. This was something that he absolutely would not allow, because Ye Feng's performance was too strong, so strong that it was unbelievable. It was impossible for such a person to lose a match. Ha, whether I announce it or not has nothing to do with you. Don't forget that the competition rules can keep the result, so don't beat around the bush. Ye Feng said with a smile. Humph. Lei Jia was blocked. He snorted and didn't say anything. Exactly. What does it have to do with you whether he wins or not? When is it your turn to question others? Su Liase, who was at the side, was worried that she had nowhere to vent her anger. When she saw Lei Jia come knocking on her door, she could not help but vent all her anger on Lei Jia. Lei Jia saw Su Liase scolding over and was momentarily dumbfounded. What was going on? Why was there still someone helping Ye Feng to scold people? Ye Feng smiled and did not want to bother with Lei Jia. Who was Su Liase? She was the daughter of the Su family and had been pampered since she was young. She had to listen to her father in everything. Now that she suddenly met Lei Jia, how could she endure this resentment? Naturally, she had to vent out the dissatisfaction in her heart. You. Lei Jia pointed at Su Liase and ultimately withdrew his hand. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with Su Liase's attitude, he did not dare to offend her casually because the current Ye Feng already had the qualifications to be on equal footing with him. You guys can chat. I'll be leaving first. Ye Feng waved his hand and turned around to leave, not intending to pay any attention to these two oddballs. At this moment, a voice once again came from the broadcast on the stage. Students, there's still one last match left. After the break, please take your positions. Everyone looked at the screen. These two contestants were Ye Feng and Lei Jia. This was also the reason why Lei Jia was jumping up and down like this, because he wanted to personally take care of Ye Feng. 2 hours later, the match continued. At this time, Ye Feng had already changed his clothes. He stood on the stage and looked at Lei Jia opposite him with a smile. This time, Lei Jia's attire was completely different from before. Wearing a black battle uniform on his body, he appeared very domineering. He was already so well prepared for battle. It was hard to imagine how far he would have to fight after the match. Lei Jia looked at Ye Feng. His eyes flickered with light, as if he wanted to tear Ye Feng into pieces. Ye Feng and Lei Jie stood on the left and right of the arena respectively. Their two pairs of eyes stared at each other, as if they were competing to see who had the stronger patience. Ye Feng, you indeed have some strength. Unfortunately, you are destined to be disappointed today. I will not let you off. Lei Jie said arrogantly. Had. Ye Feng snorted coldly and disdained to argue with him. Ye Feng, the battle between us has only just begun. Lei Jie's tone was icy cold and carried killing intent. It was as if his heart would not be at ease if Ye Feng did not die. Ye Feng shrugged. He was not a soft persimmon who could be pinched whenever he wanted. I can wait for you. Ye Feng smiled indifferently and did not care too much. He also wanted to see what kind of ability Lei Jie had to make him become so strong in a short time. Chapter 245, Activation Pill, Despicable Means. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Humph. Lei Jie snorted lightly and did not plan to say anything more. He was prepared to attack directly. Ye Feng did not waste any words. He circulated the spiritual energy in his body and countless spider webs broke out from the ground continuously. Ye Feng's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he appeared beside Lei Jie. His right leg kicked out fiercely at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, countless spider webs seemed to have transformed into a silver snake. With extreme speed, they charged toward Lei Jie. Seeing this, Lei Jie did not have the slightest intention of retreating. He clenched his right fist tightly and similarly welcomed the attack. Their fists fiercely collided together. Bang! An extremely terrifying air current exploded on the stage and swept through the surroundings. This energy continuously attacked everything in the surroundings. Sensing this scene, Zhang Menyu and Su Liasi frowned at the same time. They could roughly tell that Ye Feng had the upper hand in the exchange of blows just now. However, Lei Jie was also able to unleash such a powerful attack. This was clearly not something that an ordinary person could do. Even if his symbiotic body is a bear, very few people are able to unleash such a powerful punch. Zhang Menyu analyzed. After all, a bear also represented a powerful strength. However, Lei Jie's attack no longer seemed to contain the strength of a bear. Did he take some strength-increasing medicine before he went on stage? Su Liasi was deep in thought. Looking at the two evenly matched people on stage, she was a little worried about Ye Feng. Moreover, Lei Jie's actions did seem very strange. There was an indescribable behavior in his actions. Even if his actions weren't beautiful, it didn't affect the competition, nor did it affect the rules of the competition. However, if he took some strengthening drugs, he would be punished. If that were the case, Lei Jie could release his strength without restraint. Some drugs could not only increase the strength for a certain period of time, but some drugs could also replenish the spiritual energy in the body. These things were hard to say, but the competition had clearly stipulated that no supplements or drugs could be used within 6 hours before the competition. Su Liasi and the others were only suspicious, but they didn't have any concrete evidence. Following another round of explosions, the two people on the stage were sent flying at the same time. Both of them were hit by this intense impact. On Lei Jie's fist, there were cracks, and blood slowly dripped down along the cracks, showing the two people's control over their strength. The two's strength was very great. This level of confrontation actually did not cause any damage. This was enough to prove that they were both very powerful. As expected of the young master of the Lei family. He really isn't simple. Ye Feng smiled indifferently. Regardless of the other party's provocation or wanting to compete with him, Ye Feng was not nervous at all. You are really arrogant to the extreme. I want to see just how you defeat me, Lei Jie coldly shouted. He did not waste any words and directly pounced toward Ye Feng. His speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed in front of Ye Feng, and his fist fiercely smashed toward Ye Feng's face. As expected, the symbiotic body is a bear. It's really barbaric. Ye Feng glanced at the other party, and his body abruptly dodged to the side. This time, Lei Jie did not miss. His fist fiercely smashed onto the arena. Rumble. Loud sounds continuously exploded in the sky above the entire city. Ye Feng slightly raised his head to take a look. Then, with a flash of his feet, he instantly appeared in front of Lei Jie and swung his fist toward Lei Jie's chest. Although Lei Jie possessed a bare symbiotic body and possessed an incomparably powerful offensive ability, this did not mean that Lei Jie possessed a powerful defense. On the contrary, he was still at a disadvantage and was directly struck by Ye Feng's fist. Crack! His bones broke and his body directly flew backward, landing outside the distant arena. Cough, cough. Lei Jie struggled to get up. The corners of his mouth were filled with blood, but his eyes revealed a dense excitement. Satisfying. Ye Feng shook his head. The other party's symbiotic physique was too strange. He was completely unafraid of pain. Even if he gathered all the spiritual energy in his body onto his palm, he was still unable to kill the other party. Haha, Ye Feng, I admit that you are indeed very powerful. However, it is impossible for you to beat me. Since you want to be abused, then I will send you on your way. As Lei Jie spoke, he took out a black capsule from his body and swallowed it. Immediately, his entire body turned red, and his eyes turned red. He roared like a madman. Bang! This fellow's body expanded twice. His muscles bulged like lumps of iron. His height reached 2.5 meters, and his entire body was covered in dense spikes. This is... Zhang Menyu and the others were all stunned when they saw this scene. This is a modified version of the activation pill. It can activate the cell activity in his body. It can temporarily obtain the strength of a super soldier. Furthermore, it also possesses a gene mutation hormone. It can allow the symbiotic organism to obtain even greater strength in a short period of time. However, the side effects are also very great. It can even cause the gene to collapse. Zhang Menyu explained everything, but in her heart, she was cursing Lei Jie for being shameless. The Lei family had researched symbiotic organisms. In order to increase the combat strength of the symbiotic organism, they were willing to sacrifice humans to allow their symbiotic organism to absorb the life energy of others, thus strengthening their own bodies. Then, he took a deep breath and punched the ground hard. Bang! The hard cement board exploded and a huge hole appeared. This is... Ye Feng's pupils contracted slightly. This is a pill to activate the symbiotic creatures. Lei Jie laughed sinisterly. Do you know that once you activate the symbiotic creatures, you will not lose no matter what, unless the opponent has the absolute strength to suppress them? Ye Feng narrowed his eyes. Lei Jie was indeed very difficult to deal with. He had not expected that this fellow had actually concealed his strongest point. However, this matter had been brought up by Lei Jie. This fellow was simply despicable. Hee. At this moment, Lei Jie grinned sinisterly. He seemed to be very excited from the effect of his genes. He suddenly charged forward. Hoo! This time, Lei Jie did not hold back. Directly using his strongest strength, he charged toward Ye Feng. This time, his speed was so fast that it was like a phantom, making it impossible for others to track him down. Humph! Ye Feng snorted. His figure hastily retreated, avoiding Lei Jie's wave of attacks. What an agile movement technique! However, what use is this? Lei Jie sneered, and then his two legs suddenly stomped on the ground. Borrowing the force of the rebound, his body leaped into the air. Bang! His 2 feet stepped on the stage, directly crushing the stage. This move of his was called soaring slash. His 2 arms were bent, his 2 knees were bent, and his waist and abdomen exerted strength. All the strength in his body was concentrated on his 2 legs, ruthlessly chopping onto Ye Feng's body. Bang! A violent muffled sound was heard. Chapter 246, Terrifying Mutation, Symbiote manifesting. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Ye Feng's body seemed to have suffered a lightning strike as his body retreated several steps. His clothes were torn and a scorch mark appeared on his skin. This doesn't make sense. F***ck. This Leijia is actually so awesome. F***ck. If I had known earlier that I would lose when I bet on him, I would definitely have made money with such terrifying strength. Otherwise, wouldn't I have suffered a great loss? The crowd outside the arena discussed animatedly. They were all shocked by Leijia's sudden burst of strength. Originally, they all thought that Ye Feng would win without a doubt. Who knew that Ye Feng would be heavily injured just after this exchange? Such a difference in strength was too great. Ye Feng! Brother Feng! Seeing Ye Feng being beaten until he vomited blood, Su Liasi and the others all stood up in panic, their eyes filled with worry. Haha! This time, aren't you going to die? At this moment, Leijia also laughed out loud. Ye Feng's performance just now made his heart palpitate. But the more it was like this, the more excited his heart became. This way, he could display his strongest strength. Boom! His figure shot out and rushed straight toward Ye Feng. Ye Feng looked at Leijia who was rushing over, his face suffused with a cold luster. He turned his body to the side and avoided the opponent's attack. Leijia twisted his body and his speed increased explosively. He swung his huge fist once again, striking toward Ye Feng's head. However, Ye Feng's speed was even faster. His arm suddenly swept horizontally, slashing towards Leijia's head. Humph! Leijia roared angrily and his left fist fiercely smashed down. Bang! The two people's fists fiercely collided. Ye Feng's fist contained a huge force while Leijia's fist was incomparably hard. The collision between the two people emitted a muffled sound of metal colliding. Following that, their bodies retreated at the same time. Again! Leijia roared, his body suddenly darting out, his two fists fiercely smashing toward Ye Feng's face. This guy's fist carried a biting cold killing intent. Bang! Ye Feng's fist also fiercely smashed toward Leijia. The two people flew out almost at the same time. This time, the two people fell onto the ground at the same time. Leijia's eyes were fixed on Ye Feng. This guy actually did not die. D***mn. How is this possible? Leijia's heart was filled with shock and anger. His cultivation level was only B grade, while Ye Feng's cultivation level was at the peak of B and grade. Their strength was simply the difference between clouds and mud. If that were the case, wouldn't he lose without a doubt? You are very strong, but with just this strength, you can't kill me. Ye Feng said indifferently, and then his body swayed as he pounced toward Leijia. His wrist shook a few times, and countless spider webs directly hacked onto Leijia's shoulder like an extremely sharp dagger. Chi-la! Leijia's shoulder blade was instantly broken, and a piercing pain surged through his entire body. B*****. Leijia roared angrily, and his body shot out once again. His right leg ruthlessly kicked Ye Feng's chest, and this kick almost broke Ye Feng's ribs. Haha! Ye Feng laughed coldly, and his body suddenly spun. After dodging the other party's kick, he directly punched, ruthlessly imprinting on Leijia's chest. Pu! Leijia wildly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his body flew out like a cannonball, fiercely landing on the ground. Ye Feng slowly walked to the edge of the arena. He lowered his head and looked down at Leijia, saying, "You're really weak." Hearing this, Leijia's lungs were about to explode from anger. How could he not understand that his strength was far inferior to Ye Feng? If it was an ordinary person, he would have long won. D***mn. Leijia gnashed his teeth. Then he reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were red as he stared at Ye Feng. "You dare to look down on me?" Leijia's voice was sinister and vicious. "I'm not looking down on you. It's just that you're too weak. Since you've chosen to challenge me, then you should know the ending. As he said this, Ye Feng's hands reached out like lightning and sent Lei Jie flying with a punch. Immediately after, his palms contained a powerful water elemental power. Next, as long as he restrained Lei Jie and attacked with a water elemental attack, Lei Jie would definitely be defeated. A strange smile appeared on Ye Feng's lips. His palm, which contained terrifying water elemental power, suddenly slammed down. Get lost! Lei Jie roared loudly. He crazily circulated the power in his body, and the blood in his body seemed to be burning up. Hwalala! Hwalala! His entire body instantly swelled up, and the muscles on his body protruded out like pieces of steel, emitting a dazzling light. His legs were incomparably thick and sturdy, like a bear's incomparably sturdy thighs. The surface of his skin was also covered with a layer of light blue fur, and within the fur, a blue light was emitted. What a formidable mutation! When everyone saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Lei Jie's mutation shocked them. This was the manifestation of a symbiotic body. This kind of situation required extremely high talent, and the compatibility with the symbiotic body also had to be extremely high. Only then could one activate one of the methods to increase one's combat strength. This kind of situation was something that Ye Feng had encountered in his match with Luonyo. At that time, Luonyo was manifesting the symbiotic body, the Xian turtle, which was used to increase his incomparably terrifying defensive ability in an attempt to defend against Ye Feng's violent attacks. And now, Lei Jie was using this method in an attempt to increase his own combat strength. This kind of method that completely relied on the power of the symbiotic body was also known as manifestation. Moreover, once manifested, they would possess formidable strength, which was even more terrifying than ordinary mutated creatures. Therefore, when manifesting, their strength was also suppressed, and they could only display 2/3 of their strength. This was equivalent to being a cripple. However, when his spiritual ability was increased by more than 3 times, his power was increased by 5 times. This is an innate ability. The manifestation of the symbiotic body. Seeing Lei Jie's appearance, a trace of shock appeared on the faces of Luonyo and the others. They were all people who understood the Lei family. Naturally, they were very clear that this family not only studied the thunder fruit, but also had some understanding of the symbiotic body. They were also very clear about Lei Jie's innate ability. This kind of innate ability was the crystallization of the Lei family's meticulous research and development. It was also the core of all of the Lei family's technology. Once this innate skill was activated, one would be able to transform the symbiotic body into a form. The characteristics of the symbiotic body would then grow on one's body. All of one's comprehensive attributes would increase crazily, and their attack power would increase explosively. Moreover, after transforming, one's strength would increase by several times, and one would be able to raise one's cultivation level in a short period of time. It's too late for you to admit defeat. Moreover, it's impossible for me to admit defeat for you. Lei Jie fiercely threw down these words. There can only be one person alive in the arena today. It's me, not you. Ye Feng saw the other party's appearance and looked at him with disdain. He indifferently shook his head and waved his arm. Hoo. Chapter 247, Lei Jie's Trump Card, Divine Level Heavenly Punishment Amulet. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. A sharp and ear-piercing sound of rushing wind suddenly rang out in the air. Then, a dense ball of water vapor spread out from his fist. This ball of water vapor was like a water ball as it smashed toward Lei Jie. Rumble. This ball of water vapor fiercely smashed onto Lei Jie's body, and Lei Jie was smashed into the pool of water. This is an illusion. Lei Jie was shocked and did not realize what had happened at all. He only felt that he had been hit by a water ball, and then he was pulled into a bottomless pool. His body was full of brute force, but at this time, he had nowhere to release it. There was no point of force at all, as if his strength was completely nullified. I didn't expect water binding to be able to be used like this. Ye Feng withdrew his palm and looked at the puddle of water and smiled. Since you're bound, then take this. He stomped his feet and his body turned into an afterimage as he rushed over. He waved his arms and threw a punch. Bang! This punch fiercely hit Lei Jia's body, knocking Lei Jia into the pool. Splash! Lei Jia's entire body was knocked into the pool. Instantly, water splashed in all directions, dyeing the entire square wet, and his entire body was drenched. Haha! Ye Feng, you've finally been knocked down by me. Lei Jia laughed loudly and started to struggle crazily in the water. However, no matter how he struggled, he was unable to climb out of the water. At this moment, Lei Jia was in a sorry state. Whoosh! Ye Feng once again used water binding. Splash! A water pillar shot up into the sky. The waves surged into the sky and the water droplets rolled like a waterfall. Drops of rain fell onto the ground. Splash! With a muffled sound, Lei Jia's body was knocked to the ground, splashing a large amount of water and soaking his clothes. Moreover, his body was pressed down into the ground. He even felt that his ribs were broken and his entire person was in extreme pain. D*****. Lei Jia shouted angrily, wanting to break free from the water binding. However, he tried a few times, but was unable to struggle out. Instead, he sank deeper and deeper. A splash of water rose from the pool, and a huge water dragon broke out of the water. Roar! The water dragon faced the sky and roared with a terrifying momentum. Lei Jia was instantly entangled by the water dragon. His body was tightly trapped, and he was unable to move. The water dragon's body was constantly twisting, as if it was tearing Lei Jia's body apart. Ah! Lei Jia shouted loudly, and his feet pushed off the ground. He struggled with all his might, but he couldn't struggle at all. Crack! The joints of Lei Jia's feet actually shattered, and bloody traces spread out. Crack! Crack! Many wounds appeared on Lei Jia's legs and arms. Blood flowed out from the wounds, and soon soaked his clothes. Hiss! When everyone saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air with a look of shock. This guy is actually so powerful. How can his strength be so strong? Some of the Lei family members' faces were extremely pale. They were all mocking Ye Feng just now. At this moment, they all felt somewhat ashamed. This youth really has some skill. That's right. If my guess isn't wrong, he used some special method just now to control this fellow, right? That's right, this should be his secret technique. Everyone discussed animatedly, and they were all frightened by Ye Feng. They couldn't see through that water dragon just now. Moreover, Lei Jia's body was still unable to move. Being controlled by this youth, his strength was reduced by several times, and he even lost his defensive methods. This water dragon is so strange. The power that exploded out is so strong that we can't even escape. Lei Jia is being controlled so thoroughly. This guy's strength is too strong. Could Lei Jia be defeated by Ye Feng? His strength is too strong. Everyone began to whisper. They had developed fear toward Ye Feng. They were all proud sons of heaven. They had never thought that Ye Feng would be so strong to such an extent. Looking at Lei Jia below the pond, their brows were indeed tightly knitted. This guy, after being hit, can still maintain his berserk state even after losing so much blood. Ye Feng muttered in his heart. As expected, in the next moment, the pond suddenly exploded. Boom! A huge bear charged out. Rumble! Ye Feng, looks like I still underestimated you. But don't forget, I have a trump card. Lei Jia sneered. Unconsciously, the wounds on his body quickly healed. Looking at the other party's powerful self-healing ability, Ye Feng could almost compete with him. Sure enough, it's not that easy. Seeing the scene in front of him, Ye Feng could not let down his guard. This is the Lei family's inheritance, the divine level heavenly punishment amulet. Lei Jia opened his mouth and spat out these words. Divine level heavenly punishment amulet. Hearing this name, Ye Feng was slightly startled, as if he had heard it somewhere before. He carefully recalled for a moment and suddenly remembered that this was a very special secret technique of the Lei family. It was said that the Lei family's ancestors in the past generations had fused a divine-level heavenly punishment amulet into an amulet and then fused it into their blood. Those who merged with this talisman would not only possess extraordinary strength, but they would also possess an undying body. They would be able to continuously heal the wounds on their bodies. Moreover, they would be able to continuously battle and kill 1,000 enemies while losing 800 of their own. He did not know how Lei Jia did it. Lei Jia has a trump card. This trump card can block any attack and can also reflect attacks. At this time, some of the spectators also began to explain. A divine-grade amulet could block any attack? Ye Feng was slightly startled when he heard this. No wonder Lei Jia was so confident in defeating him. It turned out that he was relying on his divine-grade amulet. No matter where it was placed, this amulet was an excellent item. After all, it was an inheritance tool, and it was a divine-grade amulet. But unfortunately, the opponent he met was Ye Feng. It seems to be the Lei family's inheritance item. The family is willing to give him such a powerful item. They must have put in a lot of effort. Ye Feng muttered in his heart. But he could tell at a glance that such an item could withstand any attack, except for spiritual attacks. Ye Feng, die! Lei Jia roared again, and his figure flashed as he pounced toward Ye Feng. Who? He stretched out his claws and clawed at Ye Feng's chest. Ye Feng snorted coldly and used starfire meditation. His body was like a swimming fish, nimbly dodging Lei Jia's attack. Humph, this move might be able to deal with ordinary opponents, but it's too weak against me. Let's see what else you have. Ye Feng mocked. Is that so? Then I'll use this last trump card to kill you. Lei Jia gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. This Lei Jia actually still has a trump card. That's right, Lei Jia must have used some kind of secret technique to be able to resist such a powerful secret technique. He hasn't used his full strength yet? He must still have hidden his strength. The audience discussed among themselves. They all felt that Lei Jia hadn't used his true strength yet and he still had a trump card. Humph, since you want to play, I'll play with you. I'll let you see my trump card and see if you can block my attack. Ye Feng curled his lips in disdain. Chapter 248, Strange Aura, Spiritual Power Suppression. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. But as Lei Jia released the aura, Ye Feng suddenly felt that something was wrong. In the next moment, Ye Feng's pupils suddenly constricted. On Lei Jia's body, he suddenly felt a familiar aura. That feeling was precisely the bloody and violent smell that he had smelled during the promotion exam. At that time, Ye Feng had already felt very strange. Why would a person have this kind of smell on their body? The source of this smell was finally clear now. So it was the smell of the opponent's divine-level heavenly punishment amulet. Ye Feng's expression changed drastically. Shua! Shua! Ye Feng's body was like a ghost, drawing two afterimages in the air. This power was not right. Ye Feng wanted to end the battle quickly. He wanted to quickly calculate the strength of the opponent's new aura. Suddenly, two fists came at him. Ye Feng could easily dodge them with just a casual dodge. Lei Jia's attack missed. He could not hit Ye Feng at all. The flustered and exasperated him, that savage power, along with the power of the heavenly punishment amulet, continued to bombard Ye Feng. Everyone in the audience was stunned. They did not expect that Ye Feng's speed could increase to such a terrifying extent. It had already exceeded the scope of their understanding. How can this be? Ye Feng's speed is increasing too fast. I can't see how he's defending at all. I'm not sure either. I see that this young man's movement seems to have become more agile and his speed has increased by more than a little. His body must have been tempered. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to reach such an abnormal level. Ye Feng, you be ****. This time, I'll make you regret it. Lei Jie roared crazily. His eyes were already bloodshot, and the aura emitted from his body was even more powerful, like a huge mountain suppressing the surroundings. Lei Jie was a symbiote of the warrior stream, and he was also a warrior who cultivated a thunder-type secret technique. Therefore, his strength was even more terrifying than ordinary warriors. He was already prepared to use his trump card. He was going to risk his life. Lei Jie attacked while roaring crazily, as if he had fallen into a certain state of madness. This Lei Jie was really not a good person. He was a madman. Once he fell into a state of madness, he would lose his reason, lose his judgment, and do some shocking actions. He was now completely a devil. Ha 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 ha. Lei Jie, didn't you want to kill me? Come now. Come and kill me. Come and catch up to me. Ye Feng laughed disdainfully. Ye Feng, shut up. Lei Jie's eyes were red as he roared. This time, he was really about to go crazy from anger. Ye Feng actually dared to provoke him like this. This was simply a humiliation. Not only did Ye Feng not stop provoking him, but he also continued to agitate Lei Jie. Lei Jie, if you have the ability, then come and kill me. Kill, kill. I want to see just how much ability you have. Lei Jie's eyes were crimson red, and blue veins popped out from all the muscles in his body. He was already in a state of rampage. Rumble. His strength continued to grow, like a torrential river, unending. This time, he activated the violent power in his body. Under the protection of the divine-level heavenly punishment amulet, his strength had greatly increased. Ye Feng could clearly sense that the spiritual energy in his body could actually produce a power that could tear through the void. Even if this power was only lightly brushed by, the consequences were unimaginable. It was hard to imagine that a high-level warrior would be hit by this power and die instantly. He would even be turned into ashes. The divine-level heavenly punishment amulet is indeed powerful enough. This amulet is much more powerful than any support item I've ever seen. Moreover, it's the Lei family's inheritance. They can actually take out such a large amount of money to deal with me. They've really opened my eyes. Ye Feng frowned. Although he was able to break the restriction of this kind of power, once this kind of power invaded his body, it would probably cause him to suffer heavy injuries. Therefore, in the current situation, he had to end the battle quickly and defeat Lei Jie. Ye Feng took a deep breath, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Snow-white spider webs appeared on his right arm, and there was a lot of poison added to the spider webs. If the spider webs could hit Lei Jie, it could at least poison him and slow down his movements. This way, Lei Jie's target would not be so clear. Bring it on! Ye Feng shouted loudly, and his body swayed, disappearing from where he was and reappearing beside Lei Jie. Boom! Ye Feng's right hand fiercely slapped down at Lei Jie's chest. Bang! Lei Jie's body trembled, and his face instantly turned pale. His body flew back several meters. The clothes on his chest had already been shattered by Ye Feng's palm, revealing the skin underneath. That skin was covered with a layer of faint black spots. It looked like snake scales, densely packed, and looked extremely strange and terrifying. What a formidable defense! Ye Feng was shocked. Lei Jie was able to use the power of the divine-level heavenly punishment amulet to block Ye Feng's attack. This was something Ye Feng had never expected. Get lost! Lei Jie shouted loudly. His power gathered on his fist and attacked Ye Feng. Boom! Boom! The moment the two touched, Ye Feng released Eternal Nightmare. For a moment, Lei Jie appeared in a brand new space. Even that powerful force was brought into this space. At the same time, this extremely barbaric force gathered in Ye Feng's hand. One punch. Boom! Lei Jia's spiritual power completely collapsed. Another punch. Lei Jia's divine-level heavenly punishment amulet's protective power completely dissipated. The final punch. Lei Jia's entire body flew backward, his tendons and bones completely broken. Puchi! Lei Jia spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his eyes widened as he looked at Ye Feng in disbelief. Just now, he had used his ultimate technique, but he had not been able to hurt Ye Feng in the slightest. He had even been hit by Ye Feng's counterattack, causing him to be heavily injured. Ye Feng, you can actually hurt me. Humph, why can't I hurt you? Don't forget, I still have the eternal nightmare. As long as I can control the power of the nightmare and let them attack you in the dream, then even your supernatural power won't be able to do it. Ye Feng said indifferently. He had already completely mastered this skill, and now he still had the eternal nightmare. Puchi! Lei Jia spat out blood. His legs knelt on the ground and his entire body trembled. His mind was in a daze. He never thought that Ye Feng could actually use his speed to force him to use the power of lightning. He even defeated his divine-level amulet and defeated it. Lei Jia completely lost his fighting strength. His body was limp as he lay on the stage. He no longer had any thoughts of resisting. He only wanted to quietly rest for a while and adjust his spirit. The audience was stunned. Ye Feng's speed was actually so fast. Just now, they thought that Ye Feng was going to lose, but they did not expect that the final outcome would be like this. Chapter 249, Lei Jia was defeated, obtained a spot in the academy. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Lei Jia was actually defeated by Ye Feng. This outcome was really too out of their expectations. But it was also within reason. After all, Ye Feng had only maintained a very calm attitude from the start to the end, while Lei Jia had practically always been rushing forward and retreating explosively. He did not seem to be that stable. Furthermore, Lei Jia had even used the Lei family's inheritance, the divine-level heavenly punishment amulet, but he was still defeated by Ye Feng. This result was truly unexpected. What everyone did not expect the most was that Ye Feng actually used a spiritual energy attack method in the end to carry out a blow. Furthermore, he had been defeated so miserably. Lei Jia's face was filled with disbelief. His nerves suddenly collapsed. All along, he had been suppressing the others, but today, he was being suppressed and beaten by others. Such a huge disparity made his heart fill with a sense of defeat. His eyes were filled with resentment. He had always been a proud existence since he was young. Oh my God, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Lei Jia was defeated by Ye Feng? Moreover, he was beaten so badly. It's really unbelievable. Lei Jia has already gone berserk to such an extent. His overall level has reached at least the peak of B and grade, and even stepped on the threshold of A grade strength. I didn't expect that he was still defeated by Ye Feng. This battle has completely refreshed my worldview. I've long heard of Ye Feng's great name. Today, watching closely, he is indeed strong. In the audience stands, many people exclaimed one after another. At this moment, they were all stunned. They had never thought that such a situation would happen. Ye Feng's strength had already exceeded their imagination. This is impossible, this is absolutely impossible. I don't believe that all of this is real. This must be a nightmare. Ye Feng can't possibly win against me. He definitely can't win against me. Lei Jia screamed crazily in his heart. Unfortunately, he had indeed lost now, and he had lost extremely miserably. Ye Feng was also stunned. He also did not expect that Lei Jia was actually so weak. He had lost so easily, and he had lost so miserably. He had not used all of his strength yet. Ye Feng, how did your strength suddenly increase by so much? Lei Jia's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He simply could not believe that Ye Feng's strength would become so strong. Even when Lei Jia used all the family resources, he was still unable to defeat him. Ye Feng looked at Lei Jie and the corners of his mouth curled into a devilish smile. He said, "What does my strength increase have to do with you? Perhaps this is called talent." Ha ha ha, good, what a talent! You are a genius, you are a genius. Ye Feng, you are simply a monster. We will never be able to catch up with you. That's right, from the strength you displayed just now, your potential is absolutely heaven-defying. This Ye Feng actually defeated Lei Jie and even won such an intense competition. It's too unbelievable. It's too unbelievable. I'm afraid we won't be able to reach this level in our lives. Yet, Lei Jie's level of mutation has also reached a level that we've never heard of, but it's still not 1% of Ye Feng's. The audience roared crazily. They were already convinced by Ye Feng's strength. They had already determined that Ye Feng was a monster. You're bullying people. Lei Jie was extremely angry, but Ye Feng ignored his words and directly turned around to leave the arena. He knew that he hadn't reached the peak yet, so the admiration of these audience members for him was only temporary. Moreover, their admiration for him was only a flash in the pan. I now announce that Ye Feng has won this round of competition. Congratulations, Ye Feng, your points have reached 110 high points and you're ranked first. As soon as the host finished speaking, the crowd suddenly came to a realization and shouted, "Congratulations, Ye Feng! Congratulations, Ye Feng!" Ye Feng looked at the audience around him and nodded slightly. He already had a very clear judgment of his own strength. If it was a regular competition, Ye Feng would definitely be able to easily win, but this time, it was not a regular competition, but a competition provoked by Lei Jie. This kind of provocation was simply intolerable to him. Therefore, Ye Feng chose this method and directly defeated him. Ye Feng's strength was proven. And he also got first place as he wished. This promotion exam also came to an end. This competition let the audience know who was the true genius. No matter which aspect, Ye Feng was a comprehensive player. Now that the promotion exam was near the end, the quota for obtaining the top 10 points was also announced. Under everyone's excited cheers, Ye Feng obtained the quota to head to the main school with the result of first place with 110 points. According to the order of the accumulated points, they were Ye Feng, Luonyo, Su Yuan, Zhang Menyu, Su Liasi, and so on. Among those who fought against Ye Feng, apart from Lei Jie, whose strength was too weak to qualify, the remaining 10 people in total obtained the quota for promotion. After all, from the very beginning, the system had started to distribute the opponents according to everyone's average strength. Those who were able to fight with Ye Feng in the end were basically the outstanding ones in this promotion exam. Therefore, Ye Feng did not pay much attention to it. Everyone, pay attention. You need to be a second year to have the right to apply for an opportunity to study in our main campus. The host explained on the stage. Because they were teleported to the symbiotic continent, the environment there was very dangerous. Without the standards of second-year students, the risk of going there to study would be very high. Therefore, this was also the lowest requirement and limit. This also meant that Ye Feng could only keep the quota and wait until he was a second-year student before he could go to the academy located in the symbiotic continent. This was not a big deal. Ye Feng was not in a hurry to go. There were still many things waiting for him to complete here. As for the 10 participants, other than Ye Feng and Li Feng, they were all second or third year seniors, so they could set off to the symbiotic continent to cultivate the next day. However, Ye Feng and the others still needed to wait until next year before they had the conditions to open the wormhole to go over. After that, the host distributed the rewards of the rankings. They were directly sent to everyone's accounts in the Zushan Mall. The rewards this time were very generous. There were medicines, weapons, and even secret manuals. Weapons were still too weak in front of Ye Feng's sea stone trident. He simply did not take a fancy to them. However, there were quite a number of training medicines. These were necessities that were used for training and consumption. However, the most attractive thing was the secret manuals. This was something that Ye Feng knew because these secret manuals were all high-level secret manuals that belonged to the collection of Cloud Mist Academy. Basically, the lowest-ranked secret manuals were all A grade. Moreover, they were all extremely precious. An average person would not be able to obtain them at all. Chapter 250, Award Ceremony, Celebratory Items. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Most importantly, Ye Feng's aptitude in this area was too high. Moreover, he also had an analysis sequence that specialized in analyzing these secret manuals. Ye Feng still had the system. Needless to say, if it was a secret manual, it might be more useful to him than other consumable items. Therefore, Ye Feng was very satisfied with these prizes. He chose this secret manual without hesitation. Congratulations, everyone! You have finally won the champion of this year's promotion exam. Now, you have received 100 million star dollars as a reward, the host continued to announce. In addition, the contestants who get into the top 5 will also receive a surprise reward. Now, you can go and receive the prize. 10 million. Hearing the host's voice, everyone immediately became excited. They did not expect that the top 5 would have such benefits. 10 million was not a small amount, but it was very rare. This competition can be said to be extremely exciting, especially Ye Feng, who is even more stunning. As expected of a heaven-gifted genius. This is also expected. After all, Ye Feng is only 20 years old. At this age, he already has such powerful strength. If nothing unexpected happens, Ye Feng's future will definitely be a powerhouse of a generation. Yet, this year's promotion exam is already a historic one. The audience discussed animatedly and were all shocked by Ye Feng's results. Hearing the voices coming from all around, Ye Feng only smiled faintly. He did not think too much about it. Following that was the award ceremony. Many teachers of the academy attended this award ceremony. After all, this was a promotion exam, and in the future, they would be promoted to the main campus on the Symbiotic continent. The award ceremony naturally had to be very grand. Ye Feng, I'm so happy that you won the first place in this competition again. Ye Feng turned around and saw a middle-aged man with white hair walking over. He immediately smiled and replied, Professor Lei, you flatter me. What Ye Feng did not know was that Professor Lei was also the chief examiner of this promotion exam. When he was watching the surveillance cameras backstage, his gaze never left Ye Feng. Any slight movement, he would immediately notice Ye Feng. He also did not disappoint his expectations. Ye Feng obtained the first place in this competition as he wished. This person was none other than Professor Lei. These few days, this Professor Lei had been paying close attention to Ye Feng. The reason why Professor Lei paid so much attention to Ye Feng was not only because of Ye Feng's performance these few days, but also because of his results. He did not expect that Ye Feng's results this time would actually be so heaven-defying, directly jumping from the last place to the first place. Moreover, according to the strength monitoring system, it was also discovered that the strength in Ye Feng's body seemed to have obtained a new fluctuation, which meant that Ye Feng might have awakened some new skill before the battle. In short, Professor Lei was extremely satisfied with all aspects of Ye Feng. I didn't expect that the slime symbiote in your body could erupt with such terrifying offensive power. You're really a genius. Professor Lei adjusted his glasses, his gaze never leaving Ye Feng from the beginning to the end. He stared at Ye Feng with a smile. Ye Feng might be a little embarrassed, so he replied, Actually, when I was fighting with Lei Jie, I still had some doubts. Hearing Ye Feng's question, Professor Lei's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, Oh? What doubts do you have? Tell me. To be able to ask such a question from this genius mouth, no matter how boring the question was, it was the most worthwhile topic to study. Ye Feng looked around and found that no one was eavesdropping on their conversation, so he whispered out his doubts. I always feel that Lei Jie seems to be hiding some secrets, Ye Feng answered truthfully. You're right, Lei Jie is indeed hiding something. Professor Lei nodded and continued to ask, then did you see what's wrong with Lei Jie? When he was supervising the exam backstage, Professor Lei indeed found something wrong. Especially during Lei Jie's matches, there was a power that was deliberately hidden. According to what Ye Feng said, it was similar to the smell of blood, as well as a kind of ancient smell. His cultivation method seems to be a little strange. Moreover, his blood seems to contain some kind of evil aura, making me feel it is very dangerous. This aura is very dense, as if it is emitted from some ancient bloodline. I don't know how to describe it. Ye Feng shook his head and replied. I've long discovered this. I think Lei Jie's bloodline should come from the bloodline of an ancient demonic beast. Although I don't know who this demonic beast is, from Lei Jie's bloodline, I can also conclude that this ancient demonic beast must be very powerful. And the reason why Lei Jie's cultivation speed is so fast is probably related to his cultivation method. I'm not clear about this at the moment. When I have time, I can go and have a good chat with him. Professor Lei nodded. Ye Feng frowned as he recalled the scene of his confrontation with Lei Jie. He still had lingering fear in his heart. Yes, this matter is indeed worthy of suspicion. Professor Lei nodded. The situation you mentioned, we've encountered it once before. It's just that we haven't found the reason. However, we still have to capture this person. I think this is also a clue. I'll look into the information when I go back. I'll give you a definite answer about this matter. Professor Lei spoke and patted Ye Feng's shoulder with a smile. Don't worry. Since this is related to your promotion exam, I'll definitely do my best. Professor Lei said with a smile. Oh right, you can be considered the first in the promotion exam now. Our academy has some celebration programs. I wonder if you are interested in participating. Ye Feng heard this and was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, is there anything fun? Yes, not only to celebrate the promotion exam, but there are also some activities that are organized by a club in our school. They have invited many students, all excellent students from different departments.